Welcome back to Worlds of Protheka audiobooks. And if this is your first time, be warned. Once you step into Protheka, you'll never want to leave. With beasts who will stop at nothing to protect the women they love, and women who are only just finding out what a real man can be, you'll lose yourself in the dark romance of these fantasy stories. To bring you these free full audiobooks, we have to listen to this platform's guidelines, and they say that Protheka's steamiest scenes aren't allowed. But you can still get them from the unabridged version of any Prothekan audiobook. All you have to do is go to worldsofprotheka.com. With promo code YouTube30, we're offering you the opportunity to get 30% off of any audiobook, ebook, or bundle. We appreciate you subscribing to the channel, as it makes bringing these free full audiobooks to you possible. Don't forget to like and comment to let us know what you think. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this story is just the beginning.
Chapter 1. Ronin. The stench of rotting fish and unwashed bodies fills my nostrils as I push through Oshta's crowded streets. This port city is a cesspit, but it's my only chance to find passage to Northern Reach and reunite with my scattered brothers. Please, no! Let me go. A girl's terrified voice cuts through the marketplace chaos. I freeze. Across the narrow street, 4 slavers have cornered a young human against a crumbling wall. She can't be more than 16, tears streaming down her dirt-stained cheeks. Quiet, little dove! One slaver growls, his scarred face twisted in a leer. You'll fetch fine coin in the pleasure houses. The younger, the better. Another laughs. More gold for fresh meat. The girl whimpers as calloused hands reach for her. My father will pay ransom. Your father's dead, girl. Saw to that ourselves. Red rage floods my vision. I don't think, never do when innocents suffer. My twin swords sing from their sheaths as I charge, shouldering aside merchants. Hey, I roar. The slavers turn, registering the threat I pose. Smart ones would run. These aren't smart. Mind your business, stranger, the leader snarls, drawing a curved blade. Unless you want to join our merchandise. I bare my teeth. Try me! They attack together. Tavern brawlers, not warriors. My left blade opens the first one's throat while my right punches through the second's ribs. Blood sprays across cobblestones as they drop. Run! I shout to the girl, not taking my eyes off the remaining 2. The third swings a club at my head. I duck, spinning to drive my elbow into his gut before opening his belly with a vicious slash. He screams, clutching spilling entrails. The leader backs away, fear replacing bravado. You're making a mistake, Manticore. We have friends. Send them to hell. But heavy boots thunder behind me. My blood chills. More slavers pour from the tavern, at least a dozen. I'm so focused on saving her that I ignore my surroundings. Take him alive, the leader shouts. A Manticore brings fortune in fighting pits. They swarm me. I fight like a demon, blades weaving death. But there are too many. A weighted net drops from above, dragging me down. Hands grab my limbs despite my struggles. A club cracks across my skull. As darkness takes me, my last sight is the girl, already being dragged away by fresh slavers. I fail her. Pain hammers through my skull as consciousness returns. I'm chained inside a cramped, filthy cage on a jolting wagon, stripped of weapons and dignity. The iron shackles bite into my wrists, and the sun beats down mercilessly on my bare torso. Look at him snarl. One guard laughs from the driver's seat, like a caged beast. That's what he is now, his companion replies. Beric, you think he'll last long in the pits? Manticores are tough bastards, Beric spits. He might survive a few fights before something tears his throat out. My chains, stronger than steel, bind me as rage simmers. Hours pass. The landscape changes from coastal scrubland to rolling hills, then to Voig, the gladiatorial capital marked by blood-red scorpion banners. The wagon stops in a crowded marketplace. Guards drag me from the cage to a blood-stained auction block. Chained to my knees, an auctioneer begins his spiel. Fresh meat from the eastern provinces. Behold, a Manticore warrior in his prime. The crowd murmurs with interest. I glare at each face, memorizing them, promising silent violence. Coins change hands as bets are placed on my survival odds. A figure approaches the platform, tall, pale, with silver hair bound in elaborate braids. Dark elf nobility, judging by his fine robes. His cold eyes appraise me like livestock. Magnificent specimen, he purrs, running one finger along my jaw. Such fury in those steel blue eyes. I jerk away from his touch, earning cruel laughter from the crowd. The urge to bite his hand off nearly overwhelms me. 5,000 gold, the dark elf announces. Sold to Master Valdris, the auctioneer shouts. Guards brand me with a red-hot iron. Valdris's mark searing into my shoulder. I don't give them the satisfaction of screaming, though the smell of burning flesh makes my stomach churn. They drag me toward a stone archway leading underground. As we descend into darkness, Valdris's voice follows us. Welcome to your new home, beast. Try to survive long enough to entertain me. The cell door slams shut with crushing finality. Darkness takes me, but not peacefully. I'm back on the ship's deck, salt spray kissing my face as Korvac adjusts our heading toward Northern Reach. The memory is so vivid I can feel the warm wood beneath my feet, hear the canvas snapping in the wind. Think we'll find the crystals easily? Lucaris asks, his young face bright with anticipation. Caspian laughs, tousling our youngest brother's hair. With your luck, we'll stumble into them within hours of landing. More likely we'll have to fight for them, Tarek rumbles from where he's sharpening his axe. Silas looks up from his maps. The dark elves won't surrender their prize willingly. We should prepare for... His words are lost as the sky above us turns black. Unnatural clouds boil overhead, shot through with veins of sickly green lightning. The temperature plummets, and the sea begins to churn with impossible fury. What in the Triad's name? Korvac starts. The storm hits like a fist from the gods. Waves tall as buildings crash over the deck, and the wind screams with voices that sound almost human. I see something moving in the clouds, a massive shadow with too many eyes. Hold fast! I shout, but my voice is nothing against the tempest's roar. The ship splits apart like kindling. My brother's voices reach me through the chaos. Korvac shouting orders, Silas calling for formation, Lucaris screaming my name. Ronan! Help me! I fight toward the sound, but the churning water drags me down. I see Korvac's hand reaching for mine, so close I can almost touch it, before another wave tears us apart. Korvac! Silas! I scream their names until my throat is raw, but the storm swallows everything. Drowning in the crushing depths, I am consumed by failure. I meant to protect them, to keep us whole. Instead, I fail. I welcome the sea's embrace, preferring death to facing a world where I let my brothers down. Yet death doesn't come, only cold, crushing emptiness. A forceful splash of cold water jolts me back to harsh reality, gasping and choking on the foul liquid. Wake up, beast, a guard sneers, tossing aside the empty bucket. His name tag reads, Corvin. Time for your debut. Kneeling in a vast arena, rough sand beneath my palms, I'm enveloped by the roar of a bloodthirsty crowd. Towering stone walls, topped with spears, prevent escape. Welcome to the Crimson Sands! An announcer's voice blares across the arena, where heroes are born and cowards die. The crowd's bloodlust washes over me in waves. I can smell their excitement, their hunger for violence. Above me, in an ornate box draped with silk banners, sits my new master. Valdris lounges on a cushioned throne, surrounded by scantily clad women who fan him with feathers. He raises one pale hand, and the crowd falls silent. Today, we have fresh meat. His voice carries magically across the arena. A Manticore warrior, captured in the eastern provinces. Will he survive his first taste of the sands? The roaring crowd bets on my death, but despair solidifies into resolve. My brother's memory fuels my rage. They think I'm dead, but they're wrong. I rise, meeting Valdris's gaze with cold, focused hatred. The pitmaster leans forward, intrigued by my defiance. I'll survive this hell. I'll escape these chains, and I'll find my brothers, no matter how many bodies I have to climb over to do it. The crowd wants a show? I'll give them one they'll never forget. But first, I'll make every bastard in this place pay for what they've stolen from me. Let the games begin.
Chapter 2. Karina. Languidly stretched on silk cushions, I reach for a grape in the luxurious harem quarters. Persian rugs, golden braziers, and attentive servants create a paradise. More wine, Karina? Lysa offers, holding up a crystal decanter. Please. I extend my goblet, watching the ruby liquid catch the light. Has Valdris mentioned anything about the new acquisition? The Manticore. Zara laughs from her cushioned alcove, her dark hair spilling over jewelled silk. He's quite excited about this one. Apparently paid 5,000 gold. 5,000? I nearly choke on my wine. For one fighter? A Manticore warrior, Lysa clarifies, settling beside me with her own goblet. Captured in Oshta after killing half a dozen slavers. My pulse quickens despite myself. We rarely see manticores this far south. They're legends from the northern wastes, creatures of storm and fury. Most are dead or scattered after whatever catastrophe befell their kind decades ago. When does he fight? I ask, feigning casual interest. Today, actually. Zara's eyes gleam with anticipation. Valdris wants us all in the viewing box. He says it will be educational. I roll my eyes. Everything is educational to our master when it serves his purposes. Still, curiosity burns in my chest like wine-warmed honey. It's been months since anything truly interesting happened in this place. What do you think he looks like? Lysa wonders aloud. I've heard manticores are beautiful but deadly. Probably scarred and broken already, I reply, though something in my voice rings false even to my own ears. The smart ones don't survive capture. They die fighting rather than submit. This one submitted, Zara points out. Then he's either a coward or has something to live for. I resent my captivity, but feign compliance, plotting Valdris's downfall. A servant announces Valdris requests our presence in the viewing box for the exhibition. My heart pounds as I rise, eager to see what unfolds. We settle into the viewing box overlooking the arena. The crowd's roar deafening. Ladies, Valdris purrs, his pale hands gesturing toward the arena floor. Behold my latest investment. The gates grind open, and my breath catches. He's magnificent. The Manticore stands in the centre of the arena, like a force of nature barely contained in human form. Tall and broad-shouldered, with muscle that speaks of countless battles. His steel blue eyes sweep the crowd with contempt, and when his gaze passes over our box, I feel it like a physical touch. He's impressive, Lysa breathes. Look at those scars, Zara whispers. Each one tells a story. But I'm focused on something else entirely. The way he holds himself despite the chains, the defiant set of his jaw, the promise of violence that radiates from every line of his body. He hasn't been broken, not even close. Release the shadow cat, Valdris commands. The beast that emerges from the opposite gate makes several women gasp. Black as midnight with eyes like molten gold, it's nearly the size of a horse with claws that could shred steel. The Manticore doesn't even flinch. Fascinating, I murmur, loud enough for him to hear if his senses are as sharp as legend claims. I wonder how long this one will last. Those steel eyes find mine across the arena, and something charged passes between us. I smile slowly, letting him see my amusement at his situation. His expression hardens, jaw clenching with barely contained fury. Perfect! I've gotten under his skin already. The shadow cat pounces with liquid grace, but the Manticore moves like lightning despite his bonds. He rolls aside, using the creature's momentum against it, and somehow manages to wrap his chains around its throat. The crowd erupts as beast and warrior struggle in the sand, but I only have eyes for him. The way he fights, brutal, efficient, utterly without mercy. It's poetry written in violence. Magnificent, Valdris breathes. He'll make me a fortune. The shadow cat's neck snaps with an audible crack. The Manticore rises slowly, sand coating his sweat-slicked skin, and looks directly at me again. This time, I'm the one who feels exposed under that burning gaze. I lift my wine goblet in a mocking salute. "Well done, beast," I call out. "Perhaps you'll survive the week after all." His hands clench into fists, chains rattling. Oh, this is going to be fun. "Bring him to the preparation chambers," Valdris orders, as healers tend to the Manticore's minor wounds. "I want him presentable for tomorrow's matches." "All of him?" I ask innocently. "He's rather dirty." Valdris chuckles, missing the undercurrent in my words. "Indeed. Have the slaves prepare a bath. We can't have our prize fighter looking like a common criminal." As we descend from the viewing box, my mind races. Most fighters are kept in the underground cells between matches, but Valdris clearly has special plans for this one. The preparation chambers are luxurious by arena standards, still prison cells, but with actual beds and washing facilities. "You seem unusually interested in this fighter," Zara observes as we walk the marble corridors. "He's different," I admit. "Most break within days. This one..." I let the words hang. "This one what?" "This one might actually be dangerous." We reach the preparation level as guards escort the Manticore down the opposite corridor. Even chained and surrounded, he moves with predatory grace. His steel eyes sweep our group, lingering on me with undisguised hostility. "Problem, warrior?" I ask sweetly. He stops walking, forcing the guards to halt. "You enjoyed the show?" His voice is a low rumble, roughened by the arena's dust. It sends an unexpected shiver through me. "Immensely," I purr, though I expected more from someone who cost 5,000 gold. The shadow cat barely scratched you. "Next time, I'll ask them to bring something more challenging." His tone could cut glass. Perhaps something with a sharper tongue. The guards chuckle nervously, but I smile wider. "Oh, I do like this one." "He has fire." "Fire gets you killed in the arena," one guard, Marcus, I think, warns. "Better to learn submission quickly." "Submission is for the weak," the Manticore replies, his gaze never leaving mine. "I don't submit." "Everyone submits eventually," I say, stepping closer despite the guard's protective positioning. "The sand drinks the blood of heroes and cowards alike." "Then I suppose we'll see which one I am." There's something in his eyes, not just defiance but genuine strength, the kind that doesn't bend or break, only adapts and endures. It's been so long since I've met someone who understands the difference between surviving and living. "Indeed we will," I murmur. As the guards lead him away, I catch myself watching the play of muscle beneath scarred skin, the proud set of his shoulders despite the chains. Dangerous thoughts for a woman in my position. But perhaps that's exactly what makes them so appealing. That evening, I pace my chambers like a caged animal, silk nightgown whispering against marble floors. The Manticore's words echo in my mind. I don't submit. Such simple words, yet they carry the weight of absolute conviction. When did I last feel that kind of certainty about anything? A soft knock interrupts my brooding. "Come." Lisa enters, her expression troubled. "Karina, I've been thinking about what you said earlier." "Which part?" "About him being dangerous." She settles on the edge of my bed, voice dropping to a whisper. What if he tries to escape? I laugh, but it sounds forced even to me. From the arena? Impossible. The walls are 30 feet high, topped with iron spikes. The gates are dwarf-forged steel. But if anyone could find a way, he's one man against hundreds of guards. I wave dismissively, but my heart pounds with something that seems like hope. Even a Manticore can't fight those odds. You seem almost disappointed by that. Her words hit closer to home than I care to admit. Am I disappointed? The thought of him broken and submissive like every other fighter fills me with unexpected revulsion. Don't be ridiculous, I say instead. I simply appreciate quality entertainment. It's been dull here lately. Lisa studies my face with knowing eyes. Entertainment. Is that what we're calling it? Before I can respond, distant sounds echo through the corridors, shouting guards, running feet, the clash of weapons. We both freeze. What's happening? Lisa breathes. I move to the window overlooking the arena courtyard. Below, torches bob like fireflies as guards search the shadows. Their voices carry on the night air. Find him! Check every corridor! How did he get out of the chains? My pulse races as understanding dawns. The magnificent bastard actually tried it, attempted an escape on his very first night. They're looking for someone, I tell Lisa, not trusting my voice to remain steady. The Manticore? Most likely. Part of me wants to see if he's been recaptured or escaped, but the practical part knows I should stay hidden. Yet, watching the guards, I secretly hope he succeeds. A dangerous thought. He won't make it, Lisa says quietly. They never do. No, I agree, pressing my palm against the cool glass. They never do. Yet my heart hammers against my ribs like a caged bird, desperate with something I haven't felt in years. Hope.
Chapter 3. Ronan. The cell reeks of piss and despair. I test the shackles around my wrists for the 100th time, feeling the dwarf-forged steel bite into my skin. Blood crusts the metal where I've rubbed my wrists raw, but the chains hold fast. Easy there, beast. Guard Captain Thane laughs from beyond the bars. Save some fight for tomorrow's match. Beast. I meet his yellow eyes through the iron. That's the best you can do? What would you prefer? His partner, a scarred human named Corvan, spits into the straw at my feet. Your Majesty? My lord. My name is Ronan. Names are for people, Thane snarls. Your property now. Valdris's prize animal. I bare my teeth. Property doesn't talk back. Corvan's hand drops to his sword hilt. It will if we beat the words out of it. Try it. I rise slowly, chains dragging against stone. See how long your pretty faces last. They step back instinctively and satisfaction burns in my chest. Fear. Good. Let them remember what they're dealing with. Tough words from behind bars. Thane recovers quickly. Won't save you when the Minotaurs tear you apart. Minotaurs? Tomorrow's exhibition, 3 of them. Corvan grins nastily. Valdris wants to test your limits. 3 Minotaurs. Even unchained, that would be a challenge. With these shackles, I force my expression to remain impassive. Worried now, beast? Thane presses. Should I be? Last fighter who faced 3 Minotaurs lasted 30 seconds. Then I'll aim for 31. They laugh, but it rings hollow. Deep down, they know what I am. Creatures of storm and fury, born to war and hardened by loss. Their taunts are just whistling in the dark. Get some rest, beast, Thane calls as they turn to leave. Tomorrow's going to be interesting. Count on it. Alone again, I sink back onto the moldy straw. 3 Minotaurs. The kind of odds that would make most warriors pray to their gods. But I no longer pray. Not since the night my brothers were scattered to the winds. I only believe in steel and fury. And tomorrow, these bastards will see exactly what 5,000 gold bought them. Footsteps move through the corridor, lighter than the guards, with the whisper of silk against stone. I don't look up from sharpening a piece of loose stone against the cell wall. Hard at work, I see. The voice is honey over razors. I glance up to find her standing beyond the bars, emerald silk clinging to curves that would tempt saints. Her dark hair falls in waves over bare shoulders, and those green eyes sparkle with malicious amusement. Karina, the pitmaster's favorite pet. Shouldn't you be somewhere painting your nails? I return to my makeshift blade. How droll. She steps closer, fingers trailing along the bars. I came to see how our new acquisition was settling in. Disappointed? Hardly. Though I expected more chains. I gesture at my shackled wrists and ankles. Not enough iron for your taste? Oh, these are just to keep you from hurting the guards. Her smile turns predatory. But the real chains are in your mind. Fear, despair, the slow realization that you'll never see home again. My hand still on the stone. You think you know me? I know your type. Big, proud warrior reduced to entertainment for my amusement. She leans against the bars, close enough that I catch her scent, jasmine and danger. Tell me, beast, what were you before they caught you? I was free. Free to do what? Kill, violate, pillage. The casual assumption ignites my temper. To protect the innocent. Something you wouldn't understand. Her laugh is like breaking glass. Protect? Is that what you were doing in Oshta? Because from what I heard, your protection got a young girl sold anyway. The words hit like painful physical blows. I surge to my feet, chains clanking. You don't know what you're talking about. Don't I? She tilts her head, studying me like a curious cat. Tell me, hero, how does it feel knowing she's probably chained in some brothel while you rot in here? Red rage floods my vision. Before I can stop myself, I lunge at the bars, reaching for that smug face. She dances back just beyond my grasp, laughing delightedly. Careful, beast. Your true nature is showing. My true nature? I grip the bars until my knuckles go white. At least I have one. You're just a pampered woman playing at being dangerous. Her eyes flash with genuine anger for the first time. Excuse me. You heard me? Sitting in your silk tower watching men die for sport while your master feeds you grapes. I bare my teeth in a feral grin. Tell me, pet, do you purr when he scratches behind your ears? You bastard! Truth hurt? You know nothing about me, she hisses, her composure cracking like thin ice. I know enough. I lean against the bars, bringing us nearly face to face. You think you're playing some clever game, but you're just as trapped as I am. The only difference is your cage has better decorations. At least I'm not the one fighting for scraps. No, you're just the one who gets wet watching it happen. She pales, then flushes. I think she'll strike me, but she instead takes a shuddering breath and recomposes herself. Such eloquence from a dumb beast. And such fire from a spoiled brat. I study her face, noting the tiny tells. The pulse fluttering at her throat, the way her hands clench in her silk skirts. Though I suppose even pets have teeth when cornered. I am not cornered. Aren't you? I let my gaze drift over her perfect appearance, the artfully arranged hair, the expensive silk, the jewelry that marks her as a property just as surely as my chains mark me. When did you last make a choice that wasn't dictated by your master's whims? When do you remember last winning a fight that mattered? The words hit deep, dredging up memories of my failure in Oshta. But I've learned to weaponize pain, to turn it into fuel for the fire that keeps me alive. Every day I don't break is a victory, I tell her. Can you say the same? I don't need to break. I bend, like a reed in the wind. Very inspiring. Better than shattering like cheap steel. We'll see about that tomorrow when I face your master's minotaurs. Her eyes widen slightly. Minotaurs? 3 of them. Apparently Valdris wants to test his investment. Something flickers across her face. Surprise? Concern? It's gone too quickly to identify, but it was there. You're afraid, I realize. I'm not. Not for yourself. For me. The revelation hits like lightning. You don't want to see me broken after all. Don't flatter yourself, beast. But her voice lacks its earlier venom, and I see the truth in her eyes. Whatever game she's playing, part of her, the part she tries so hard to bury, recognizes a kindred spirit. My name is Ronan, I say quietly. She looks at me, young, beautiful, intelligent, fierce, and desperate to survive a world that sees her as mere decoration. Despite everything, my first thought is how absolutely stunning she is. I hate that I notice. Ronan, she says finally, testing the name like wine on her tongue. And you're Karina, the pitmaster's favorite. I'm whatever I need to be. Which is what exactly? His spy? His entertainment? The mask slips back into place, cold and sharp. I'm his guest. There's a difference. Is there? Because from where I sit, you look like just another prisoner with better accommodations. At least my accommodations don't come with scheduled death matches. No, just scheduled assault. Much more civilized. She flinches as if I'd hit her, and I immediately regret the words. Whatever else she is, whatever choices she's made to survive, she doesn't deserve that. I'm sorry, I start. Don't. Her voice cuts like a blade. Don't you dare pity me. It's not pity. Then what is it? I stare into those green eyes, seeing the fire that burns beneath her carefully constructed facade, the intelligence that she hides behind silk and seduction, the strength that she's forced to disguise as submission. Recognition, I admit. Something shifts between us, electric and dangerous. We're both trapped, both fighting to survive in our own ways, both refusing to break despite the weight of our chains. You think we're alike? She asks softly. I think you're stronger than you let anyone see, including yourself. And I think you're going to die tomorrow, leaving nothing behind but bloodstains and broken dreams. The words should hurt, but they don't. Because I hear what she's really saying, that she doesn't want me to die, that the thought of my death disturbs her in ways she can't afford to acknowledge. Maybe, I concede, but I'll die as myself, not as someone else's idea of who I should be. How noble. I'm sure your corpse will appreciate the distinction. Will you? The question hangs between us like a blade. She opens her mouth to deliver another cutting remark, then closes it without speaking. I have to go, she says instead, running away. Surviving. You should try it sometime. She leaves defiantly, her measured steps belying her retreat. Despite my predicament and her embodiment of all I despise here, I watch until she vanishes. This pampered pet has claws, making her far more dangerous than any orc.
Chapter 4. Karina. I pace my chambers like a caged leopard, silk slippers silent against marble floors. The afternoon sun streams through stained glass windows, casting rainbow patterns across Persian rugs that cost more than most people earn in a lifetime. It should be beautiful. It should be enough. It's not. Mistress? Lysa appears in the doorway, concern creasing her brow. You've been pacing for an hour. The other girls are worried. Are they? I don't stop moving, my feet tracing the same path over and over. How thoughtful. The Manticore's fight is today. I freeze mid-step. I'm aware. Against the Minotaurs. Yes. 3 of them. So I've heard. I resume pacing, but the rhythm is broken now, jagged with an emotion I refuse to name. No one survives 3 minotaurs, Karina. The words wound like physical blows, but I keep my voice steady. Then it will be a short entertainment. You don't sound convinced. I whirl to face her, letting a fraction of my real feelings show. What would you have me do, Lysa? Storm the arena? Demand Valdris spare his precious investment? She steps back, startled by my vehemence. I just thought you seemed interested in him. Interested? I laugh, the sound brittle as broken glass. He's a curiosity. Nothing more. Of course. But her eyes are knowing. Still, it seems wasteful. All that strength and fire, snuffed out for the crowd's amusement. Such is the way of things here. I turn back to the window, watching servants scurry across the courtyard below. We all serve our purpose. And what's yours, Karina? The question hangs in the perfumed air between us. I've asked myself the same thing countless times, usually in the dark hours before dawn, when sleep eludes me and the silk sheets feel like burial shrouds. To survive, I answer finally. Nothing more, nothing less. There has to be more than survival. Does there? I press my palm against the cool glass, remembering steel blue eyes that burned with uncompromising defiance. Sometimes I think survival is the cruelest joke of all. A horn sounds in the distance, the call to the arena. My heart lurches against my ribs like a bird desperate to escape its cage. Come, I tell Lisa, forcing steel into my voice. Valdris expects us in the viewing box. But as we leave my chambers, I catch my reflection in a polished mirror and barely recognise the woman staring back. Her eyes are too bright, her smile too sharp. She looks desperate. The viewing box buzzes with excited chatter as spectators settle into their cushioned seats. Valdris holds court from his ornate throne, regaling nearby nobles with tales of his latest acquisition's prowess. 3 shadow cats in 2 days, he boasts, and barely a scratch on him. Minotaurs are different beasts entirely, Lord Calum observes, his scarred face sceptical. Bigger, stronger, harder to kill. Which is precisely why I'm testing him. Valdris's pale eyes gleam with anticipation. If he survives, his value increases tenfold. If not, he shrugs elegantly. I'll find another toy. The casual dismissal of a life, even a gladiator's life, sends cold fury through my veins. I arrange my features into polite interest and take my place among the other harem women. You look pale, Zara whispers, settling beside me. Are you feeling well? The heat, I murmur, fanning myself with painted silk. It's stifling today. My hands tremble not from heat, but from the impending, impossible odds Ronan faces. The arena gates open, revealing Ronan, shackled but graceful, his bruised body testament to Valdris's constant tests. Magnificent specimen, Lord Calum admits grudgingly. Look at those shoulders. And those scars, Lady Muriel adds with breathless appreciation. Each one tells a story of violence. I dig my nails into my palms, wanting to scream as 3 massive 10-foot-tall minotaurs with crude clubs and hungry yellow eyes lumber into the arena, fixing their gaze on Ronan. He doesn't flinch. Kill! Valdris shouts, his voice magically amplified across the arena. Let the games begin! The minotaurs charge with surprising speed for creatures so large. Ronan dives aside, using his chains to whip across the lead troll's eyes. The beast roars in pain and fury, swiping blindly with massive claws. Clever, Valdris purrs, but cleverness only delays the inevitable. The second troll's club crashes into the sand where Ronan stood a heartbeat before. He rolls between its legs, somehow managing to wrap his chains around its ankle. When it tries to step forward, it crashes face first into the arena wall. The crowd erupts in appreciative roars, but I barely hear them. My entire focus is on the warrior below, watching him turn his bonds into weapons, his desperation into strength. He might actually survive this, Zara breathes. Don't be ridiculous, Valdris snaps, though his knuckles are white where they grip his throne's armrests. 3 minotaurs have never been defeated by one man. Watching Ronan dominate the fight, a forbidden hope awakens in me. For nearly an hour, he single-handedly defeats the minotaurs, leaving the crowd in a frenzy. He stands unbroken amidst the carnage, his steel blue eyes still defiant as he looks at our box. Impossible, Lord Calum whispers. Unprecedented, Lady Miriel agrees. Profitable, Valdris corrects, though his voice carries a note of unease. Very, very profitable. As guards move to collect the victor, I find myself studying the faces around me. Excitement, yes, but also something else. A hunger that has little to do with entertainment, yet everything to do with witnessing something they'll never possess themselves. True strength, real defiance. The kind of courage that doesn't bend or break or compromise. It is the kind of courage I lack, having traded it away years ago for silk sheets and golden chains. You're crying, Zara observes quietly. I touch my cheek, surprised to find it damp. The sun, I lie. It's making my eyes water. That's not true. As the crowd leaves, excited, I stay, watching healers tend to Ronan. He defeated 3 minotaurs with skill and will. When did I last fight for something important? I can't recall. Magnificent, wasn't he? Valdris appears beside my chair, his pale hand settling possessively on my shoulder. My investment has already doubled. Yes, I agree, not trusting my voice to remain steady. Magnificent. I think I'll give him a few days to recover. Let anticipation build for his next match. His fingers tighten slightly. Perhaps you'd like to visit him. Offer congratulations on my behalf. The suggestion sounds casual, but I know Valdris too well to believe that. He wants something, information perhaps, or simply the amusement of watching his pet interact with his prizefighter. If you wish, I say carefully. I do. His smile is cold as winter. See what makes him tick, my dear. I find that understanding one's investments leads to better utilization. Ronan accepts praise as I realise Valdris views us all as tools. Some refuse to break, a refusal I envy from my gilded cage. I navigate the arena's bloody dungeons, a favoured but shackled figure. I find Ronan in the preparation chambers, his scarred body tended by a healer. That was quite a show, I say, settling onto a wooden stool across from him. He doesn't look up from the healer's work. Glad you were entertained. 3 minotaurs. I didn't think it was possible. Neither did they. His voice is rough with exhaustion, but that core of steel remains unbroken. Hence their current state. The healer, a nervous young man named Willem, finishes his stitching and hurries away, clearly uncomfortable in my presence. We're alone now, the silence heavy with unspoken truths. You're going to get yourself killed, I say finally. Eventually. He meets my eyes, and I see no fear there, only grim acceptance. Everything dies. But you don't have to die here. Like this. Like what? Fighting. Like a beast for their amusement. The words come out sharper than intended, edged with frustration I can't quite hide. You could submit. Play the game. Survive. He laughs, the sound bitter as ashes. Survive as what? A performing dog? A broken thing that jumps when its master snaps? You'd be alive. Would I? He leans forward, those steel blue eyes boring into mine. Tell me, Karina, when did you last remember feeling truly alive? His question stuns me. I try to lie, to lash out and regain distance, but I can't. He's right. I haven't felt anything real, joy, sorrow, passion, or pain, in so long. Everything is muted, filtered by suffocating control. That's what I thought, he says softly. It's not the same thing, I protest. I'm not chained, caged, owned. His smile is sharp as broken glass. Aren't you? I have choices. Do you? When did you last choose something that wasn't dictated by your master's whims? The same question Lysa asked, but from his lips it cuts deeper, because he sees through my defences like they're made of glass. You don't understand, I whisper. Don't I? He rises despite his wounds, moving to the small barred window that offers a view of the courtyard. I understand perfectly. The difference between us is that you've accepted your cage. And you haven't? Never. The word carries absolute conviction. I'd rather die fighting than live kneeling. That's easy to say when death is abstract. Is it? He turns back to me, and there's something devastating in his expression. I've been dead since the night I lost my brothers. Everything since then has been borrowed time. The raw honesty in his voice steals my breath. I see him clearly for the first time, not the defiant gladiator or the dangerous Manticore, but a man carrying wounds that go deeper than any blade could reach. I'm sorry, I say, and mean it. Don't be. Pity is just another chain. Then what is it you want from me? He studies my face, dark intensity. Nothing you're willing to give. Try me. Truth. The word hangs between us like a challenge. I could lie, deflect, retreat behind my usual masks. But something in his eyes, a desperate kind of hope, stops me. I envy you, I admit in a whisper. Envy me? He sounds genuinely surprised. I'm a slave. You're free. The words taste like tears. Chained, beaten, forced to fight for sport, but still free. In here, I touch my chest over my heart, where it matters. And you're not. No. The admission feels like bleeding out. I haven't been for a very long time. We look at each other across the small chamber, and I see recognition in his eyes. He understands now, understands that there are worse things than death, worse things than chains. Better to die a man than live a pet, he says quietly. The words hit like hammer blows, shattering something inside me that I thought was already broken beyond repair. Because he's right, and I hate him for it.
Chapter 5. Ronin. Guards drag me from my cell before dawn, my chains scraping against stone with each stumbling step. My ribs still ache from the troll fight 3 days ago, but Valdris grows impatient for fresh entertainment. Move it, beast! Corvin snarls, jabbing me with his spear tip. The crowd's already gathering. Eager for blood today? I ask, rolling my shoulders to work out the stiffness. Always. Thane grins nastily. Though today should be interesting. Your opponent's got quite the reputation. They shove me into the preparation chamber where a single blade waits on the scarred wooden table. Not my twin swords, those were lost in Oshta, but a decent enough weapon. The steel feels cold and familiar in my palm as I test its weight. Generous of your master, I observe, making practice swings despite the chains still binding my ankles. Don't get attached, Corvin warns. You'll be giving it back soon enough. The key turns in my shackles with a satisfying click. For the very first time in days, my wrists are free. I roll them slowly, working feeling back into numbed fingers. Remember the rules, beast, Thane says, though we all know there are no rules in the arena save one. Survive. Fight well, and maybe you'll see another sunrise. How thoughtful. As I'm led toward the arena, I consider scaling the pitmaster's box to kill Valdris, despite the risk. The fantasy of vengeance burns, but I dismiss it. knowing his guards would kill me and my brothers would remain lost. Others have surely failed such attempts. I need a smarter way, a death that means something. The arena gates open, and the crowd's roar greets me. I step into the ring, fueled by their hatred. "Citizens of Voig!" The announcer's voice booms loudly across the arena. "Today we have a special treat. Our Manticore warrior faces Grokthar the Skull Cleaver!" The opposite gates open with mechanical precision, revealing my opponent. The orc stands nearly 8 feet tall, his green hide scarred by countless battles. Twin curved blades gleam in his massive fists, and his tusks are filed to razor points. This is no beast driven by hunger. This is a thinking killer who survived long enough to earn a name. "Grokthar! Grokthar!" The crowd takes up the chant, clearly favoring the veteran over the newcomer. The orc grins, revealing those sharpened tusks. "Fresh meat," he rumbles in accented common. "Been too long since I killed Manticore." "First time for everything," I reply, settling into a fighting stance. "You talk pretty for dead thing." I'm still breathing. "Not for long." He charges with surprising speed for something his size, twin blades whistling through the air where my head was a heartbeat before. I roll aside, sand grinding between my teeth as I come up swinging. My blade skitters off his thick hide without drawing blood. He laughs, a sound like grinding stone. "Soft steel," he taunts. "Soft fighter." "Let's find out." I feint left, then dive right as his massive fist punches through the air. My blade finds the gap between his ribs and his arm, drawing first blood. It's not deep, but the crowd notices. "Lucky cut," Grokthar snarls, pressing his free hand to the wound. "Skill," I correct. "Something you might want to learn." He roars, shaking the arena. His blades force me back. I lack his strength and reach, but possess speed and rage. Memories of lost brothers, failed rescues, and captivity fueled my fire. I weave through his attacks, my blades striking repeatedly. Small cuts added up, soon his green hide runs red. "Stand still!" he roars in frustration. "Make me!" He weakens from blood loss. I seize my chance, opening his throat. The arena falls silent, then erupts in applause. I stand victorious, another step closer to freedom. I meet Valdris's gaze, my eyes promising more violence. He studies me, calculating my value. "Well fought!" His voice carries across the arena, magically amplified. "Truly magnificent!" The crowd takes up the cheer, though I know their loyalty is as fickle as morning mist. They'll cheer my death just as loudly when it comes. But for now, I'm their champion. Lord Calum says something that makes Valdris laugh, and I catch the gesture he makes, fingers rubbing together in the universal sign for profit. That's all this is to him. Entertainment and coin. My eyes drift to Corina, draped in midnight blue, her skin like pearl, dark hair spilling. Despite exhaustion and blood, I notice the fabric clinging to her curves, and I hate it. Our gazes meet. No admiration, excitement, or bloodlust in her green eyes. Only cold, sharp loathing. Good, the feeling is mutual. She sees me as a beast, a crude killer. I see her as a pampered woman. We're probably both right. "Beautiful, isn't she?" Grokthar's voice is a wet whisper behind me. I spin, shocked to find the orc still alive despite his ruined throat. Blood bubbles from his lips as he grins with the last of his strength. "The dark-haired one," he continues. "Valdris's favorite. Many fighters have tried to claim her. And all died. She is protected." His eyes grow distant. "But oh, what a prize she would be." "Die quietly," I suggest. "Already am, Manticore." His grin widens. "But you interest her. See how she watches you." I glance back at the viewing box despite myself. Corina is indeed watching, her green eyes fixed on me with an intensity that almost makes my skin crawl. She hates me, I point out. Does she? Grokthar's laugh turns into a bloody cough. Or does she hate what you represent? The orc dies, but his last words about what I represent haunt me. Guards arrive. I look up at Karina in the viewing box. Her face shows controlled hatred. I decide her hatred is simpler, cleaner, and less dangerous than anything else. The walk back to my cell gives me time to think. Grokthar's words keep echoing. She is protected. Protected how? By Valdris's jealousy? By his guards? Or by something else entirely? And why should I care? Thirsty work. Killing orcs, Corvin observes as we descend into the dungeon levels. Maybe we should get you some water. How generous. Don't be smart. You did well today. Earned your keep. That counts for something. Does it? I wonder if earning my keep means anything beyond prolonging this nightmare. Still, I'm alive. And while I breathe, there's hope of finding my brothers. They shoved me into my cell with less force than usual. Respect, perhaps, or simply the knowledge that I could probably kill them both before they could draw steel. Rest up, beast, Thane says, but there's less venom in it now. Tomorrow's another day. Jailed but unchained, I recall Karina in the arena. Her eyes, a mix of hatred and something like longing. I dismiss it, knowing she's Valdris's pet, yet her past words, better to die a man than live a pet, hint at genuine pain. Still, she's a distraction from my survival, escape, and mission to find my brothers. Despite my resolve, her image, beautiful and complex, haunts my dreams. I know I'm lying to myself. She's under my skin, and I, hers. Two prisoners recognizing a dangerous connection. It's going to make everything so much more dangerous. And despite myself, I'm looking forward to it.
There isn't much left of the world after the orcs came.
Savage. Brutal. Merciless.
If you're a woman, you're property. Even to other humans.
What happens when an orc stakes his claim on a human woman? Who would dare to stop him?
Me. Chapter 6. Karina. The great hall glitters like a jeweled cave, candles casting dancing shadows across marble columns draped in silk. Valdris's banquet is a display of obscene wealth, golden platters heaped with exotic delicacies, servants refilling crystal goblets with wine that costs more than most people see in a lifetime. And we, his harem, are the centerpiece. I sit perched on silk cushions at Valdris's right hand, my emerald gown cut scandalously low to display the sapphire necklace that marks me as his favourite. The weight of the gems feels like chains around my throat. You look radiant tonight, my dear, Valdris murmurs, his pale fingers trailing possessively along my bare arm. Green becomes you. Thank you, master. The words taste like ash, but I deliver them with a perfect smile. Around us, the other women play their parts with practiced ease. Lisa reclines on burgundy silk, her smile never quite reaching her eyes. Zara feeds grapes to a drunken lord, her movements fluid and graceful, but her gaze is distant, unfocused. We are decorations, beautiful, expensive, utterly disposable decorations, and the performance is exhausting. The laughter grates on my nerves, the music a dull thrum beneath the surface of my carefully banked rage. I catch Zara's eye for a fleeting moment, and in that shared glance, I see the same bone-deep weariness I feel. It's a silent acknowledgement of our shared prison, a moment of connection so brief it might have been my imagination. But it's enough to remind me that I am not alone in my quiet desperation. "Your Manticore has been quite the earner," Lord Calum says, his voice slurred with wine. "I trust you'll be putting on another show for us soon." "Patience, my lord," Valdris replies smoothly. "The best spectacles require anticipation." He looks at me, a cruel glint in his pale eyes. "Isn't that right, my jewel?" "Of course, master," I say, my voice honey-sweet. The crowd so enjoys a good breaking. Trumpets announce the gladiator's entrance with unnecessary fanfare. A dozen fighters file into the great hall, their bodies cleaned and oiled for display, though iron collars still mark them as property. Most keep their eyes downcast in practiced submission. Ronan is not most gladiators. He walks among them like a caged wolf, his steel blue eyes sweeping the assembled nobles with undisguised contempt. He's magnificent, I realise with a stab of unwanted awareness. Not pretty boy handsome like the pleasure slaves, but beautiful in the way a storm is beautiful. Dangerous and wild, and absolutely untamed. "Behold my champions," Valdris announces, rising from his throne with theatrical flourish. Polite applause ripples through the hall, but I see the way the nobles' eyes linger hungrily on the displayed flesh. I also see the way the other women in the harem watch Ronan. It's not just the simple girlish admiration they usually show for a new fighter. This is different. Their gazes are sharp, intense, filled with a dangerous, hungry curiosity. They are not looking at a man, they are looking at an idea. They see his untamed spirit, his unbroken will, and in him they see everything they themselves have lost. "He's magnificent," Zara breathes beside me, her voice a low, reverent whisper. "He's a beast," I counter, my voice sharp. "Yes," she agrees, her eyes still fixed on him. "He is. And he's not pretending to be anything else." The truth in her words is a sharp, unpleasant sting. We are all pretending. He is not. His gaze sweeps the hall and finally lands on me. Something electric moves between us. Hatred, yes. But underneath it, something else. Something that makes my pulse race traitorously. "The famous Karina," he says, his voice carrying clearly across the suddenly quiet hall. I wondered when I'd have the pleasure. His tone makes pleasure sound like an obscenity. "Ronan, isn't it?" I reply with silk-wrapped venom. "How rustic." "Enough," Valdris cuts in sharply, but there's amusement in his pale eyes. "My fighter forgets himself." "No," Ronan says quietly, still holding my gaze. "I remember exactly what I am." The words are a challenge, a declaration of war, and I can feel the shift in the air around me, the sudden, sharp intake of breath from the other women. He is not just defying me, he is defying all of us, and our gilded cage. He's going to get himself killed. The words are spoken by Lysa, back in the relative safety of our shared quarters. We've retired for the night, the banquet finally over, and the pretense has been dropped. The other women are not fawning over Ronan's shoulders or his rugged looks. They are dissecting his defiance. "Of course he is," Zara says, her voice laced with a bitter cynicism that is all too familiar. She methodically removes the jewels from her hair, her movements sharp, angry. "That's what Valdris does. He finds the spirited ones and breaks them. It's his favourite game." "Remember Ilara?" Mira whispers, her voice barely audible. We all fall silent. We all remember Ilara. She was the harem favourite before me, a fiery girl from the southern provinces who had a laugh like wind chimes and a spirit that refused to be tamed. She had defied Valdris one time too many. One day she was simply gone. No explanation, no farewell. Just an empty space on the silk cushions that was quickly filled by another beautiful, broken girl. "He won't break Ronan," I say, the words of fierce, quiet conviction. He can't. He will, Zara says, her voice flat. He always does. He'll throw bigger and bigger monsters at him, wear him down, until that fire in his eyes is nothing but a dull ember. And then when he's finally broken, he'll get bored and have him killed in some meaningless fight. She looks at me, her dark eyes filled with a shared, hopeless anger. That's how the story always ends, Karina. You know that. Maybe this time it will be different, Lisa says, but her voice is thin, a fragile wisp of hope in the suffocating reality of our lives. Hope is a poison in this place, Lisa, Zara snaps. It's what keeps you smiling when you want to scream. It's what makes you accept the jewels and the silks as a fair trade for your soul. She throws a heavy sapphire bracelet onto her vanity, the clatter of it unnaturally loud in the quiet room. I'm done with hope. Zara's bitter words hang in the air long after she has swept from the room. I remain at my own vanity, staring at my reflection in the polished bronze. The woman looking back is beautiful, but hollow. A perfect shell wrapped around nothing but survival instincts and carefully banked rage. Zara is right. Hope is a poison. And yet, the memory of Ronan's defiant eyes, of a spirit that refuses to kneel, has been like a single drop of that poison, spreading through my veins, reminding me of a time when I too had a fire in my soul. She's not wrong, you know. I look up to see Lisa standing in the doorway, her expression a mixture of fear and a desperate, fragile resolve. About hope? I ask. About everything, she says, her voice a low whisper. She takes a step into my room, her gaze darting nervously toward the corridor, as if the walls themselves have ears. We all feel it, Karina. The rage, the emptiness. You're just the only one brave enough, or perhaps foolish enough, to show it. I'm not brave, I say, the words tasting like ash. I'm just tired of pretending. We're all tired, she says, and in her eyes I see the same desperate longing I feel in my own heart. A hunger for something real, something more than this gilded, suffocating death. He is everything we're not allowed to be, she whispers, her gaze far away. He is free. Her unspoken words shatter my defences. I'm not alone in this gilded cage. We are all prisoners, yearning for freedom. This shared, silent hope among the harem women is the palace's true danger, a spark that could ignite the city.
Chapter 7. Ronan. The banquet continues long after the gladiator's formal presentation, wine flowing like water while nobles indulge their curiosities. Instead of returning me to my cell, guards drag me to an alcove near the harem seating area and chain me to a marble pillar. Special request from Master Veldris, Thane explains with cruel amusement. You're to be available for closer inspection. The chains are ceremonial rather than practical, polished links that gleam in the candlelight but won't hold me if I truly wish to break free. This is theater, not security. How thoughtful, I observe, testing the bonds with casual interest. Don't get ideas, beast, Corvin warns. Half the guards in this room have crossbows trained on you. I glance around and count at least 6 weapons pointed in my direction. Veldris takes no chances with his investments. Wouldn't dream of it. I'm positioned near the nobles' tables, a living sculpture for curious, wine-emboldened guests to examine. Magnificent specimen! One portly merchant breathes, circling me like he's evaluating livestock. Those scars tell quite a story. Each one a victory, his companion adds, or perhaps a failure to die properly. They mock, yet I maintain a dangerous stillness. Their judgment, however, as I'm paraded for their amusement, stings more than any past shame. Such intensity in those eyes, Lady Muriel observes from her nearby couch, like he's planning our murders. Perhaps he is, her husband chuckles. How deliciously dangerous. I let my gaze slide over them with predatory consideration, noting the way they shivered despite their brave words. Good. Fear keeps fools honest. From the corner of my eye, I see movement in the harem section. Emerald silk catching candlelight. A familiar figure rising with fluid grace. Karina approaches like a storm wrapped in beauty, and I know this night is about to become infinitely more complicated. How fascinating, Karina purrs, coming to stand just outside my reach. The famous beast, chained for our amusement. Her tone drips honeyed venom, designed to provoke. The nearby nobles turn to watch our interaction with eager anticipation. Careful, my dear, Lord Calum warns. Wild animals are unpredictable. Oh, I'm quite safe, she replies, without taking her green eyes off mine. This one's been properly domesticated. The insult hits its mark, sending heat through my veins. Have I now? Of course. Look at you, chained like a pet, performing tricks for treats. She gestures dismissively at my bonds. How the mighty have fallen. Fallen! I lean forward as far as the chains allow, bringing us almost face to face. From what great height exactly? From whatever delusion of grandeur you harbored before reality educated you. The nobles murmur excitedly at our verbal sparring, but I barely hear them. All my attention focuses on the woman before me. Beautiful, sharp-tongued, and radiating the kind of controlled fury that calls to something dark in my soul. And what reality is that? I ask softly. That you're property now. A thing to be bought and sold and used for entertainment. Her smile is cruel as winter. Just like the rest of us. The last words slip out before she can stop them, revealing more than intended. I see the flicker of vulnerability in her eyes before she masks it. Ah, I murmur, but there's the difference between us, pet. I remember what freedom tastes like. Her face goes pale, then flushes with genuine anger. How dare you? Call you pet? But that's what you are, isn't it? Valdris's favorite ornament, polished and displayed for admiration. I am not... What? His property? His plaything? I laugh, the sound harsh in the perfumed air. At least I'm honest about my chains. She steps closer, close enough that I catch her scent, jasmine and rage, and something deeper that makes my heart rate quicken despite my anger. You know nothing about me, she hisses. I know enough. You've traded your soul for silk sheets and safety. And you've traded your life for pride. Tell me, warrior, which of us is the fool? Our loud exchange drew the attention of the nobles in the great hall, who eagerly watched. However, my focus remained solely on the woman, captivated by her barely controlled emotions, fiery green eyes, and the elegant line of her throat above the sapphire collar. You think pride is foolishness? I asked quietly, my voice pitched for her ears alone. I think pride is a luxury that gets people killed. And what about dignity? Honor? The right to choose your own death? Pretty words that mean nothing when you're rotting in the ground. Better the ground than your knees. She draws back as if I'd slapped her, hand rising instinctively toward her throat. For a moment, her mask slips completely, and I see raw pain in her eyes. You bastard, she whispers. Truth often is. Truth? Her laugh is as bitter as ashes. What would you know about truth? You're nothing but violence and ego wrapped in righteous fury. And you're nothing but fear dressed up in silk and jewels. I am not afraid. Aren't you? I lean forward again, chains singing with tension. When was the last time you made a choice that wasn't dictated by survival? When did you last say no to something that mattered? When did you last say yes to something that mattered? She shoots back. The question hits unexpectedly deep, because the answer is simple and devastating. The night I chose to save a girl in Oshta. The night that led to this cage, this chain, this moment. Every time I refuse to break, I tell her, refusal isn't the same as choice. It's the only choice slaves have. Then we're both slaves, aren't we? Our exchange, a palpable tension, captivated the noble audience. Valdris, understanding our anger and attraction, rose from his throne, his cruel, intelligent mind already calculating. My dear Karina, Valdris's voice cuts through our heated exchange like silk over steel. How animated you've become! She freezes, the color draining from her cheeks as she realizes how public our argument has grown. Every noble in the hall watches with avid fascination. Master, she says carefully, settling back into her practiced composure, I was simply greeting your newest acquisition. Indeed. He glides closer, moving with predatory grace. And what a greeting it was. Such passion, such fire. I don't like the way his pale eyes gleam with satisfaction. There's a look in them I recognize, the same expression he wore when calculating my worth in the arena. Forgive my poor manners, Karina continues, her voice steady despite the tension radiating from her frame. The wine has made me spirited. Spirited, Valdris repeats thoughtfully. Yes, that's precisely the word. He turns his attention to me, studying my face intently. And you, my fierce warrior. What do you think of my most precious jewel? The question is loaded with dangerous undertones. I sense a trap, but can't see its shape. She has a sharp tongue, I answer carefully. Indeed, she does. Sharp enough to draw blood, wouldn't you say? If that was her intention. And was it? He looks between us with growing amusement. I confess, I've never seen such chemistry between strangers. The nobles murmur appreciatively, scenting drama. But there's something else in Valdris's expression now, a calculating gleam that indicates he's out for blood. Perhaps, he continues slowly, we might explore this fascinating dynamic further. Master, Karina's voice carries the faintest tremor of uncertainty. You've both proven so entertaining tonight. Such delicious antagonism. His smile turns razor sharp. I find myself curious about how this story might unfold. I see the exact moment the idea crystallizes in his mind, the way his pupils dilate slightly, the subtle shift in his posture as inspiration strikes. Whatever he's planning, it's going to be cruel, creative, designed to amuse him while tormenting us both. Guards, he calls without taking his eyes off Karina's pale face. I have new instructions for our Manticore's accommodations. My blood turns to ice, because I know, with the certainty of a condemned man watching the noose being tied, that our verbal sparring has just sealed both our fates. Valdris has found a new game to play, and we're going to be his pieces. This should prove most educational, he murmurs, and his laughter follows us both into whatever fresh hell he's devising.
Chapter 8. Karina. Valdris's voice cuts through the banquet hall's chatter like a blade through silk, commanding absolute attention from his drunken guests. My dear friends, he announces, rising from his throne with theatrical flourish, I have decided on a most entertaining arrangement. The hall falls silent, wine-bright eyes focusing on their host with eager anticipation. I feel ice crystallize in my veins as his pale gaze settles on me with predatory satisfaction. Our fierce Manticore will continue his arena performances by day, Valdris continues, savouring each word like fine wine. But his evenings will be spent in more intimate company. Nervous laughter ripples through the assembled nobles, but I see the cruel intelligence behind his smile. This is no random whim. This is calculated torment designed for maximum psychological impact. Karina, my precious jewel, will share his accommodations each night, a chance for them to explore their obvious chemistry in private. The words hit painfully. Share his cell? Sleep beside that savage beast, vulnerable and exposed? Master, I begin carefully, surely you don't mean… I mean exactly what I said. His tone brooks no argument. Perhaps close proximity will teach you both valuable lessons about proper behaviour. And if I refuse? His laugh is soft as silk, deadly as poison. Oh, my dear, you misunderstand entirely. This is not a request. Around us nobles murmur with excitement, already imagining the delicious drama that will unfold. They see entertainment, where I see only nightmare. How long? I ask through numb lips. Until one of you learns humility, or breaks entirely. His smile widens, whichever comes first. My hands clench in my silk skirts, knuckles white with suppressed rage. But there's nowhere to run, no escape from this fresh hell he's devising. It should prove most educational. The pitmaster's cruel amusement deepens as he surveys his captive audience, nobles hanging on every word, eager for scandal and suffering served alongside their wine. Of course, Valdris continues with silken menace, our proud warrior might prove resistant to his new arrangements. Some beasts require firmer handling. He turns his attention to Ronan, who stands motionless in his chains, steely blue eyes burning with barely contained fury. Feel free to screw the defiance out of her, Valdris says casually, as if discussing the weather. I confess, I've never managed the task myself. Perhaps a more primitive approach will succeed where refinement has failed. His audacious suggestion struck me hard. Shocked gasps and nervous laughter rippled through the hall as nobles processed his words. My face burned with humiliation, rage flooding my veins. He was offering me to his gladiator like a piece of meat. You bastard, I breathe, but my voice is lost in the crowd's murmur. Ronan's response is more dramatic. He lunges against his chains with feral savagery, metal links singing under the strain as he snarls like the beast they claim he is. Careful, warrior, Valdris warns with false concern. Such violence might damage my property, and I do so hate waste. Touch her and die, Ronan growls, his voice carrying despite the general noise. The threat should terrify me. Instead, something hot and dangerous unfurls in my chest. Surprise at his unexpected protection, fury at needing it, and beneath both, a traitorous flutter of something I refuse to name. How gallant, Valdris purrs. Though I fear you'll find your noble intentions tested by extended proximity. He's enjoying this, I realise. Every moment of our shared humiliation feeds his sadistic appetites like fine wine. Guards, he calls with theatrical timing, escort my guests to their new accommodations. I'm sure they're eager to begin getting acquainted. The great hall erupts in excited chatter as Valdris's guards move to collect us. I stand frozen in place, mind reeling from the casual cruelty of his decree. Shared cells, forced intimacy, my body offered as entertainment for his gladiator's use. Move, Guard Captain Thane orders, his scarred hands already reaching for my arm. Don't touch me. The words escape before I can stop them, sharp with desperation and rage. Not your choice anymore, pet. His grip tightens on my elbow. Master's orders. Around us, nobles watch with avid fascination, their faces flushed with wine and voyeuristic excitement. This is theatre to them, a living drama staged for their amusement. Lady Miriel fans herself rapidly. How scandalous, how absolutely thrilling. 20 gold says she breaks within a week, Lord Calum wagers. 30 says the Manticore kills her first, another noble counters. They're betting on my suffering, my potential death, as casually as they'd wager on dice games. The realization sends fresh fury through my veins. Enjoying the show? I snarl at the nearest lord. He actually blushes. My dear, we're simply... Simply what? Watching a woman be fed to a beast for your entertainment? Now! Valdris's voice cuts through my outburst like ice water. Such dramatics are unnecessary. You're not being fed to anyone, merely relocated to his cell, his bed, to wherever he chooses to put you, yes. The casual dismissal of my agency, my humanity, breaks something inside me. I've endured years of careful degradation, subtle erosion of dignity disguised as luxury. This is different. This is raw, honest cruelty, without even the pretense of civility. I won't do it, I whisper. You will, Valdris replies with absolute certainty. Because the alternative is so much worse. His pale eyes promise horrors beyond imagination, punishments that would make sharing a cell seem like mercy. Take them away, he commands with a dismissive wave. Shoved into a cramped 10-foot stone cell, I'm left in the reeking, mouldy dungeon. This small space, with a cot and a bucket, is where gladiators await death. Now it's my nightly home. Home sweet home. Corvin laughs, slamming the door behind me. Moments later, they bring Ronan. Even in chains, he moves like a predator, all controlled violence and barely leashed fury. They shove him through the cell door with unnecessary force. The lock clicks with horrible finality. We stand on opposite sides of the cramped space, separated by perhaps 8 feet of straw-covered stone. In the flickering torchlight filtering through the barred window, his steel blue eyes burn with emotions too complex to read. Rage, yes, but also something else, a grim acceptance that mirrors my own. Well, I say finally, my voice echoing off damp walls. This is cozy. He doesn't reply, just studies me with that unsettling intensity. Taking inventory, perhaps. Deciding what to do with his unwilling cellmate. The silence lingers between us, heavy with unspoken threats and darker possibilities. I won't make this easy for you, I warn. Good, he says quietly. Easy things break too quickly. His words sent an unexpected shiver down my spine. This arrangement terrifies him as much as it does me. We are trapped in this cage together. The real question is which of us will break first.
Chapter 9. Ronan. The cell door's echo fades, leaving us alone in this cramped stone box that reeks of desperation and old blood. Torchlight flickers through the barred window, casting dancing shadows across damp walls. Karina stands pressed against the far corner, emerald silk bright against grey stone. Even in this hellhole, she maintains her regal bearing, chin raised, shoulders straight, every inch the aristocrat despite her circumstances. So, she says, her voice carefully controlled. Here we are. Here we are, I agree. The silence hovers between us like a taut bowstring. I can hear her breathing, quick and shallow despite her composed exterior. Fear, maybe, or rage. With her, it's hard to tell the difference. Well, she asks finally, aren't you going to follow your master's orders? The words land like a slap. He's not my master. No. Then what do you call the man who owns your life? A dead man walking. Her laugh is cold and bitter as winter wind. How poetic. Though I notice you're still breathing while he sits in comfort upstairs. For now? Yes, for now. Which brings us back to our current situation. She gestures at the cramped cell with false elegance. He expects you to claim your prize. The way she says prize makes it sound like poison. I remain motionless against the opposite wall, arms crossed over my chest. I won't touch you. Why not? Afraid you might enjoy it too much. Her tone is mocking, designed to provoke. But I hear the tremor underneath, the fear she's trying to hide behind sharp words and sharper smiles. I'm no one's puppet, I growl. Everyone's someone's puppet here. The only question is who pulls your strings. Not him, not you, not anyone. Karina pushes off the wall with fluid grace, taking a single step closer. In the confined space, even that small movement feels significant. Such noble words, she purrs, though her green eyes remain wary. But we both know what he expects, what he wants to see. Let him want. You think defying him will end well? He has ways of encouraging compliance. Let him try. She tilts her head, studying me with uncomfortable intensity. You really won't do it, will you? Even to save your own skin. No. How? Unexpected. Something shifts in her expression, surprise perhaps, or confusion. Most men would have already torn my dress off. I'm not most men. No, you're the fool who threw away freedom for a stranger's life. Her voice turns cutting. Tell me, warrior, was she worth it? The girl in Oshta? The words hit like hammer blows, dredging up memories I've tried to bury. The terror in young eyes. The slaver's casual cruelty. My failure to save her. You know nothing about it. I know you destroyed both our lives for a moment's heroism. Better than destroying them for a lifetime of cowardice. She recoils as if I'd struck her, face going pale in the flickering light. When she talks again, her voice is barely more than a whisper. Cowardice. What else would you call it? Trading your soul for silk sheets and safety. Survival. Something you clearly don't understand. I understand it perfectly. I just refuse to pay the price you did. Her hands clench into fists, silk rustling with suppressed fury. You sanctimonious bastard! You think your noble suffering makes you better than me? I think knowing when to fight makes me human. And knowing when not to fight makes me weak! This is all your fault, Karina hisses, her composure finally cracking. If you hadn't provoked him at the banquet, hadn't given him ideas... I gave him nothing he wasn't already thinking. You think he planned this? I think men like Valdris always have contingencies. We just gave him excuse to use one. She begins pacing the narrow confines of our cell, silk whispering against stone. The movement is restless, caged like a leopard testing the bars of its prison. So, this is my life now, she mutters, sharing a cell with a stubborn brute who'd rather die than bend. Better a stubborn brute than a calculating master. Is it? At least Valdris was predictable. You. She turns to face me, eyes blazing. Your chaos wrapped in righteousness. And your surrender wrapped in silk! I am not... She cuts herself off, jaw clenching with visible effort. You don't know what I've survived. What I've endured. Then tell me. Why? So you can judge me more thoroughly? So I can understand why you chose this cage. Chose? Her laugh is hollow. You think any of this was choice? Staying alive always is. The words hang between us like a blade. She stares at me for a long moment, something vulnerable flickering in her green eyes before the walls slam back into place. I hate you, she whispers. I know. You've ruined everything. Everything was already ruined. I just made it visible. She turns away, shoulders rigid with suppressed emotion. When she begins to speak again, her voice is carefully empty. This conversation is over. Fine. But the silence that follows feels heavier than words, thick with everything we haven't said. The night deepens around us, torchlight fading to dim embers. In the distance, I can hear other prisoners shifting in their cells, the occasional groan of someone lost in nightmares. Karina has claimed the far corner, settling onto the straw-covered floor with her silk dress arranged around her like armor. She looks impossibly delicate against the rough stone, a jewel thrown into mud. The single cot dominates the narrow space between us. Crude, but functional. It would be luxury compared to bare stone. I don't move toward it. "You're not sleeping?" she asks without looking at me. "Not tired?" Liar, I can see the exhaustion in your shoulders. She's right, of course. Days of fighting have taken their toll, and my ribs still ache from the troll battle. But the bed would put me closer to her, and I'm not ready for that kind of proximity. Not when the air between us simmers with anger and something darker. "The floor's fine," I say instead. How noble. The gentleman gladiator refuses to claim his privileges. "It's not about being noble." "No? Then what?" I lean back against the cold stone, letting my eyes drift closed. "It's about not giving him what he wants." "And what does he want?" "To break us both." She's quiet for so long I suspect she's fallen asleep. Then, barely audible, "What if we're already broken?" I open my eyes to find her watching me, silk pooled around her like spilled wine. In the dying light she looks young and lost, and absolutely stunning. "Then we find new ways to be whole," I tell her. She turns away without responding, but I catch the shiver that runs through her slight frame. Tomorrow will bring fresh hells, new battles, more games designed for Valdris's amusement. But tonight, in this cell that's become our shared prison, we're just two broken people trying to survive. And that, somehow, feels like the most dangerous thing of all.
Chapter 10. Karina. The cell falls into uneasy quiet as the torch outside our window burns lower, casting ever dimmer light through the iron bars. I remain curled in my corner, silk dress arranged around me like a barrier against the rough stone and the man who shares this nightmare. He thinks I'm asleep. Through lowered lashes, I watch him settle against the opposite wall, all controlled power even in exhaustion. The torchlight plays across his scarred torso, highlighting the map of violence written on his skin. Each mark tells a story: battles fought, pain endured, survival earned through blood and will. He's magnificent, I realise with unwanted clarity. Not pretty like the pleasure slaves, or refined like the nobles. He's beautiful the way storms are beautiful, dangerous and wild and absolutely untamed. A long scar curves along his ribs where some beast's claws found their mark. Another crosses his shoulder, pale and raised, speaking of a blade that nearly killed him. His hands bear the calluses of a lifetime holding weapons, and when he shifts position, muscle moves beneath scarred skin like water. I should be terrified. This man could snap my neck without effort, could take what Valdris offered him regardless of my wishes. The smart thing would be to cower, to appease, to make myself small and forgettable. Instead, I find myself studying the strong line of his jaw, the way shadows pool in the hollow of his throat. God help me, I'm drawn to him. The admission sends heat through my veins like strong wine. After years of careful calculation, of measuring every word and gesture for maximum survival value, this raw attraction feels like madness. But undeniable, his breathing deepens, though I suspect he's no more asleep than I am. We're both too wary, too aware of each other's presence in this cramped space. When was the last time I shared a room with a man who wasn't Valdris? Years, certainly. And never one like this. All leashed violence and uncompromising honour wrapped in scarred flesh. The contrast between them couldn't be starker. Valdris with his pale, soft hands and cruel smile. His touch like ice, calculated to dominate rather than please. Every caress a reminder of ownership. Every kiss a brand of possession. Ronan's hands are scarred, calloused, made for violence. But when he spoke of the girl in Oshta, something gentle flickered in those steel blue eyes. a protectiveness that cost him everything. What would those hands feel like without the intent to harm? Would they be gentle? Rough? Would they know how to touch a woman for pleasure rather than pain? The thought sends unwanted heat pooling in my belly, and I force it away with practiced discipline. Such fantasies are dangerous luxuries I can't afford. "Can't sleep either?" he asks quietly, not opening his eyes. "The accommodations leave something to be desired." "Could be worse." "How exactly?" "We could be dead." I almost laugh at his pragmatism. Give it time. Planning to murder me in my sleep. The thought has crossed my mind. Now he does open his eyes, fixing me with that unsettling stare. "You'd have to get close first." The words carry subtle challenge, and I feel answering fire kindle in my chest. Even exhausted and chained to this nightmare, he can still provoke me with a look. "I could if I wanted to." "Could you?" The question hangs between us like a brandished blade. Because we both know the truth. I couldn't hurt him even if I tried. Oh, I might manage a surprise attack if he truly trusted me. But Ronan doesn't trust anyone, especially not me. "This is insane," I whisper, more to myself than him. "I can't believe I'm here. In this place, with you. Blame Valdris. I blame you." But the words lack their earlier venom, coming out tired rather than angry. "If you hadn't provoked him." He was already planning something. Men like him always are. "You don't know that. I know his type. Cruel, intelligent, constantly seeking new forms of entertainment. His voice carries grim certainty. We were doomed the moment he saw us together. The casual acceptance in his tone infuriates me. So that's it? We just accept this? We survive it? For how long? Until one of us breaks? Until you finally take what he offered? "I told you, I won't touch you." Why not? The question escapes before I can stop it, revealing more vulnerability than I intended. Most men would. Hell, most would have already tried. He's silent for so long I think he won't answer. When he finally speaks, his voice is a hoarse whisper. "Because you've been touched enough by men who didn't ask." The words wound like a physical blow, stripping away pretense and leaving raw truth exposed. He sees through every mask I wear, understands the careful control that keeps me functional. "You don't know anything about my life," I say, but it sounds weak even to my own ears. "Don't I?" The simple question hangs suspended in the air. Because he does know, doesn't he? Recognizes a fellow prisoner despite our different cages. Silence settles over us again, but it feels different now. Less hostile, more understanding. The recognition of shared suffering, perhaps. Two broken things trying to remain whole. "I hate this cage," I whisper into the darkness, the words pulled from some deep place I've kept locked away for years. It's the first completely honest thing I've said to him. No games, no manipulation, no careful calculation. Just raw truth bleeding into the space between us. Ronan doesn't reply, but I see something flicker in his steely blue eyes. A moment of connection, brief as lightning but undeniably real. He understands. Of course he does. His cage just has different bars than mine, iron instead of silk, chains instead of jewellery. But we're both trapped, both performing for our master's amusement, both slowly dying inside despite still drawing breath. The worst part, I continue in that same broken whisper, is pretending it's not. Smiling and laughing and acting grateful for pretty things that feel like shackles. I know. Two simple words, but they carry the weight of genuine understanding. No judgment, no pity, just acknowledgement of shared pain. I curl deeper into my silk cocoon, suddenly exhausted by honesty. It's been so long since I let anyone see past the masks that admitting even this small truth feels like bleeding out. But as I close my eyes and try to find rest on the cold stone floor, I'm hyper-aware of his presence across the narrow cell, the sound of his breathing, the slight shift when he settles more comfortably against the wall. At last, I'm not alone with my nightmares. I'm not sure if that makes me feel safer or more terrified.
Chapter 11. Ronan. The cell door crashes open before dawn, jarring me from uneasy sleep. Thane and Corvin stand silhouetted against torchlight, their faces grim with business. "Up, beast!" Thane barks. "Arena calls!" I rise from the stone floor, joints protesting after a night on cold ground. Across the cell, Karina stirs in her silk cocoon, green eyes blinking in confusion. "Early today," she observes, voice husky with sleep. "Special exhibition," Corvin explains with cruel satisfaction. "Dawn matches draw better crowds. Something about blood and morning light." They chain my wrists with practiced efficiency, while more guards appear for Karina. She rises with fluid grace despite her circumstances, somehow managing to look regal even with straw in her dark hair. "Where are you taking her?" I ask before I can stop myself. "Not your concern, beast." They drag us from the cell in opposite directions. As we part ways in the corridor, I catch her looking back over her shoulder. Something unreadable flickers in those green eyes. "At least I'll have a few hours' peace from that insufferable woman," I mutter to myself as guards march me toward the arena. But the words ring hollow even as I speak them. The preparation chamber buzzes with activity. Healers, weapons, masters, guards laying odds on my survival. A curved sword waits on the familiar wooden table, its edge keen enough to split silk. 3 shadow wolves today," the weapons master informs me casually. "Fresh from the northern wastes, hungry. Shadow wolves, fast as lightning, smart as men, utterly without mercy. And I'm still healing from my last fight. Wonderful!" The arena gates grind open to reveal 3 sleek forms stalking across the sand. Each shadow wolf stands nearly as tall as a horse, their black fur seeming to drink the morning light. Yellow eyes fix on me with predatory intelligence. The crowd sounds its approval, but something feels different today. More electric, more anticipatory. I don't have time to analyze it before the wolves attack. They come from 3 directions simultaneously, coordinated like the pack hunters they are. I roll aside as massive jaws snap where my head was moments before, bringing my sword up to catch the second beast across its muzzle. It screams, a sound like tearing metal, and blood sprays across the sand. The third wolf circles behind me while I'm engaged with the first 2. I sense rather than see its attack, spinning just in time to take its claws across my ribs instead of my spine. Pain flares white-hot as talons part flesh, but I manage to drive my blade between its ribs. The wolf collapses, but not before its dying swipe opens a gash along my arm. 2 down. 1 to go. The remaining wolf is the largest, its eyes burning with intelligence and fury. It doesn't charge blindly like its packmates. It stalks, circles, waits for the perfect moment. Blood loss makes me dizzy, but I will myself to remain focused. One mistake and those jaws will tear up my throat. When it finally lunges, I'm ready. My blade takes it through the heart in a perfect thrust, but its momentum carries us both to the ground. We roll across blood-stained sand, its claws raking my chest before it finally goes still. I rise on shaking legs, victorious but barely. The crowd's approval seems distant, unimportant. All that matters is that I'm still breathing. For now. The descent to the cells passes in a haze of blood loss and exhaustion. Guards half carry me down stone steps, my legs unsteady beneath me. The wounds aren't fatal, but they're deep enough to need attention. They shove me through the cell door without ceremony. I stumble, catching myself against the far wall as iron clangs shut behind me. Moments later, the door opens again. Karina is thrust inside with less violence but equal disregard. Her emerald dress is wrinkled, her hair disheveled, but she appears unharmed. "Lovely accommodations," she says dryly, brushing dust from her silk. "Could be worse. Could it? You're bleeding all over the floor." I look down at the growing red stain beneath me. The wolf's claws went deeper than I thought. "It'll stop." "Not anytime soon." She studies my wounds with clinical detachment. "That one along your ribs is particularly nasty. I've had worse." "I'm sure you have. You seem to collect scars like other men collect coin." Despite the pain, I almost smile at her sardonic tone. What can I say? I'm talented. Talented at nearly getting yourself killed, apparently. Nearly doesn't count. Tell that to your blood loss. We glare at each other in the narrow cell, neither willing to show weakness. But I can see concern flickering in her green eyes despite her sharp words. "Where did they take you today?" I ask, partly to distract from my wounds. "To watch you fight." Her voice turns flat, emotionless. "Front row seats to your glorious near-death experience." The words hit harder than expected. She was forced to watch me battle for my life, to see me nearly torn apart for entertainment. "I'm sorry." "Don't be. I've seen worse." "You need those cleaned," Karina says after a long silence, nodding at my wounds. "They'll heal." "Not if they fester." And I refuse to share a cell with a rotting corpse. Before I can protest, she moves closer, silk rustling against stone. Her hands hover over the worst gash along my ribs, not quite touching, but close enough that I feel her warmth. "This needs binding." "With what?" Without hesitation, she grasps the hem of her expensive dress and tears. Emerald silk parts with a sound like sighing, revealing a strip of clean fabric. "That gown probably costs more than most people earn in a year," I observe. "It's just clothing." She tears another strip, then another. And it's not like I chose it. The casual dismissal of such luxury surprises me. But then what's silk worth in a stone cage? She approaches with the makeshift bandages, moving slowly as if approaching a wounded animal. "This will hurt." Everything hurts. How philosophical. But her touch is surprisingly gentle as she presses fabric against the worst wound. "There. Try not to bleed through it immediately. Your bedside manner needs work. I'm not a healer. I'm a prisoner playing nursemaid to an ungrateful brute." Despite the words, her fingers are careful as they wrap silk around my ribs. Professional, efficient, but without the clinical coldness I expected. "Why?" I ask quietly. "Why what? Why help me?" She pauses in her work, meeting my eyes for the first time since entering the cell. "Because someone should..." The simple honesty of it catches me off guard. After everything, the cruel words, the mutual loathing, the impossible situation, she still tends my wounds with gentle hands. "Soft," I murmur, but my voice lacks its usual edge. "Practical," she corrects sharply. "Dead cellmates smell terrible." The comeback is so perfectly her, sharp-tongued and defensive, that laughter escapes before I can stop it. Rich, genuine laughter that echoes off stone walls. She stares at me in shock. "Did you just..." "Apparently. I didn't know you could laugh." "Neither did I." And for just a moment in this hellish cell with blood on my skin and silk binding my wounds, something almost like companionship flickers between us.
From the depths of the darkness of Prathika,
Or clawing up from the realms of fantasy.
come the most fearsome beasts you have ever seen.
These monsters are done watching from the shadows.
Now, as they step into the light, something unexpected grips them.
Something even they can't fight off.
Love,
Vampires.
demons,
Dark elves.
gods.
Minotaurs. Creatures of light and dark.
They will protect their mates,
Do whatever needs to be done.
Morally grey heroes who will burn the world to protect the women who love them.
10 audiobooks.
Fall into over 60 hours of fantasy romance.
20 ebooks.
Over 1 million words of these brutes who will protect their women.
Even if they might destroy themselves in the process.
Get the immersive Prothika Fantasy Romance Bundle.
For 80% off, right now, dive into Prothika at a once-in-a-lifetime discount.
The first bundle to offer both ebooks and audiobooks on worldsofprothika.com. Prothika's magic is eternal, and this romantasy bundle will make it endless. Chapter 12. Karina. Days blur together in a predictable rhythm of violence and survival. Dawn brings guards to drag us from our shared cell, Ronan to prepare for whatever fresh hell awaits in the arena, me to Valdris's private dining chamber, where I'm expected to smile and make pleasant conversation over breakfast I can barely stomach. "You're looking pale, my dear," Valdris observes as servants place delicate pastries before us. "Not sleeping well?" "The accommodations are rustic." His pale eyes glitter with amusement. "I'm sure. Tell me, how is our Manticore adapting to his new living arrangements?" The question carries dangerous undertones. I select my words carefully, aware that every syllable might determine Ronan's fate. "He's manageable." Manageable? Valdris's laugh is silk over steel. How disappointing. I had hoped for more passion. Heat spreads across my cheeks, but I maintain my composure. "If you expected immediate results, perhaps your expectations were unrealistic." Perhaps. Though I confess, watching him fight with such fury each day suggests considerable, pent-up energy. The implication makes my skin crawl, but I take another bite of honeyed fruit. Men often express frustration through violence. Indeed they do. How fortunate that we provide such excellent outlets. After breakfast comes the arena. Front row seats in Valdris's viewing box, silk cushions and crystal wine goblets, while men die for sport below. I've learned to school my expression into polite interest, to hide the way my heart hammers each time Ronan enters those blood-soaked sands. Today it's a massive stone troll, its hide thick as armour. Tomorrow it might be blade dancers or venomous serpents. The variety is endless, but the outcome remains constant. Ronan survives through skill and stubborn refusal to die. Each victory costs him, though. I see it in the growing collection of scars, the way exhaustion shadows his steel blue eyes. "You're getting sloppy," I inform him, as I press torn silk against a fresh gash along his shoulder. "Good morning to you too." "It's afternoon." "And that troll nearly took your head off." Nearly doesn't count. It will when nearly becomes successfully. I tie the makeshift bandage with perhaps more force than necessary. There. Try not to bleed through it before evening. Your concern is touching. It's not concern. It's practicality. I refuse to share a cell with a corpse. But my hands are gentle despite my words, careful as they clean and bind each wound. It's become routine over the past week, this strange dance of care wrapped in insults. "You missed a spot," he observes, nodding at a shallow cut near his collarbone. "I'm not your personal healer." "No, just my unwilling nursemaid." I reach for the cut, but the angle is awkward. To treat it properly, I need to lean closer, close enough that I catch his scent, sweat and sand, and something indefinably male that makes my pulse dance. "Hold still," I mutter, trying to ignore the way his breathing changes when my fingers brush his skin. I am still. "No, you're..." I look up to tell him to stop whatever he's doing, and find myself trapped in his gaze. Those steel blue eyes study my face with an unsettling intensity, lingering on my mouth in a way that sends heat spiralling through my belly. "I'm what?" His voice is rough, lower than usual. "Nothing. I finish the bandage quickly and pull back, but not before I see something flicker in his expression. Hunger, maybe, or simple male appreciation. Either way, it's dangerous. You fight differently when you're angry, I observe the next evening as I tend a collection of minor wounds from his latest match. Angry? Yesterday's opponent, the one who made comments about your accommodations. Heat rises across my cheeks at the memory of what that crude gladiator had suggested about our sleeping arrangements. You nearly tore him apart. Something dark flickers across Ronan's features. He shouldn't have spoken about you. Why? It's not like his assumptions were incorrect. We do share a cell. His assumptions about what happens in that cell were very incorrect. The protective edge in his voice sends an unwanted thrill through me. When was the last time someone defended my honour, misguided as the gesture might be? How gallant. Defending the virtue of a harem girl. You're not just a harem girl. The words catch me off guard. I look up from cleaning a cut on his knuckles to find him watching me with that unsettling intensity again. What else would I be? Complicated. Despite everything, I almost smile. That's one word for it. You could have others. Sharp-tongued, stubborn, beautiful when you're furious. The last comment makes me go very still. Beautiful. Like fire wrapped in silk. Especially when you glare at me like that. I realise I am glaring. Green eyes blazing with the kind of anger that's become my default response to any genuine emotion. I'm not beautiful. I'm convenient. For whom? For Valdris. For you. For anyone who needs a pretty face to decorate their cage. I don't need decoration. No? Then what do you need? He's quiet for so long I'm beginning to think he won't answer. When he finally speaks, his voice is barely above a whisper. Someone who fights back. The admission hangs between us, sharp and unavoidable, because I do fight back, don't I? Not with fists or weapons, but with words and will and the stubborn refusal to be broken completely. Is that what this is? I ask softly. Fighting? What else would you call it? Good question. Our interactions have evolved from pure hostility to something more complex. Still sharp, still dangerous, but edged with something that resembles respect. Survival. Same thing, sometimes. He's right, though I'm reluctant to admit it. In our respective cages, fighting back is the only way to maintain any sense of self. You realise this changes nothing, I tell him, finishing with his wounds and settling back into my corner. We're still prisoners. Still trapped. I know. Still at his mercy. For now. Forever, more likely. We'll see. There's something in his tone, quiet confidence that has absolutely nothing to do with arrogance, and yet everything to do with unshakable determination. It should annoy me, this blind faith in eventual freedom. Instead, it kindles something dangerous in my chest. Something that feels suspiciously like hope. You're planning something, I observe. I'm planning to survive. That's not the same thing, isn't it? Our eyes meet across the narrow cell, and I see my own restless desperation reflected in steel-blue depths. Two caged creatures recognizing kindred spirits in each other. You're going to get us both killed with whatever scheme you're hatching, I warn. Better than dying slowly in here. Is it? Ask me again when we're free. The casual assumption that freedom is possible rather than probable sends another traitorous flutter through my chest. When was the last time someone spoke of my future as if it belonged to me? You're insane, I tell him. Probably. Definitely. But I'm smiling as I say it, and he's smiling back, and something fundamental has shifted between us in this stone cage we're learning to call home.
Chapter 13. Ronan. The evening routine has become grimly familiar. Guards escort us back to our shared cell after another day of blood and performance. Tonight, however, their conversation carries clearly through the stone corridors. "Look at that buttocks!" Marcus leers as he shoves Karina ahead of him. "Waste of good flesh, keeping her locked up with the beast." Valdris always did have strange tastes, Corvin agrees. All that silk and perfume. And for what? So she can tend to gladiator wounds. They pause outside our cell door, keys jangling as they prepare the locks. Karina stands rigid between them, jaw clenched but silent. "I'd show her what a real man feels like," Marcus continues, his voice dropping to what he probably thinks is seductive. "None of this gentle harem treatment." Course, she's probably grateful for the attention. Harem trash always are once you strip away the fancy clothes. The crude laughter that follows sets my teeth on edge, but I remain motionless against the far wall. Not my business, not my concern. "Bet she purrs real sweet when you know what you're doing," Corvin adds with a disgusting chuckle. That mouth of hers was made for more than sharp words. My hands form into fists despite my best efforts to remain indifferent. These bastards speak of her like she's a piece of meat, something to be used and discarded. Wonder if the beast's figured out what to do with her yet, Marcus muses. Seems like a waste. All that beauty going untouched. Maybe he likes his women with more fight. Harem girls are usually too broken to be interesting. The lock clicks open with mechanical precision. They shove Karina through the door with unnecessary force, and something inside my chest snaps like an overstretched rope. Before rational thought can intervene, I'm on my feet and slamming into the iron bars with bone-jarring force. The sound echoes through the corridor like thunder. "Say that again," I snarl through clenched teeth. "I dare you." Both guards jump back, startled by the sudden violence. Marcus recovers first, hand dropping to his sword hilt. "Easy there, beast. Just making conversation." "About what?" "Your plans to violate a helpless woman." "Violate?" Corvin laughs nervously. "Who said anything about violate? We're just appreciating the scenery. Appreciate it somewhere else before I rip your throats out." The promise carries absolute sincerity, and they know it. I grip the bars hard enough to feel iron bite into my palms, blue eyes burning with barely leashed fury. "You think these bars will hold me forever?" I continue in a voice like grinding stone. "You think I won't remember every word, every disgusting comment?" "Ronan." Karina's voice cuts through my rage like cold water. "That's enough. But it's not enough. Not nearly. The image of these animals putting their hands on her, forcing themselves on someone who can't fight back, it ignites something primal and vicious in my chest. When I get out of here, I tell them quietly. And I will get out. You'll wish you'd kept your mouth shut." They exchange uncertain glances, suddenly aware they've awakened something dangerous. Without another word, they hurry away down the corridor, their footsteps echoing off stone walls. I remain at the bars for long moments, breathing hard, letting the fury slowly ebb back to manageable levels. "Well," Karina says dryly, "that was dramatic." I turn to find her standing in the center of our cell, arms crossed, green eyes blazing with something that looked suspiciously like anger. "They had no right." "No right to what? Speak honestly about what I am?" The flat dismissal in her voice catches me off guard. "You're not what they called you." "Aren't I?" Her laugh is bitter as winter wind. "Harem trash, kept woman, expensive trash. The labels change, but the reality doesn't." "That's not... What? True?" I spread my legs for my master's pleasure, and live in luxury because of it. How is that different from any common prostitute? Her blunt honesty hits like a physical blow. But there's something underneath the crude words, pain, maybe, or shame, carefully wrapped in defiance. "Because you didn't choose it. Didn't I?" I could have fought, could have died with dignity rather than submit. You were a child when they took you. I was old enough to know right from wrong. The bitter self-recrimination in her tone makes my chest tighten with unwanted sympathy. You survived. That took strength. It took cowardice. It took intelligence. Don't. Her voice cracks like a whip. Don't you dare try to make my choices noble. I'm exactly what those guards said I am. You're a survivor. I'm a commodity. Pretty, trained, expensive, but still just something to be bought and sold. She turns away from me, silk rustling as she moves to her usual corner, but I catch the tremor in her hands before she can hide it. I don't need your pity, she adds quietly. Good. You're not getting it. Then what was that display about? She demands, whirling to face me again. The threats, the snarling, the protective male posturing. I don't like bullies. How noble. The gallant gladiator defending helpless women. You're not helpless. No. Then why did you feel the need to threaten them? The question stops me cold because I'm not entirely sure of the answer myself. Yes, I hate bullies. Yes, their crude comments disgusted me. But there was something else underneath the rage. Something possessive and protective that I don't want to examine too closely. They were out of line, I say instead. They were honest. I'm harem trash, Ronan. I've been Valdris's woman for 3 years. That doesn't define you, doesn't it? What else am I? What other value do I have? You're sharp-tongued, stubborn, intelligent, all excellent qualities in a bed slave, I'm sure. Her deliberate crudeness is designed to push me away, to restore the safe distance that anger provides. I recognize the tactic because I use it myself. You're also brave, I add quietly. Brave? She laughs, the sound hollow. I hide in silk and jewels while other people fight my battles. You tend my wounds every night despite hating me for getting you into this situation. That's not bravery. That's practicality. Is it? Or is it the only way you know how to fight back? She goes very still, green eyes wide with something that might be surprise, as if no one has ever suggested she might be fighting at all. I don't fight, she whispers. You argue with me every night. You refuse to break despite everything you've endured. You tear expensive silk to bandage my wounds and then mock me for bleeding. I lean back against the wall, studying her face. If that's not fighting, what is it? She doesn't answer, but I see the way her hands tremble before she clenches them into fists. I hate you, she says finally. I know. You make everything complicated. Life is complicated. It was simpler before you arrived. Simpler isn't always better. We stare at each other across the narrow cell, two damaged people trying to make sense of whatever this is between us. Not friendship, certainly, but not pure hatred anymore either. Go to sleep, Ronan. You go to sleep. I will. Good. But neither of us moves, and the silence lingers between us like a taut rope. Finally, she settles into her corner with sharp, angry movements while I claim my spot against the opposite wall. The cell falls quiet except for the sound of our breathing. In the darkness, I find myself wondering why she affects me like this, why her pain stirs something protective in my chest, why her defiance makes me want to smile. She's maddening, sharp-tongued and prickly and absolutely determined to keep me at arm's length. So why can't I stop thinking about the way her hands shake when she's trying not to cry? Damn woman is going to drive me insane.
Chapter 14. Karina. Sleep brings no peace, only vivid images that leave me breathless and aching. In my dreams, Ronan moves through the arena like liquid death, his sword catching sunlight as he cuts down opponents with brutal grace. But it's not the violence that makes my pulse race. It's the way he looks doing it. Magnificent, deadly, utterly alive in a way that makes my carefully controlled existence feel like a pale shadow. Dream Ronan's eyes find mine across the sand, and there's something in his gaze that sends heat spiraling through my belly. Not hatred this time, but hunger. Raw, primal need that strips away every mask I wear. He approaches the viewing box, blood-spattered and beautiful, reaching for me with scarred hands that promise things I've never allowed myself to want. "Karina," he says, and my name on his lips sounds like a prayer and a curse. I wake with a gasp, silk clinging to sweat-dampened skin, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. The cell is dark except for a sliver of moonlight through the barred window, and across the narrow space, Ronan sleeps peacefully against the stone wall. Shame burns through me like acid. What kind of woman dreams of a man who despises her? Who finds herself aroused by violence and fury wrapped in scarred flesh? I press trembling fingers to my lips, trying to forget the dream taste of him, the imagined weight of his hands on my skin. This is madness. Dangerous, foolish madness that will get both of us killed. But even as I tell myself that, my eyes drift to where moonlight plays across his sleeping form, highlighting the powerful lines of his shoulders, the way his chest rises and falls with each breath. God help me. I want him. Dawn brings the familiar routine, guards, separation, another day of watching him risk his life for entertainment. But today feels different, charged. Every time our eyes meet, I remember the dream heat of his touch. "You look tired," Valdris observes over breakfast, pale eyes studying my face with an uncomfortable intensity. "Not sleeping well?" "The accommodations are adequate." "Are they?" I do hope our Manticore isn't proving troublesome. The loaded question makes my cheeks burn, but I keep my expression neutral. He keeps to himself. How disappointing. I had hoped for more interaction by now. Patience, master. These things take time. Indeed they do. Though I confess, watching him fight with such passion suggests he has considerable energy to spare. The implication in his words makes my skin crawl, but I take another bite of honeyed fruit. Men express frustration in different ways. Some do, yes. Others find more intimate outlets. By the time I'm escorted to the arena, my nerves are strung tight as bowstrings. Today's opponent is a massive orc with fists like hammers, and I watch through my fingers as Ronan barely dodges each crushing blow. When it's over, when he stands victorious over the beast's corpse, our eyes meet across the blood-soaked sand. Something electric passes between us, a recognition that really has nothing to do with hatred, but everything to do with the dream that still burns in my memory. I look away first, cheeks flaming. "You fought sloppily today," I inform him that evening, as I clean a particularly nasty cut along his forearm. "Did I?" "The orc nearly crushed your skull, twice. But it didn't. Luck won't save you forever. Neither will caution." His voice carries an edge I haven't heard before. Something darker, more dangerous. When I look up from my work, those steel blue eyes are studying my face. "Something troubling you?" I ask with forced lightness. "You tell me. I don't know what you mean." "You've been different today." Distracted. Heat blooms on my face despite my best efforts. I'm always distracted when tending to someone stupid enough to let an orc use him as a punching bag. Is that what this is about? My fighting? What else would it be about? "You tell me, Karina." The way he says my name, low and rough, sends an unwanted shiver down my spine, just like in the dream. There's nothing to tell. Isn't there? He leans forward slightly, bringing us closer together in the confined space. "Because you've been looking at me differently all day." I look at you the same way I always have, with appropriate disgust. Liar. The single word hangs between us like a challenge, My pulse quickens, but I find the will to force myself to meet his gaze steadily. Careful, beast. Your ego is showing. Is it? Or are you afraid to admit what you're really thinking? I'm not afraid of anything. Prove it. The challenge in his voice makes something reckless stir in my chest. Before I can think better of it, I'm rising from my crouch, moving closer until we're separated by mere inches. You think I'm afraid of you? I whisper. I think you're afraid of yourself. You know nothing about me. I know you dream. The words hit like physical blows. How can he possibly know about the dreams, about the shameful yearning that keeps me awake at night? Everyone dreams. Not like you do. I can see it in your eyes when you look at me. Hunger. Want all the things a good little harem girl isn't supposed to feel. You arrogant. Prove me wrong. How? Stop running. Stop hiding behind sharp words and sharper walls. Something snaps inside me. Before I can think, I'm pressing closer, backing him against the iron bars of our cell. My palms flatten against his chest, feeling the rapid beat of his heart beneath scarred skin. Is this what you want? I breathe. Proof that I'm not afraid? His hands come up to grip my wrists, but he doesn't push me away. Instead, he holds me there, steel blue eyes burning with something that could be surprise or hunger, or both. Karina? What? Having second thoughts about your brave challenge. We're so close now that I can feel the heat radiating from his skin, can count the silver flecks in his eyes. His lips are inches from mine, and the memory of dream kisses makes my pulse race. You don't know what you're doing, he says roughly. Don't I? I lean closer, drawn by some force I can't resist. His breathing changes, becomes ragged, and I see the moment his control starts to slip. Then, without warning, he shoves me back with enough force to send me stumbling. No, he snarls, eyes blazing with fury and something else. Not like this. Not because you're trying to prove a point. The rejection hits like a slap, leaving me gasping and ashamed. What was I thinking? Throwing myself at him like some desperate creature? I wasn't. Yes, you were. And we both know it. I wrap my arms around myself, suddenly cold despite the warm night air. I hate you. Good. Hate is safer. Safer than what? Than whatever the hell that was. We glance at each other across the cell, both breathing hard, both shaken by how quickly things escalated. The air between us simmers with unspoken wants and desperate denials. Go to sleep, Karina. Don't tell me what to do. Then stop doing stupid things that will get us killed. I retreat to my corner with as much dignity as I can manage, but my hands are still shaking. From anger, I tell myself. From humiliation. Not from the lingering heat of his touch, or the memory of how his eyes looked just before he pushed me away. Definitely not from that.
Chapter 15. Ronin. The morning brings fresh aches from yesterday's fight, but I force myself through the familiar motions anyway. In this cramped cell, movement is my only weapon against despair and the growing tension that crackles between us like lightning. I shadowbox against imaginary opponents, my muscles remembering the weight of steel even without blades in hand. Strike, parry, riposte, the deadly dance that's kept me alive through countless battles. Fascinating, Karina observes from her corner, voice dripping with false boredom. Is this how all caged beasts pass their time? Better than wallowing in silk and self-pity. I don't wallow. Don't you? I pivot into a brutal combination. Elbow strike, knee to the gut, throat punch that would crush windpipes. What would you call it then? Survival. Same thing I'm doing. She falls silent, but I can feel her watching as I work through more complex sequences. The confined space limits my options, but I make do, imagining minotaurs and shadow wolves where only stone walls exist. "That won't work against an orc," she says suddenly. I pause mid-strike. "What won't?" "That combination. Too slow. Yesterday's opponent would have crushed your skull before you landed the third hit." The observation is disturbingly accurate. And what would you know about fighting orcs? "I know about watching men die trying." Her voice carries a weight I hadn't expected. Memories of other gladiators who didn't survive their encounters. How many fighters has she watched fall over the years? "Then what would you suggest?" "Speed over power. Stay mobile. Strike fast. Get out before they can retaliate. Easier said than done when you're actually facing 2 tons of muscle and rage." "Is it?" She rises with fluid grace, studying my stance with uncomfortable intensity. "Show me." "Show you what?" "How you'd fight something that size." Her green eyes hold a challenge I don't quite understand. "Pretend I'm the orc." "You're half my size and twice as fragile." "Then it should be easy to demonstrate proper technique." There's something in her tone, a desperate kind of hunger that has nothing to do with physical desire and everything to do with the need to understand, to participate rather than just observe. This is insane. Probably. "Show me anyway." Against my better judgment, I settle into a fighting stance. "Fine, but don't blame me when you get hurt." "I won't." I move slowly at first, demonstrating footwork and basic strikes while she watches with the intensity of a scholar studying ancient texts. Her eyes track every movement, memorizing angles and timing with frightening precision. "Like this?" She attempts to mirror my stance, and I bite back a laugh. "Your feet are wrong, and your hands, and basically everything else." "Then fix it." "I'm not a teacher." "No, you're a killer. Teach me to kill." The raw honesty in her voice stops me cold. Because that's what she's really asking for, isn't it? Not self-defense or martial arts, but the tools to take control of her own fate. Why? Because I'm tired of being helpless. The admission costs her. I can see it in the way her hands are shaking before she clenches them into fists. How long has she been watching from the sidelines, powerless to affect her own destiny? "You're not helpless, aren't I? I can't fight. Can't protect myself. Can't even leave this place without permission." Her laugh is bitter. "What would you call that?" "Temporary." "Nothing about this feels temporary." "Your stance is all wrong," I tell her, moving closer despite every instinct screaming at me to maintain distance. "Feet shoulder-width apart, weight balanced." She adjusts her position, silk rustling as she tries to copy my movements. Better, but still awkward. "Now what?" "Basic strike. Straight punch, put your whole body behind it." She swings with surprising force, but her form is terrible. The blow would barely scratch an actual opponent. "Pathetic," I say without thinking. Her eyes flash with fury. "I'm trying." "Try harder." "Easy for you to say. You've been training your whole life." "So? That's just an excuse." "An excuse?" Her voice rises dangerously. "I've spent the last 3 years as a decorative object." Forgive me if I'm not immediately proficient at violence. "You're soft," I snap, letting frustration sharpen my words. "Pampered and weak, and I am not weak." "Then prove it." She swings again, this time with real anger behind the blow. Still technically awful, but there's genuine force in it now. Real intent to cause damage. "Better, but your timing is off." "Then show me." "I am showing you." "No, you're critiquing." There's a difference. Before I can stop her, she tries the combination again, putting everything she has into each strike. Her form is still terrible, but there's something almost beautiful about her determination. "Like this?" she asks, throwing another punch. I catch her wrist mid-swing without thinking, intending to correct her angle. But the motion brings us chest to chest, close enough that I can count the gold flecks in her green eyes. Heat roars through me like wildfire, sudden and overwhelming. Her lips part slightly, breath coming fast, and I can see the pulse fluttering at her throat. Ronan. Her voice is barely a whisper, but it hits me like a painful physical blow. Every rational thought evaporates as I lean closer, drawn by forces I don't understand and can't resist. For a heartbeat, we stand frozen in place, her wrist still caught in my grip, our bodies pressed together, the air between us electric with possibility. Her eyes are wide, pupils dilated, and I can see the exact moment she stops breathing. I should step back, should release her and restore the safe distance that keeps us both sane. But her scent surrounds me, jasmine and silk and something uniquely her. I find myself leaning closer instead. This is insane, I breathe. Yes! But she doesn't pull away. If anything, she leans into me, her free hand coming up to rest against my chest. The touch burns through me like brands. We can't... I know. Valdris! I don't care. The words are barely audible, but they shatter what remains of my control. My thumb traces across her pulse point, feeling how it races beneath fragile skin. Karina? Yes. I'm going to kiss her. Despite every reason why it's a terrible idea, despite the consequences we'll both face. I'm going to claim those soft lips and damn the world. Then footsteps echo through the corridor outside, and reality crashes back like ice water. I release her so quickly she stumbles, putting as much distance as possible between us. By the time the guard appears at our cell door, we're on opposite sides of the cramped space, both breathing hard. Everything all right in here? Thane asks suspiciously. Perfect, I manage, my voice rougher than usual. He studies us for a moment longer, then shrugs and continues his patrol. When his footsteps fade, the silence stretches between us like a chasm. That was... Karina begins. A mistake. Yes, it won't happen again. No. But even as we make these promises, I can see the truth in her eyes. Feel the way the air still crackles between us like the aftermath of lightning. We're playing with fire, and sooner or later we're both going to get burned.
Chapter 16. Karina. The cell is a cage of stone and shadow, the air thick with the tension of our almost kiss, crackling like a storm about to break. I pace the cramped space, my silk skirts hissing against the rough floor, while Ronan slouches against the wall, his steel blue eyes tracking me with a predator's lazy intensity. Stop staring at me, I snap, my voice sharp enough to slice through the damp air. Stop giving me something to stare at, he drawls, the words dripping with challenge, stoking the fire in my chest. I'm not doing anything. You're prowling like a caged leopard, all fury and restless heat. It's distracting. Maybe because I am caged. So am I. I whirl to face him, silks flaring, my hands fisted at my sides. Then why are you so damn calm about it? Who says I'm calm? His voice drops to a low growl, sending a shiver straight to my core. You're just sitting there, acting like this hellhole doesn't touch you. Want me to pace with you, Vixen? We'd rip each other apart in this box. The image of us circling, claws out, sparks a dark thrill low in my belly. Maybe we should. Should what? Fight. End this twisted game we're playing. Is that what you want, Karina? His eyes glint, daring me to cross the line. I falter, because admitting the truth means giving ground, and I'll be damned if I let this beast win our war. Not yet. What do you want? His voice is rough, a challenge that makes my pulse race. Something inside me snaps. I cross the cell in 3 strides, slamming my palms against the stone above his shoulders, caging him in. I want you to stop pretending you don't feel this, I hiss, close enough to smell the sweat and blood on him, to see the gold flecks in his eyes. Stop acting like you don't want to screw me until I scream.
Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full, unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprothika.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks, and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the worlds of Prothika are waiting for you.
Prothika's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable. I hate you, I whisper. The words a reflex, a shield against the dangerous warmth creeping into my chest. He chuckles, low and rough. Good. His hand lands on my buttocks with a sharp smack, the sting blooming into heat. Hate me again tomorrow.
Chapter 17. Ronan. Dawn breaks gray and cold, filtering through the barred window to illuminate our tangled forms on the straw-covered floor. Karina sleeps curled against my side, dark hair spilling across my chest like silk, and the sight of her sends conflicting emotions warring through my gut. Fury, regret, a hunger so sharp it takes my breath away. What the hell was I thinking? I ease away from her, carefully, not wanting to wake her, and settle against the far wall to brood. My body still carries the memory of her touch, the taste of her mouth, the soft sounds she made. No, I won't think about that. Last night was a moment of weakness, nothing more. A lapse in judgment brought on by too many days of forced proximity and the intoxicating scent of jasmine and danger that surrounds her like armor. She's Valdris's pet, his favorite toy. Getting involved with her is suicide, for both of us. But even as I tell myself these things, my eyes drift back to where she sleeps. The way morning light catches the gold in her hair, the peaceful expression that makes her look younger, less guarded. Beautiful. The thought slaps me like a blow because it's not about her body, although that's magnificent enough to drive men to madness. It's about the fire in her green eyes, the sharp intelligence she hides behind silk and submission, the stubborn courage that keeps her fighting even when she claims she's given up. I want her. Not just her body, though I crave that with an intensity that terrifies me. I want all of her, the venom and the vulnerability, the strength and the softness she tries so hard to hide. And that makes me the biggest fool in this cursed place. The guards come earlier than usual, their voices carrying through the stone corridors long before they reach our cell. I'm already on my feet when they appear, positioning myself between them and Karina's sleeping form. "Morning, beast," Thane says with his usual sneer. "Sleep well?" "Well enough. I'll bet you did." His eyes drift to where Karina is stirring, alerted by our voices. "Cozy accommodations you've got there." Something dangerous stirs in my chest, but I keep my expression neutral. "Is there a reason for this visit?" "Exhibition today. All gladiators to the preparation chambers." "All gladiators!" Corvin chuckles and the sound makes my skin crawl. "Don't worry, beast. Your little pet comes too. Master's orders." The casual dismissal of her humanity ignites my temper, but I force myself to remain still. Reacting will only make things worse for both of us. "I see. Do you?" Thane steps closer to the bars, voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "Because from where I stand, it looks like you've been sampling the merchandise." "I don't know what you mean." "Of course you don't. Just like you don't know why she smells like you this morning." Heat flares in my face, but I don't rise to the bait. Behind me, I hear Karina getting to her feet, silk rustling as she arranges her rumpled dress. "Gentlemen," she says with perfect poise, as if she hadn't spent the night writhing beneath my hands. "How lovely to see you." "Lady Karina." Corvin's mockery of courtesy makes me want to break his neck. Ready for today's entertainment? Always. But I catch the slight tremor in her voice, the way her hands are shaking before she clasps them behind her back. Whatever's planned for today, it's not routine. They separate us in the corridors. Karina escorted one direction while guards march me toward the familiar preparation chambers. But her scent lingers on my skin, and the memory of her soft gasps echoes in my ears. Focus, I tell myself. Whatever game Valdris is playing today, I need to be ready. The preparation chamber buzzes with unusual activity. More gladiators than I've ever seen gathered in one place, their faces grim with anticipation. Something big is happening. Ronan. The voice makes me turn, and I find myself face to face with a scarred orc named Grimjaw. Heard you've been getting special treatment. Have you? Sharing cells with harem girls. Must be nice having something warm to hold at night. The casual crudeness makes my hands become fists. Careful. Just making conversation, but his yellow eyes gleam with malicious amusement. Though I suppose after years in Valdris's bed, she knows all the right tricks. Say another word about her, and I'll tear your throat out. Touchy, aren't we? He grins, revealing filed teeth. Don't worry, beast. When you're dead, I'll make sure she's properly comforted. Red rage floods my vision, but before I can move, guards separate us, shoving us toward different areas of the chamber. Just as well. Killing him now would serve no purpose except satisfying my fury. But the promise is made. Touch her. Even look at her wrong, and I'll paint these walls with his blood. That evening, when they return us to our shared cell, Karina approaches with careful steps. There's something different about her, a softness I haven't seen before, vulnerability wrapped in silk and uncertainty. You're bleeding, she observes, noting the fresh cuts from today's training exercises. It'll heal. Let me. I'm fine. But she ignores my protests, producing torn strips of silk from somewhere in her dress. Her touch is gentle as she cleans and binds my wounds, fingers careful against damaged skin. There, she murmurs when she's finished. Better. Thank you. The simple courtesy seems to surprise her. She looks up, green eyes searching my face for something I'm not sure I want her to find. Ronan, don't what? Whatever you're about to say. Don't say it. Because I can see the softness growing in her eyes. The dangerous emotion that will get us both killed if Valdris suspects even a fraction of what passed between us. I wasn't going to say anything important. Good. Keep it that way. But her small smile suggests she sees right through my walls, and that terrifies me more than any arena opponent. The relative peace doesn't last. Heavy footsteps echo in the corridor outside, more guards than usual, and when our cell door opens, Thane's face carries unusual satisfaction. All gladiators to the arena, he announces. Special exhibition. What kind of exhibition? The kind that draws big crowds and bigger purses. His eyes shift to Karina with predatory interest. And you, pet. Master wants you there too. Something cold settles in my stomach. She's not a gladiator. No, but she's entertainment. And today Master Valdris wants all his prizes on display. I won't let you. Let us. Corvin laughs harshly. You seem to forget your place, beast. You don't let us do anything. You do what you're told, when you're told, or suffer the consequences. More guards file into the corridor, crossbows visible and ready. Any resistance would be suicide, and they know it. It's all right, Karina says quietly, though I can see the fear she's trying to hide. I've been to the arena before. Not like this, Thane corrects with obvious relish. Today's going to be special. They chain us both, lighter bonds for her, heavier for me, and march us through stone corridors toward whatever fresh hell Valdris has devised. But as we walk, I catch Karina's hand in mine for just a moment, squeezing gently. Whatever comes, we'll face it together, even if it kills us both.
Chapter 18. Karina. The arena gates grind open with mechanical precision, and suddenly we're thrust into blazing sunlight and the deafening roar of thousands of bloodthirsty spectators. Sand shifts beneath my silk slippers as guards shove us toward the centre of the killing ground, chains clanking with each step. I've watched countless fights from Valdris's viewing box, but being down here, surrounded by towering walls, feeling the weight of all those hungry eyes, is entirely different. The scale is overwhelming, designed to make fighters feel small and insignificant. But I refuse to cower. Around us, other gladiators emerge from various gates. Orcs with filed teeth and scarred hides. Dark elves moving with predatory grace. A massive minotaur whose horns gleam like polished bone. All of them killers. All of them desperate for freedom. And all of them staring at me with various degrees of interest. Fresh meat, one orc rumbles, his yellow eyes lingering on my silk-clad form with obvious appreciation. Pretty little thing, a dark elf agrees, his voice carrying magical compulsion that makes my skin crawl. Wonder what she's doing down here with the rest of us animals. Valdris's pet, another gladiator explains with a lewd grin. Heard she's been sharing cells with the Manticore. The crude speculation makes my cheeks burn, but before I can respond, Ronan moves closer. Not obviously protective, but near enough that his presence becomes a warning. His steel blue eyes sweep the assembled fighters with cold promise, and I see the exact moment each one recognizes the threat he poses. The casual comments stop, replaced by wary respect. "Problem?" he asks quietly, his voice carrying despite the crowd's noise. "No problem," the orc mutters, but his gaze drops from mine to safer targets. Something warm and dangerous unfurls in my chest at his subtle protection. When did he start watching me like that? Like I'm something precious that needs guarding. "Citizens of Voig." The announcer's voice booms across the arena, magically amplified to reach every corner of the massive space. "Today we present a special exhibition." The crowd roars in response, but I'm only dimly aware of the sound. My attention is fixed on Ronan, on the way he positions himself so he can see every gladiator while keeping me partially shielded behind his broad frame. A Naga gladiator slithers closer, serpentine lower body gleaming with scales, and his forked tongue flicks out in appreciation. "Delicious," he hisses. I wonder if she tastes as sweet as she looks. The comment is barely audible over the crowd's noise, but Ronan hears it. His jaw clenches, hands curling into fists despite his chains, and something deadly flickers in his eyes. "Careful," he says softly. "I'm feeling particularly violent today." The Naga laughs, but he moves away. They all do, reading the promise of death in Ronan's stance. Even chained, even outnumbered, he radiates the kind of controlled fury that smart predators avoid. "You don't have to—" I start. "Yes, I do." The simple certainty in his voice steals my breath. Because this isn't about duty or obligation. This is about something deeper, more primal. The way he watches me now, protective, possessive, utterly focused, makes my pulse race in ways I'm not ready to examine. When did everything change between us? More importantly, when did I start caring that it had? "Welcome, gladiators." Valdris's voice cuts through my confused thoughts, drawing every eye to his ornate viewing box. He stands at the railing in flowing robes, pale hair catching sunlight like spun silver. Welcome to what promises to be a most enlightening afternoon. His cold gaze finds mine immediately, and that familiar, cruel smile curves his lips. Here it comes. "My dear Ronan," Valdris calls out, his voice carrying clearly across the sand. "How are you finding your new accommodations?" Every gladiator turns to stare at us, their faces ranging from curious to envious to outright hostile. Heat rises in my cheeks as I realise exactly what kind of spectacle we've become. "Adequate," Ronan replies carefully. "Just adequate." Valdris's laugh is silk wrapped around steel. How disappointing. I had hoped for more enthusiastic reports. The crowd murmurs with interest, sensing drama about to unfold. In the viewing boxes, nobles lean forward eagerly, wine forgotten in favour of better entertainment. "Tell me," Valdris continues with theatrical timing, "have you had any success in breaking my stubborn jewel?" The question hits like a physical blow. He's asking about our intimacy in front of thousands of people, reducing what happened between us to crude entertainment for his amusement. Beside me, Ronan goes very still. I can feel tension radiating from his frame like heat from forge steel, and for a moment I think he might do something spectacularly violent. Instead, he throws back his head and laughs. Rich, genuine laughter that echoes across the arena like thunder. He even puffs out his chest slightly, projecting masculine satisfaction for all to see. "She's quite the fighter," he announces, his voice carrying clearly in the sudden hush. "Definitely lives up to her reputation." My mouth falls open in shock. Of all the responses I expected, casual male boasting wasn't one of them. The implication in his words, that he's successfully broken me, claimed me, made me his, sends fury and humiliation warring through my chest. How dare he? My hands tighten into fists, nails biting into my palms as I fight the burning need to start swinging. The urge to launch myself at him, to claw and bite and make him pay for his casual dismissal of my dignity is almost overwhelming. But that's exactly what Valdris wants. Public drama, a spectacle to amuse his guests. I won't give him the satisfaction. Instead of attacking Ronan, I fix Valdris with my most scathing glare and let venom drip from every word. "No one can break me," I call out, my voice carrying clearly across the arena. "And you should know that by now, Master." The crowd goes quiet, sensing the dangerous undercurrents in our exchange. Even the gladiators seem fascinated by this public battle of wills. "That's exactly why you like me so much," I continue with sweet malice. "Because I'm the one prize you could never truly claim." Valdris's pale eyes glitter with something between amusement and fury. The insult hits home, a public reminder that despite years of trying, he's never managed to completely dominate me. "Such spirit," he murmurs, though his voice carries to every corner of the arena. How refreshing. "Spirit is one word for it," I agree with a sharp smile. For a moment we stare at each other across the blood-soaked sand. Master and pet, captor and captive, two strong wills locked in eternal combat. The crowd holds its collective breath, waiting to see who will break first. Then Valdris laughs, and the dangerous moment passes. "Indeed," he says with apparent good humour. And that, my dear friends, is precisely why I treasure her so highly. But I catch the flash of something darker in his expression before he turns to address the full arena. Whatever game he's playing, my defiance has just raised the stakes. "Citizens of Voig!" he calls out, arms spread wide in theatrical gesture. "Today marks a special occasion, a grand melee unlike any you have witnessed before." The crowd erupts in excitement, sensing the promise of extraordinary bloodshed. "Teams of gladiators will compete in mortal combat," Valdris continues when the noise dies down. "And the winning team, should any survive, will earn something beyond price." He pauses for maximum dramatic effect, pale eyes gleaming with malicious satisfaction. "Their freedom." The word hits the arena like lightning, electrifying every gladiator present. Freedom, the one thing none of us believed possible. Let the grand melee begin. As the crowd roars its approval, I catch Ronan's eye and see my own desperate hope reflected in steel-blue depths. Freedom. If we can just survive whatever hell Valdris is about to unleash.
Chapter 19. Ronan. The guards escort us back through the stone corridors, but the arena's roar still echoes in my ears. Freedom. The word tastes like poison on my tongue because I know it's a lie. Men like Valdris don't give away their prizes. They dangle hope like bait, watching their victims scramble for something that was never real to begin with. Quite a show, Thane comments as we descend toward the gladiator quarters. Freedom for the survivors. Generous offer. Very generous, I agree, keeping my voice neutral. But my mind races with darker possibilities. What's the real game here? What does Valdris gain from this spectacle beyond entertainment? The other gladiators buzz with excited conversation, already forming alliances and plotting strategies. Fools. They're so desperate for freedom they can't see the trap being laid. You don't seem excited, Beast, Corvin observes. Not interested in earning your liberty? I'm interested in staying alive. Same thing, isn't it? We'll see. They herd us into the large holding area where gladiators wait between matches. The space erupts with voices as fighters debate team formations and assess potential threats. Everyone's calculating odds, measuring strengths, planning for the fights ahead. Everyone except me. Because I know this entire exercise is designed to break us in new and creative ways. The promise of freedom is just another chain, heavier than iron, because it weighs on the soul. Still, what choice do we have? Play Valdris's game and hope to find an opening, or rot in these cells until death claims us. Some choice. The moment the guards leave us alone, Karina whirls around and her fist connects with my jaw in a wild, unpracticed swing. The impact is negligible. She has no idea how to throw a proper punch, but the fury behind it is absolute. Her green eyes blaze with rage that goes deeper than simple anger. "You bastard!" she hisses, shaking out her hand. "How dare you? How dare I what? Stand up there and talk about me like I'm some prize you've won. Like I'm a horse you've broken to saddle." Other gladiators turn to watch our confrontation with interest, but I barely notice them. All my attention is focused on the woman before me, trembling with righteous fury. I was protecting you. By humiliating me? By implying to thousands of people that we... She can't even finish the sentence, too furious for coherent speech. By giving Valdris what he wanted to hear. What he wanted to hear? Her laugh is sharp as broken glass. You sounded just like him. Just like every other male who thinks women exist for their entertainment. The comparison hits like a slap. I am nothing like him. Aren't you? Standing there with your chest puffed out, bragging about taming the wild harem girl? I never said that. You didn't need to. She's quite the fighter with that smug male satisfaction. What was I supposed to think? Heat flares in my chest. Part guilt, part defensive anger. Because she's right. In trying to protect her, I reduced her to a conquest, a prize to be claimed. But I'll be damned if I admit that now. Maybe if you weren't so quick to assume the worst, you'd understand what I was trying to do, I snarl. Oh, I understand perfectly. You were marking your territory like any other beast. I was keeping you alive. By treating me like property? By confirming every crude assumption those animals have about me? What would you have preferred? That I let them think you're available, let them know exactly how much you mean to... I cut myself off before I can finish that dangerous sentence. How much I mean to what? She demands. Nothing. You mean nothing. The lie tastes like ash, but it's safer than the truth. Safer than admitting that watching other males eye her with hunger makes me want to paint these walls with their blood. Good, she snaps. Because you mean nothing to me either. I never should have let you touch me. No one forced you. Didn't they? Locked in that cell with a rutting beast. What choice did I have? The words cut deeper than any blade, because part of me wonders if she's right, if our proximity and circumstances coerced her into something she didn't truly want. You seemed willing enough at the time. I was desperate, lonely, stupid enough to think you might be different from every other male who's used me. I didn't use you. Didn't you? Then what do you call what just happened up there? Survival. Whose? Yours or mine? The question stops me cold because I'm not entirely sure of the answer. Was I protecting her or protecting my own possessive instincts? Both, I say finally. Liar. She turns away from me, silk rustling with sharp movements, but not before I see the hurt beneath her anger, the genuine pain my words caused. I should apologize, should explain what I was trying to do, even if I failed spectacularly. Instead, I let my own wounded pride drive me away. Fine, I growl, stalking toward the far side of the holding area. Think whatever you want. I will. Good! Excellent! We glare at each other across the space filled with curious gladiators, both breathing hard, both radiating fury. The air between us crackles with unfinished arguments and deeper grievances. Other fighters wisely give us both wide berths. I settle against the far wall and try to focus on the conversations around me. Team strategies, opponent assessments, survival odds. Anything but the way Karina looked when I confirmed her worst assumptions about my character. But her voice carries despite my efforts to ignore it. I want more than this, she says, though I'm not sure if she's talking to me or herself. More than what? More than silks and chains. More than being passed between masters like expensive property. There's something in her tone, a desperate longing that cuts through my anger like a knife. When I glance back, she's staring at the stone walls with an expression of profound emptiness. I want to matter, she continues quietly. To be valued for something other than my body or my ability to smile prettily while my soul dies inch by inch. The raw honesty in her words steals my breath, because that's what I saw in her from the beginning, isn't it? Not just beauty, but strength. Not just survival, but defiance. Everything I just reduced to crude male bragging. Karina! Don't. She doesn't look at me. Whatever you're about to say, just don't. So I don't. I let the silence stretch between us while around us, gladiators plot and scheme and pretend they have any real control over their fates. But her words echo in my mind like a prayer. I want more than silks and chains. Maybe if we survive whatever hell Valdris has planned, I can help her find it. If she'll ever trust me enough to try.
Chapter 20. Karina. I perch on an overturned barrel in the corner of the holding area, watching the gladiators interact for what must be the first time in years. Without the immediate threat of combat, they move around each other like cautious predators, testing boundaries and establishing hierarchy. The air thrums with barely contained violence and desperate ambition. Everyone knows this grand melee represents their only chance at freedom, real or imagined, and they're willing to do anything to secure it. You fought the Minotaur champion last season, a scarred orc tells a dark elf warrior. I could use someone with that kind of speed. And I could use someone who doesn't die in the first 5 minutes, the elf replies with casual cruelty. Everywhere I look, alliances are forming and dissolving like smoke. Gladiators size each other up, measuring strengths and weaknesses, calculating who might be useful and who represents a threat. It's fascinating in a horrifying way, like watching hungry wolves decide whether to hunt together or turn on each other. But what makes my teeth clench is the steady stream of fighters approaching Ronan. One after another, they sidle up to him with offers and proposals, recognizing him as a valuable ally. Heard you took down 3 shadow wolves in one match, a Minotaur rumbles, his massive frame towering over even Ronan's impressive height. That's warrior's work. It was survival, Ronan replies with typical bluntness. Same thing. I could use a partner who knows how to survive. I watch from my corner as more gladiators circle him like scavengers around fresh meat. A pair of dark elves whisper about his killing efficiency. An orc brags about his own victories, trying to prove his worth. Even a few humans attempt to curry favour through flattery and shared stories of conquest. They're selling themselves to him, and he's evaluating their offers with the cool calculation of a merchant at market. It shouldn't bother me. I have no claim on him, no right to feel possessive about his choices. So why does watching them grovel for his attention make me want to scream? Well, what have we here? The voice makes my skin crawl before I even look up. A Naga gladiator has approached my barrel, his serpentine lower body coiled in lazy curves while his humanoid torso leans forward with predatory interest. He's handsome in a cold reptilian way. Sharp features, scales that gleam like emeralds, muscles that speak of deadly strength. But there's something in his yellow eyes that makes every instinct scream danger. A lost little bird, he continues when I don't respond, so far from her gilded cage. I'm not lost. No? Then what are you doing here among the killers and criminals? His forked tongue flicks out to taste the air. You smell of silk and luxury, of soft living and softer flesh. I'm here because Valdris commanded it. Ah, but he's not here now, is he? The Naga's smile reveals fangs designed for tearing flesh. Down here, different rules apply. Stronger rules. I shift on my barrel, suddenly very aware of how isolated this corner has become. The other gladiators are too focused on their own negotiations to pay attention to one harem girl being harassed. What do you want? Company, conversation, perhaps something more intimate? Find it elsewhere. But I want it from you. He moves closer, scales rustling against stone. I am Zephyr the Strangler, champion of 12 fights. I could protect you during the melee, ensure your survival. In exchange for what? I think you know. The casual assumption that my body is available for trade makes rage flare in my chest, but I keep my voice level, polite even. I'm flattered by your offer, but I must decline. Must you? His laugh is like breaking glass. I don't think you understand your position here, little bird. Without a strong protector, you'll be dead before the first round ends. I'll take my chances. Will you? Because from where I'm sitting, your chances look very poor indeed. Zephyr moves closer, close enough that I can smell the musk of his scales, the metallic scent of old blood. His yellow eyes study my face with the intensity of a predator sizing up prey. Last chance, little bird. Accept my protection willingly, or what? Or I take what I want anyway. After all, who's going to stop me? His hand reaches out to touch my cheek, and something inside me snaps. Years of carefully controlled rage, of swallowed pride and forced submission explode into violence. Before conscious thought can intervene, I'm moving. My hand darts out to snatch the curved dagger from his belt, and in one fluid motion, I drive it between his ribs with all the force I can muster. His eyes go wide with shock. You actually... The blade slides between scales and flesh like it was meant to be there. Hot blood spills over my fingers as he staggers backward, hands clutching at the wound. I warned you, I say quietly. He opens his mouth to speak, but only blood comes out. Dark, arterial blood that pools on the stone floor as he collapses. The holding area falls silent. Every conversation stops. Every eye turns to stare at the harem girl, who just killed a champion gladiator with his own weapon. Even I'm surprised by what I've done. My hands shake as I stare down at Zephyr's still form, at the blood spreading beneath his body like spilled wine. I killed him, actually killed him. The thought should horrify me, should make me sick with guilt and fear. Instead, I feel liberated, Well, someone observes casually, that was unexpected. Slowly, conversations resume, as if a man bleeding out on the floor is nothing more than mild entertainment. Within moments, they've dismissed the incident entirely, returning to their negotiations and power plays. I'm forgotten again, just another killer in a room full of killers. With trembling hands, I pull the dagger from Zephyr's chest, wipe the blade clean on his armor, and tuck it into the belt of my silk dress. The weight of it against my hip feels strange, but not unwelcome. When I straighten, my eyes find Ronan across the room, and my blood turns to ice. A female gladiator leans against the wall beside him, her body language clearly flirtatious. She's beautiful in a hard, dangerous way, olive skin marked with ritual scars, dark hair braided with steel rings, muscles that speak of countless victories. Everything I'm not. She says something that makes him laugh, actually laugh, and the sound pierces right through me. When did he ever laugh at anything I said? Impressive work, she-wolf, an orc comments, nodding at Zephyr's corpse. Quick, clean, efficient. He shouldn't have touched me. No, he shouldn't have. Word of advice. Next time, go for the throat. Quicker kill, less mess. I barely hear him. All my attention is fixed on the woman talking to Ronan, on the way she touches his arm while making some point, on the appreciative way his eyes follow her movements. The fury that drove me to kill Zephyr pales next to what I feel now. This is something deeper, more primal, a possessiveness I have no right to feel but can't seem to control. She's offering herself as his partner for the melee. I can see it in her posture, hear it in the cadence of her voice, and worst of all, he seems to be considering it. My fingers tighten on the dagger's hilt until my knuckles go white. I've just killed a man for touching me without permission. What would I do to a woman who thinks she can claim what's mine? The thought should terrify me. Instead, it makes me smile.
Chapter 21. Ronan. The female gladiator has been circling me for the better part of an hour, and my patience is wearing thin. Lyrelai is her name, a dark elf with ritual scars covering her olive skin and steel rings woven through her braided hair. She survived 15 matches, which makes her dangerous and experienced, also persistent as a plague rat. The key to surviving a grand melee is positioning, she explains, standing closer than necessary. You need someone who can watch your back while you handle the heavy fighting. And you think you're that someone? I know I am. Her hand touches my arm lightly, a gesture that's meant to seem casual but carries clear intent. We'd make an excellent team, Ronan. My speed, your strength, my magic, your brutality. I work alone. So far. But this is different. Teams will have advantages over individual fighters. Why handicap yourself with pride? Because I don't trust anyone enough to watch my back. Because alliances in places like this are temporary at best, deadly at worst. Get off! The sharp command makes us both turn. Karina approaches with murder in her green eyes, silk dress swaying with each determined step. There's something different about her, a predatory grace I haven't seen before. I'm sorry. Lurali's eyebrows rise with aristocratic disdain. You heard me. Get off. The crude language sounds strange coming from someone who normally speaks with refined precision, but there's no mistaking the venom behind it. How colorful, Lyrali observes with a smirk. It looks like your pet is angry. The word pet makes something dangerous stir in my chest, but before I can respond, Karina moves closer with fluid menace. Say that again. Which part? Pet? Because that's what you are, isn't it? Valdris is pretty little. Enough. Before the situation can escalate into bloodshed, and judging by the way Karina's hand hovers near something hidden in her dress, it's heading that direction. I take action. Using my superior strength, I scoop Karina up and deposit her firmly on my lap, one arm wrapping around her waist to keep her in place. She's light as a feather but vibrates with suppressed fury. She's always angry, I tell Lirali with casual amusement, as if Karina's possessive rage is nothing more than a minor character quirk. It's part of her charm. Karina makes a sound in her throat, half growl, half snarl, that would be threatening if it came from someone who actually knew how to fight. As it is, it's more adorable than intimidating, like an angry kitten trying to roar. I am no one's pet, she hisses at Lyrali, green eyes blazing. Of course not, the dark elf replies with false sweetness. You're much too spirited for simple pet status. More of a treasured possession, perhaps. Something to be displayed and admired. Better a treasured possession than a desperate woman throwing herself at anything with a sword. The insult hits home. Lyrali's smirk falters, replaced by something colder and far more dangerous. Careful, little girl. Your protector won't always be around to shield you from consequences. I don't need a protector, don't you? Because from where I stand, you look remarkably helpless. All silk and sharp words, but no substance underneath. Karina tries to lunge forward, but my arm tightens around her waist, keeping her secure on my lap. She's practically vibrating with the need for violence. Speaking of sharp words, I interrupt before this can turn into actual combat. I'm not interested in partnerships. Find another team. Lirali's expression turns bitter. Your loss. When you're bleeding out in the sand, remember that you had options. I'll keep that in mind. She stalks away with wounded pride, leaving us alone in our corner of the holding area. The moment she's gone, Karina starts fighting against my grip with renewed fury. Let me go, she demands, elbowing me in the ribs. Not until you calm down. I am calm. You're about 30 seconds from committing murder. Again. That stops her struggling. You saw? Everyone saw. Nice work with the Naga, by the way. Clean kill? She twists in my lap to face me, and I'm struck by how her eyes seem to glow with inner fire when she's angry. Beautiful and deadly, a combination that's proven consistently dangerous to my peace of mind. She had no right to call me your pet. Technically, you're Valdris's pet. That's different. Is it? Yes, because... She struggles for words, then settles on. It just is. Compelling argument. Shut up. But there's less venom in it now. Why did you defend me? Maybe I don't like people insulting my... whatever you are. Your whatever? I'm still figuring that out. She studies my face with uncomfortable intensity, as if trying to read thoughts I'm not ready to share. When she speaks again, her voice carries a determination that makes my pulse quicken. I want to be on your team. The unexpected request catches me off guard. What? For the Grand Melee. I want to fight beside you. I stare at her for a long moment, waiting for the punchline. When none comes, I can't help but laugh. You're not a gladiator, Karina. Hell, you're not even a fighter. I killed Zephyr. You surprised one overconfident snake. That doesn't make you a warrior. Her jaw clenches with stubborn pride. It's a start. It's suicide. The Grand Melee isn't going to be ambushing distracted opponents. It'll be chaos, violence, skilled killers trying to murder each other for sport. Then teach me. Teach you what? How to fight. How to survive. How to be more than just a pretty decoration that gets passed between masters. There's something raw in her voice, a desperation that cuts through my practical objections. This isn't about the Grand Melee, I realize. It's about agency, about having some control over her own fate. You want to get yourself killed. I want to get myself free. Those might be the same thing. Maybe. But at least I'll die on my feet instead of on my knees. The fierce determination in her green eyes reminds me why I was drawn to her in the first place. Not the silk or the beauty, though both are undeniably appealing, but the unbreakable spirit that refuses to be crushed despite everything she's endured. You have no training, no weapons experience, no idea what you're asking. I have you. I'm not a teacher. You're a killer. Teach me to kill. The blunt honesty of it steals my breath, because that's exactly what she's asking for. Not self-defense or martial arts, but the tools to take control of her own destiny through violence. This is insane. Probably. You'll most likely die in the first 5 minutes. Better than living the rest of my life as someone else's property. I study her face, looking for any sign of doubt or hesitation. Find nothing but steel-hard resolve wrapped in silk and stubbornness. The training would be brutal. No mercy, no accommodation for your comfort. I don't want mercy. You'd have to follow my orders without question. I can do that. Can you? Because 5 minutes ago you were ready to murder another woman for talking to me. Heat flares in her cheeks, but her voice remains steady. That was different. How? She was trying to take something that's mine. The possessive admission hangs between us like a drawn blade. Because that's what this is really about, isn't it? Not just freedom or agency, but the need to fight for something. Someone that matters. I'm not yours, Karina. Aren't you? The quiet question carries more weight than any declaration. Because looking into her eyes, seeing the fierce protectiveness there, I'm not entirely sure she's wrong. This is a terrible idea, I tell her. But you'll do it? I should say no. Should find her a safe corner to hide in while the real fighters handle the melee. Should protect her from herself and the violent world that will chew her up and spit out pieces. Instead, I hear myself saying, but I could make you one. Her smile is bright as sunlight, sharp as steel. When do we start?
Earth is pretty much a desolate wasteland since the orcs came over from Protheka, and being a woman, the best you can hope is to be someone's property. Now, after my curvy body catches Korthar's eye, he'll claim me, and I'll serve him, in any way he pleases.
You're mine now. Listen to this story and more when you get the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka audiobook and ebook bundle.
40 books, 19 audiobooks, 19 ebooks. You even get 1 free novella and 1 free audiobook.
All for a shocking 90% off.
Protheka's magic is eternal, and the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka bundle will bring over 100 hours of that magic to you. Chapter 22. Karina. His laughter is a slap, his dismissal a fresh wound on top of 100 older scars. He turns his broad back on me and stalks toward the shadowy corner of the holding area that serves as our cell, leaving me standing alone in a sea of curious gladiators. The whispers and knowing glances of the other fighters feel like insects crawling on my skin. Humiliation burns through me, hot and acidic. I take a half step after him, my hand already tightening on the hilt of Zephyr's dagger, ready to wound him with words since I can't use steel. But the fight drains out of me as quickly as it came, leaving behind a familiar, aching emptiness. He's right. I'm not a warrior. I'm a decoration, and my one act of violence was born of desperation, not skill. Still, I follow him, my silk slippers silent on the stone floor. My pride wars with a deeper desperation, a need to make him see past the silk and the scorn. He doesn't look up as I approach, his attention fixed on sharpening a piece of loose stone against the wall, the rhythmic scrape, scrape, scrape filling the tense silence between us. It's a mindless, repetitive task, one designed to shut out the world, to shut me out. That was a cruel thing to do, I say, my voice barely a whisper, yet it cuts through the noise of the holding pen. The scraping continues, unabated. What was? Laughing at me, dismissing me in front of everyone like I'm a child asking for a sweet. You are a child, he says without turning. playing at games you don't understand. I understand that my life is on the line, same as yours. No, he grunts, the stone finding a new edge. Not the same. You die, Valdris loses a pretty toy. I die, I lose the only chance my brothers have. The casual dismissal stings more than any physical blow. He sees my life as trivial, my fears as insignificant. The familiar rage begins to build again, but this time it's different. It's coloured by a profound sadness, a weariness that goes bone deep. I'm tired of fighting this way, with words and glares and carefully constructed walls. I'm tired of it, I say, the admission so quiet I'm not sure he's heard. The scraping stops. He doesn't turn, but I see the muscles in his back tense beneath his tunic. Tired of what? Your comfortable life? The wine and the soft beds? It's not comfortable, I insist, stepping closer until his shadow falls over me, a chilling reminder of his power. It's a cage. I'm tired of the silks and the jewels and the pretty words that all feel like chains. The words spill out of me now, a torrent of truth I've held back for years. I'm tired of being a prize, a pet, a decoration. I don't want to be a prisoner anymore, Ronan. He scoffs at my confession, the sound harsh and dismissive in the relative quiet of our corner. He finally turns to face me, and the look in his eyes is colder than the stone floor beneath my feet. Everyone's a prisoner here. The only difference is the shape of the cage. Then I want a different cage, I retort, my voice trembling but firm. One with iron bars I can see, not invisible ones made of fear and obligation. At least iron is honest. Honest. He takes a step toward me, invading my space, his sheer size a physical intimidation. His scent, sweat and steel and something wild, fills my senses. You want to know what's honest? Freedom is the taste of your own blood in your mouth, and the knowledge that no one is coming to save you. His words are not meant to enlighten, they are meant to wound, to send me scurrying back to the familiar comforts of my prison. You think freedom is some prize you win at the end of a game? It's not. It's ugly. It's sleeping in filth and eating scraps that a dog would turn its nose up at. I've slept on the floor of this cell for weeks, I remind him, my voice sharp. I'm not as fragile as you think. That's not the same, he snarls, voice a low rumble that vibrates through my bones. That's a temporary inconvenience. Real freedom is the constant gnawing fear that you'll die alone and forgotten before you see another sunrise. He leans closer, his gaze pinning me to the wall. It's knowing that every hand is against you, that trust is a weakness that will get you killed. That's freedom, Karina. It's ugly and it's hard, and it would break you in a day. His words are a brutal dose of reality, a litany of horrors designed to shatter my naive desires. But they don't. As I listen, a strange sense of recognition dawns within me. This ugly, difficult thing he describes sounds more real and alive than my entire existence. The blood, the dirt, the fear. It is all preferable to the gilded emptiness I've known for years. I meet his harsh gaze without flinching, the fire in my own eyes matching his. I want it, I blurt out, the words raw with a desperate longing that surprises us both. I want that too. My declaration seems to anger him more than my arguments ever did. His gaze darkens, and for a moment I see the untamed beast he keeps leashed just beneath the surface, the predator who kills in the arena without remorse. He closes the remaining space between us, his voice a low snarl that makes the fine hairs on my arms stand on end. Then fight for it. The words are a challenge, a dismissal, an impossible command. But in them, I hear a sliver of possibility. My pride, already bruised and battered, shatters completely. The desperation I've held in check for so long finally breaks free, raw and overwhelming. Teach me, I beg, my voice cracking, the sound of my own pleading a fresh humiliation. Please, Ronan. You said you could make me a fighter, I don't want to die in this cage. I don't want to be left behind when you win your freedom, and I'm still here, waiting for the next master, the next cell." He laughs, and the sound is bitter as ashes, echoing off the stone walls. It's a cruel, ugly sound that makes me flinch. His eyes rake over me with open contempt, lingering on my soft hands, my silk dress, my useless, pampered existence. "Teach you? Look at you. You're soft. You've never known a day of real hardship in your life." You flinch when a guard raises his voice. "I can learn," I insist, my voice gaining a desperate edge. "I'm not as weak as I look." "Aren't you?" He smirks, a cruel twist of his lips. "The training alone would kill you." Do you have any idea what it takes? The pain, the exhaustion, the endless repetition until your muscles scream and your bones ache? "I don't care." "You will," he sneers. "The first time you break a nail, you'll be crying for your silk pillows." His gaze is merciless. "The arena would eat you alive. What will you do? Bore your opponents to death with that sharp tongue? Seduce them into submission?" He shakes his head, his expression a mask of scorn. "You are a harem pet, Karina. Nothing more. You were bred for comfort, not for combat. Go back to your corner and let the warriors handle the fighting." His mockery, instead of breaking me, forges my desperation into steel. Every cruel word, every dismissive sneer becomes fuel for a fire I didn't know I possessed. I straighten my spine, lifting my chin, and meet his scorn with a blaze of my own. The fear is still there, a cold knot in my stomach, but resolve burns hotter, brighter, consuming everything else. "You're right," I say, my voice quiet but steady, cutting through his bitter amusement. The admission seems to startle him into silence. "I am soft. I am pampered. I am everything you say I am." I take a final, deliberate step forward until our bodies are almost touching, forcing him to look down at me, to see the truth in my eyes. "So change me." The challenge lingers in the air, stark and absolute. His smirk falters, replaced by a flicker of genuine surprise, his steel blue eyes widening almost imperceptibly. He expected tears, or perhaps a fresh storm of useless anger. He did not expect this. "What did you say?" he asks, his voice losing some of its edge. "You heard me," I say, my voice gaining strength with every word. "If I am weak, then make me strong. If I am soft, then harden me." I look him dead in the eye, laying my soul bare and turning its vulnerability into a weapon. This is my last desperate gambit, my final throw of the dice. I have nothing left to lose. My life as Valdris's pet is a slow death. A quick one in the arena is a mercy by comparison. But to fight, to truly fight for something, that is a life I have never known, and I will have it. "Break me, Ronan," I whisper, my voice a raw promise. "Or make me strong. But don't you dare leave me as I am."
Chapter 23. Ronan. My cell is a suffocating tomb, and sleep is impossible. I lie on the cot, muscles screaming, mind racing. Her words echo, "Break me or make me strong." An unexpected ultimatum from the pampered harem girl who once viewed me as filth. "Damn you, Karina," I mutter into the darkness, my voice low, barely a growl. She sleeps, small and fragile, moonlight illuminating her form. The sharp-tongued vixen is gone, replaced by a woman who challenged me to destroy or save her. A responsibility I never wanted. "What in the hells am I supposed to do with you?" I say, softer now, the words meant for no one but the shadows. A faint clank echoes from the corridor, and a gravelly voice cuts through the quiet. "Talking to yourself, beast." It's Gavrik, the grizzled orc guard who patrols the cells at night, his tusks glinting in the torchlight as he peers through the bars. "Are you sweet on that harem pet now?" "Mind your own business," I snap, sitting up, my fists clenching. unless you want to lose those tusks." He chuckled, mocking. "Touchy. Tamed." He banged his club, then left, laughing. I cursed. The orc's taunt fueled my rage, my path: survive, escape, find my brothers. Simple, violent. But Karina complicated it. Her fate tangled with mine. I can't leave her. It's madness. She's a liability. Yet the thought of abandoning her sparks a fierce, unfamiliar protectiveness I distrust. Shifting on the lumpy mattress, I weighed my options. Option 1. Train her. Teach her to fight, to kill. "Teach me to kill," she'd said, as if it's as easy as pouring wine. I glanced at her hands, delicate and pale in the moonlight. They've never gripped anything heavier than a goblet. Her body, all soft curves, moves with a courtier's grace, not a fighter's precision. "She's a lamb," I mutter, my voice barely audible, "and I'd be leading her to a slaughterhouse." I picture Karina in the arena, facing a brutal end. The thought enrages me. I don't want her harmed, a dangerous sentiment. Alternatively, I could abandon her, win my freedom, and leave Voig. It's the logical warrior's choice. My loyalty is to my king, not a harem girl. Yet, leaving her to Valdris's cruelty, or worse, to another champion, is unthinkable. "Like hell," I growl, my fists clenching until my knuckles crack. "What's that, beast?" A new voice, high and mocking, cuts through the darkness. It's Lysa, one of Valdris's harem women, passing by the cell with a tray of water jugs, her silhouette lit by the flickering torchlight. "Dreaming of your little pet? Or just growling at ghosts?" "Keep walking," I snarl, my voice low and dangerous. "Unless you want to see what happens when you poke a Manticore." Lisa's taunt about Karina's potential to be a dangerous pet stings because it holds truth. Karina is a powerful force, capable of destruction. Training her is risky, a death sentence, but abandoning her to Valdris is worse. The thought of her spirit broken is unbearable. Despite barely knowing or liking Karina, the decision is made. He cannot abandon her. It's the less monstrous choice. He's seen her inner strength, enough to believe he can make it work. With a heavy sigh, he approaches her sleeping form, observing her gentle slumber. "Ronan?" Her voice is a sleepy whisper, her eyes fluttering open, amber brown and hazy. "What are you doing?" "Making a mistake," I mutter, sliding one arm beneath her knees, the other under her back. She's lighter than I expected, a fragile weight in my arms, her head lolling against my shoulder, her breath warm against my neck. She smells of jasmine and sleep, a scent that stirs something dangerous in my chest. "What?" she mumbles, half awake, her hand brushing my chest as I carry her to the cot. "Shut up and sleep," I say gruffly, laying her down carefully, pulling the rough blanket over her. She stirs, brow furrowing, but doesn't wake fully. It's a silent acceptance of her challenge, an unspoken promise made in the dead of night. I turn away, moving to the center of the cell. The straw crunches underfoot as I drop into a low stance, beginning my training forms. The familiar burn in my muscles is a lifeline, a distraction from the weight of the choice I've made. But as I move, a shadow shifts in the corridor, and a low voice hisses through the bars. "Soft on her already, eh, beast?" It's Tormund, another gladiator, his scarred face barely visible in the torchlight. "Training her's a fool's errand. She'll drag you down in the melee." "Say that again," I growl, pausing mid-form, my fists clenched. "And I'll rip your tongue out before the arena does." He chuckles, unperturbed. "Just saying, you're betting on a losing horse. Cut her loose, or she'll be your death." He spits on the floor and moves on, his footsteps fading. I resume my forms, each movement sharper, fueled by his words and my own doubts. But as I glance back at Karina, sleeping on the cot, her face soft in the moonlight, I know there's no turning back. She's my responsibility now. Her life, her death, it's on me. And I'll be damned if I let her fall.
Chapter 24. Karina. Get up. A low growl slices through my restless sleep. Ronan, already in training leathers, looms over me, a terrifying silhouette in the pre-dawn gloom, radiating impatient energy. It's still dark, I mumble, pulling the rough blanket tighter around my shoulders. Go back to your corner and brood in silence. You're so good at it. I said, get up. He yanks the blanket off me without ceremony, exposing me to the biting chill of the stone floor. Your new life starts now, princess, and it doesn't wait for the sun. Every muscle in my body protests as I force myself to sit up. I'm sore from everything. The melee, the escape, the night spent on the floor before Ronan's strange act of chivalry. What is the rush? The melee isn't for weeks. The melee is in 9 days, he corrects, his tone devoid of any sympathy. And you have a lifetime of softness to unlearn. We don't have time for beauty sleep. He tosses a bundle of rough-spun cloth at me. Get dressed. We're going to run. Run where? I ask, looking around the 10 by 10 foot space. In circles. Until you collapse, he says, his expression grim. Then you'll get up and run some more. And so it begins. For what feels like an eternity, I do nothing but run in a tight circle around our cell. The stone floor is uneven and unforgiving, and the stale air soon burns in my lungs. Ronan stands in the centre like a statue, arms crossed, his steel blue eyes tracking my every faltering step. Faster, he barks when my pace slows. You call that running? My grandmother could move faster, and she's been dead for 20 years. My grandmother, I gasp, sweat plastering my hair to my forehead, was a lady. She never ran. And that's why you're weak, he sneers. Lift your knees. Stop shuffling like you're walking to your own execution. I feel like I am, I mutter. But I do as he says, my legs screaming in protest. Every part of me wants to quit, to collapse onto the floor and tell him to go to hell. But the memory of my own words, break me or make me strong, is a relentless whip at my back. I asked for this. I will not give him the satisfaction of seeing me fail on the first day. Now you learn how to take a hit, Ronan announces after I've run until my legs are jelly and my lungs are on fire. He gestures for me to stand before him. The arena isn't a debate society, Karina. Words won't save you when a blade is coming for your throat. You will get hit. The question is whether you'll stay down. I'm not sure I can stand up right now, I pant, leaning against the wall for support. Then this will be a short lesson. Before I can react, his open palm cracks across my cheek. It's not a full force blow, but it's hard enough to snap my head back and send me stumbling to the stone floor, my ears ringing. The sting is sharp, shocking, and utterly humiliating. You bastard! I scream, scrambling back on my hands and knees. Get up, he says, his voice a flat command. I glare at him through a curtain of tangled hair, my cheek throbbing. You hit me. And I'll do it again. Get up. Fury, hot and potent, gives me the strength to push to my feet. I lunge at him, my fists flailing wildly. He sidesteps my clumsy attack with insulting ease and shoves me, sending me sprawling back onto the unforgiving stone. You fight like a spoiled child having a tantrum, he says, looming over me. Where's your stance? Where's your guard? Go to hell, I curse, my voice thick with tears of rage and frustration. Hell is coming, he says grimly. I'm trying to prepare you for it. Now get up, and this time, try to block. This becomes our new reality. He pushes, I fall, he slaps, I curse. My body becomes a canvas of bruises, each one a testament to my own weakness. But with every fall, a hard little knot of defiance grows in my gut. I will not stay down. Your fist is wrong, he growls, after I land a particularly pathetic blow against his forearm. He grabs my hand, his calloused fingers wrapping around mine. His touch is rough, impersonal, yet it sends an unwanted jolt of heat straight through me. He adjusts my fingers, tucking my thumb into the correct position. Like this, a straight line from your knuckle to your elbow. You hit with a bent wrist. You'll break your own hand before you ever hurt your opponent. His thumb brushes against my palm, and for a heartbeat, the world narrows to that single point of contact. The days that follow are a blur of relentless, agonizing work. Every morning begins with the same brutal routine. Every evening ends with me collapsing onto the cot, every muscle screaming. Ronan is a merciless teacher, his critiques as sharp as any blade. Too slow. You're telegraphing your intentions. A dead woman could block that. I loathe him and wish him dead, but I don't give up. Gradually my movements improve, becoming smoother and more controlled. My body, once soft, begins to harden. Again, he commands one afternoon, circling me in the centre of the cell. I'm tired, I snap, sweat dripping into my eyes. Death doesn't care if you're tired, he retorts. He's coming for you. Left jab. I land a practiced punch, which he blocks. My follow-through right cross connects with his shoulder. He grunts, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Sloppy, he says, but with a new note of approval. This backhanded compliment gives me a sense of power and agency. Our shared glances now hold something hotter than hatred, a dangerous intimacy. He sees me as an apprentice, and I see him as my forge. The anger between us transforms into the friction of sharpening whetstones. Every bruise and glance a silent acknowledgement of our violent bond. Just as confidence flickers, he reminds me of the chasm between us. During sparring, I duck a swing and land a solid hit to his ribs. A triumphant grin spreads across my face. Not bad, he grunts, and I momentarily see pride in his eyes. Then his expression hardens. He moves with impossible speed, grabbing my tunic and slamming me against the stone wall, knocking the wind from me. He holds me, his overwhelming strength absolute. Don't ever get cocky, he growls. The moment you think you're good is the moment you die. That pride on your face, that's a liability. It makes you predictable. I gasp, struggling for breath. You did well, he says, his voice softening almost imperceptibly. So I had to remind you that well isn't good enough. In the arena, there is no room for pride. There is only survival. He releases me, and I slide to the floor, my body a symphony of aches. The brief moment of triumph is gone, replaced by the familiar sting of humiliation. It's infuriating, this cycle he puts me through. He builds me up only to tear me down, dangles hope just to snatch it away. I hate you, I whisper, the words a familiar refrain. Good, he says, turning back to his own solitary training. Hate keeps you sharp. Now get up, we're not done. I push myself to my feet, every muscle protesting. My head throbs, my pride is in tatters, but I will not give him the satisfaction of seeing me break. I will get up, and I will keep fighting. Not just because he commands it, but because for the first time in my life I am fighting for myself.
Chapter 25. Ronan. The days bleed into a monotonous cycle of pain and repetition. The cell, once a symbol of my imprisonment, has become our training ground, our forge. Every morning, I wake her before dawn. Every day, I push her until she's on the verge of collapse. And every day, she gets back up and glares at me with those defiant green eyes, ready for more. Keep your guard up, I bark, circling her. You're leaving your whole left side open. Do you want to die? Only if it means I don't have to listen to your voice anymore, she pants, sweat plastering her dark hair to her temples. She attempts a jab, but it's clumsy, off balance. I slap it aside with contemptuous ease. Pathetic. Your footwork is a disgrace. Are you trying to fight or trip over your own feet? Maybe if you didn't smell like a wet dog, I could concentrate, she snaps back. But she corrects her stance, planting her feet wider as I'd shown her. She's infuriating, argumentative, questioning, and creatively curses me. Yet, she doesn't cry or complain about her pain. She curses, then tries to obey. I see a warrior emerging, but I crush my pride. She's a liability, forgetting that could be fatal. Again, I command later that day. We're sparring, my movements controlled, giving her openings to see if she's learned anything at all. For the most part, she's reactive, her blocks clumsy, her counters too slow. But she's watching, learning. I can see the intelligence in her eyes, the way she processes every move. I feint high, then sweep low. She anticipates it, blocking with her shin and pivoting. Her fist connects with my ribs, a perfect strike. I stop, surprised. My approval must show, for a triumphant smirk spreads across her face before her mask slams back down. That was lucky, I growl, rubbing the spot she hit. Luck had nothing to do with it, you predictable beast, she retorts, her eyes bright with a satisfaction that is both irritating and strangely captivating. You do that same stupid move every time. Her confidence, her sheer audacity should infuriate me. Instead, I find myself fighting a smile. She's not just enduring the training, she's engaging with it, thinking like a fighter. The realization settles in my gut, heavy and significant. You're no longer completely useless, I admit, the words feeling like a concession of defeat. Her smirk widens, and it's a thing of breathtaking beauty. High praise, beast. The cell's atmosphere changes, charged with a new dangerous dynamic beyond captor/captive or teacher/student. Her minor success makes her cocky, a flaw I'll crush. Training already brutal becomes merciless, a relentless assault on her body and will. You think that was good enough? I snarl, shoving her back after she lands another lucky shot. The arena won't be so forgiving. I'm trying, she gasps, scrambling to her feet. Trying isn't enough. Faster! I put her through endless drills, punches, blocks, footwork, until her movements become sloppy with exhaustion. Again! I can't, she whimpers, her arms trembling as she tries to hold her guard up. You can't? I get in her face, my voice a low, menacing growl. Then die. Lie down and die right now, because that's what will happen out there. Is that what you want? No, she sobs, a sound of pure frustration. Then get up and fight! She pushes through another set of drills, her movements fueled by sheer stubborn will. But I see the moment her body gives out. Her legs tremble, her arms drop, and she collapses to her knees, then onto her side on the cold stone, her chest heaving with ragged, desperate breaths. I stand over her, my own breathing harsh in the sudden silence. I told you you were weak! She glares up at me from the floor, her green eyes blazing with a fire that exhaustion hasn't extinguished. I got up every time, she rasps, each word a struggle. I look at her, bruised yet defiant. Her spirit, though her body fails, still fights. My respect deepens into admiration. The day's training ends. Her courage unsettled me. I offer my hand, a silent truce to her inner war. She takes my hand, I pull her up, and she collapses against my chest. The world stops. Her fragile weight, burning skin, and frantic heartbeat overwhelm me. Her scent, earthy and potent, fills my head. I'm captivated by the pulse at her throat, the sweat on her neck disappearing into her tunic. Her labored breaths, parted lips ignite a raw hunger in me, a fierce, terrifying desire not just for her body, but her spirit. I want to consume her fire, own her defiance, and claim every broken, beautiful part of her. Karina, I say roughly, more roughly than I intend. Her wide, wary eyes met mine, a dangerous current arcing between us. Though I should push her away, my hand cupped her face, thumb stroking her bruised cheekbone. The desire to kiss her was an agonizing torture. "Get some rest," I managed to growl, stepping back abruptly, the loss of her warmth leaving me instantly cold. She nodded, too tired to speak, and stumbled toward the cot. I turned my back, fighting the primal urge to claim her. The beast in me yearned to mark her as mine. I feared I wasn't strong enough to resist.
Chapter 26. Karina. Sweat and stone fill the cell, our training session's aftermath. My body aches from Ronan's brutal lessons, but I'm not broken. I pace in torn silks, while he, chest heaving, stands by the bars, eyes burning with fury and hunger. I pushed him too far today, mocking his control, daring him to snap. A storm is brewing. "Stop looking at me like that," I snap, my voice sharp enough to cut through the tension. "Like what?" he growls, stepping closer, his presence filling the cell like a caged beast. "Like you think you can own me." "Own you?" He laughs, low and dangerous. "I don't want to own you, vixen. I want to break you." "Then try," I hiss, closing the distance, my bosom brushing his chest. "But I'll make you mine first, you filthy beast."
As much as Samara and I want to finish what these two characters have started, it looks like this chapter is about to get too hot for this platform to handle.
Unfortunately, we have to pause here because their guidelines won't allow us to reveal the spiciest details.
To keep bringing you these free audiobooks, we have to follow their rules.
But don't worry. You can experience the full, unabridged version over at worldsofprothika.com, where the boundaries of passion and fantasy collide.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off any of our unabridged audiobooks set in the rich and immersive worlds of Prothika.
Prothika's magic is eternal.
With these scenes, it will be unforgettable.
"I'll never bow," I whisper, the words a reflex, a shield against the dangerous warmth creeping into my chest. "Not even to you." He sighs, a low, rough sound, and slaps my buttocks, the sting sharp and sweet. "I don't expect you to. Save that hatred for the arena. For now, just lie in my arms."
Chapter 27. Ronan. The cell is quiet in the aftermath of our storm. We lie tangled together on the cot, the thin blanket doing little to ward off the chill, but the heat from our bodies is a furnace. I can still taste the juice of her on my lips. Karina rests on my chest, her even breathing a soft counterpoint to my arm's possessive weight. This fragile peace, a temporary truce, won't last. Yet, in the pre-dawn stillness, her scent of jasmine, sweat, and I don't care. Her heartbeat against my ribs is a steady rhythm against my chaotic mind. We've claimed each other's bodies, but she remains a beautiful, infuriating fortress of silk and sarcasm. I need to know the person I'm risking everything for. "Karina," I say, voice whispering in the quiet. She stirs, tilting her head back to look at me. Her dark hair is a wild tangle, her lips are swollen from my kisses, and her green eyes are soft with sleep and satisfaction. She looks beautiful, vulnerable. It's a dangerous combination. "What?" she whispers, her voice husky. "Decided you want another round, beast?" I'm not sure I can walk as it is. The teasing is reflexive, a familiar defense. I ignore it. "Who were you before this place?" The question catches her off guard. The softness in her eyes vanishes, replaced by a familiar, wary glint. She pushes herself up on one elbow, putting a small but significant distance between us. "What does it matter? I'm here now. We're here now." "It matters to me," I say, my voice more earnest than I intend. "I know the woman Valdris wanted you to be. I know the fighter I'm trying to make you, but I don't know you." She stares at me, her expression unreadable in the dim light. "Why do you suddenly care?" Because if I'm going to die beside you in that arena, I say with brutal honesty, I'd like to know whose hand I'm holding. My unwelcome question hangs, heavy between us. Karina pushes away, sitting on the cot's edge with her back to me, creating a wall of proud, stubborn silence. Her spine is rigid beneath the tunic. You don't want to know, she says, her voice flat. It's not a pretty story. My life hasn't been pretty, I counter. I'm not a stranger to ugly things. She laughs, a short, bitter sound devoid of any humor. Oh, I'm sure. The great warrior, familiar with all the horrors of the world, blood and battle and honorable death. My story isn't like that. It's small and pathetic and stained with shame. Tell me anyway. She is quiet for so long I think she's going to refuse. When she finally speaks, her voice is a monotone, as if she's reciting a story about a stranger. I was a merchant's daughter. My father had a taste for wine and dice, and a terrible habit of losing. He frequented the games here at the arena, wagering on men like you. He lost, and he lost, and he kept losing, until his debt to Valdris was a mountain he could never hope to climb. She pauses, taking a shuddering breath. I stay silent, letting her find the words. Valdris made him an offer, she continues, her voice dropping to a whisper. A final wager to clear the debt. He could fight in the pits himself, or he could give Valdris his most prized possession. She turns her head slightly, and in the faint light, I see the glint of a single tear tracing a path down her cheek. Me? Rage, hot and blinding, surges through me. Rage at her father, at Valdris, at a world that allows a woman to be treated like a piece of property. So you see, she says, her voice regaining its sharp, brittle edge as she wipes the tear away with an angry swipe of her hand. There's your answer. I am the price of a coward's life. He didn't hesitate. For my father, it was an easy choice. Her story, a cold, heavy burden, explains her bitterness, sharp edges, and deep hatred for confinement. The pampered pet I saw was a survival role, hiding a life stolen by betrayal before it truly began. I'm sorry, I say, the words inadequate, but sincere. Don't be, she says, her voice still hard. Pity is the last thing I want from you. It's not pity, I growl, sitting up behind her. I don't touch her, but I can feel the tension radiating from her small frame. It's understanding. I rake a hand through my hair, struggling to find the right words. My loyalty, my mission, it's all I have left. It's what keeps me from becoming the beast everyone thinks I am. She turns to look at me then, her curiosity overriding her pride. Your mission? I reveal everything to her. Osiris's plight due to the dying Zabel crystals, and my 5 brothers, Korvac, Silas, Caspian, Tarek, and Lucaris. I recount our vow to reunite in northern Roch and retrieve the crystals. Then the storm hit, I say, my own voice growing rough with a pain that is still raw. It wasn't natural. There was something in the clouds, something ancient and malevolent. It tore our ship apart like it was kindling. I clench my fists, the memory of the churning water, of losing sight of my brothers in the chaos, as vivid as if it happened yesterday. I failed them. I was supposed to protect them, and I failed. So that's why you fight so hard, she says softly, her voice devoid of its usual mockery. You're trying to get back to them. They're all I have, I admit, the confession feeling like I've just exposed my throat. That's why I can't die here. Not until I know they're safe. The silence stretches, filled with the weight of our shared histories. 2 different stories of loss and betrayal, but with the same bitter ending. A cage in Voig. It's hard to know who to trust in a place like this, she says, more to herself than to me. I don't trust anyone, I confess, the words a harsh truth. The storm taught me that. My brothers taught me loyalty, but the world taught me that everyone else will eventually let you down. I expect another sharp retort, another piece of sarcasm to rebuild the walls between us. Instead, she offers me a small, sad smile. Good thing I don't want your trust, then. Her words, a familiar shield, can no longer hide the loneliness and desperate longing in her eyes. She needs my trust, just as I, surprisingly, am beginning to need hers. This fragile connection between us in this dark cell is a terrifying weakness, yet it might be our only hope for survival.
Chapter 28. Karina. The cell door clangs, waking me. Ronan is shoved in, stumbling, a fresh cut on his temple and raw knuckles from training. He sinks to the floor, grimacing. Since our last encounter, a suffocating silence fills the cell. We train, eat, and exist in tense quiet. The unspoken thing's a chasm between us. "Are you hurt badly?" I ask, my voice sounding small and unfamiliar in the stillness. "I'm fine," he grunts, not opening his eyes. It's a dismissal, a clear signal that he wants to be left alone to brood in his dark corner. Usually I would take the opening, fire back a sarcastic comment about his stubbornness or his penchant for getting beaten. But the words die on my tongue. The tension of the last few days, the ever-present fear of the coming melee, and the confusing, tumultuous feelings he stirs in me have worn my defences down to almost nothing. I can't fight with him right now. I don't have the strength. "You're bleeding on the floor," I say instead, my voice flat. "The floor has seen worse," he retorts without moving. I watch blood trickle from his temple. He needs care, but a wall stands between us. Our intimacy is now a weapon he uses to keep me away. He revealed a small part of himself, and now regrets it, leaving a cold ache in my chest. The prolonged silence frayed my nerves. I rose from the cot, retrieved clean silk strips and water, and cautiously approached him like a wounded wolf, expecting a snarl. He opens his eyes as I kneel in front of him, and his gaze is wary, guarded. "What are you doing?" "You're dripping all over my bedroom floor," I say, the attempt at sarcasm falling flat. "And you'll get an infection if you don't clean that." "I've had worse." "I'm sure you have," I say softly. "Let me." He usually protests, but he silently watches as I dip silk in water, my heart pounding. This quiet moment in our cell, free of his usual barbs, feels profoundly different. I gently dab at the cut on his temple, cleaning the wound with focused precision, trying to ignore the heat radiating from his skin. Next, I move to his hands, carefully cleaning the blood from his split knuckles. The hostile silence transforms into a fragile, shared space. He watches me intently. I wonder about his thoughts, and if he feels this terrifying shift too. This is no longer a battle, it's a truce. Finishing his knuckle wraps, my hands linger. The fear I'd suppressed unravels. The melee is tomorrow. Time is short. "What if you win?" I whisper, the words escaping before I can stop them. My gaze is fixed on his hands, so large and scarred compared to my own. He looks at me, his brow furrowed in confusion. "That's the point, Karina. To win." "No," I say, finally lifting my eyes to his. My voice is thick with unshed tears. "What if you win, and I don't? What if I die out there?" The question hangs between us, raw and terrifying. Or worse, what if you win your freedom and I'm still here? The confession pours out of me then, a torrent of all the fears I've kept locked inside. "You'll be free, Ronan," I say, my voice cracking. "You'll leave this place and go find your brothers. And I'll still be in this cage. Valdris will give me to the next champion, to someone who won't be like you." I look down, unable to meet his gaze as I admit my deepest shame. That scares me more than dying. The thought of being left behind. It's a fate worse than death. My vulnerability impacts him. He is still, his gaze fixed on my face. "Look at me," he growls. I slowly lift my head, my vision blurred by tears. The intensity in his smouldering blue eyes is overwhelming, a raw, protective fire that seems to burn away all the shadows in the cell. I will not abandon you, he vows, his hand covering mine. We leave together or die together. There is no other way. His sincere promise broke my defences. Overwhelmed by his fierce loyalty and willingness to sacrifice his freedom for me, I sobbed. You are not being left behind, he repeats, his voice softer now, but no less intense. He leans in, his face so close to mine I can feel his breath on my lips. He is going to kiss me. I know it. And I want it more than I have ever wanted anything. His gentle kiss, a silent question, holds a profound intimacy. It's a terrifying promise of connection and hope, a vulnerability more frightening than any battle. This uncharted devotion is more unnerving than any blade.
Chapter 29. Ronan. In a cold cell, Karina's defiant eyes burn, her torn silks a testament to our clash. The guard's taunts fuel my protective fury. Though I should strategize for the coming melee, for my brothers, for survival, all I see is her unyielding flame. Stop pacing, Karina, I say, voice low, rough from the effort of keeping my temper leashed. You're wearing a hole in the floor. She whirls, her dark hair a wild cascade in the dim torchlight filtering through the bars. And you're just sitting there, brooding like some damn statue. What's your plan, Ronan? To glare our way out of this hell? I lean forward on the cot, elbows on my knees. My plan is to keep us alive. You want to help? Stop snapping at me and listen. Listen? She laughs, sharp and bitter. To what? Your grand warrior wisdom. I'm not your soldier beast. Her fiery gaze pulls me under. I cross the cell, pulling her into my lap. Enough, I murmur, hands on her hips. No more fighting. Not tonight. Her breath catches, but she doesn't pull away. You don't get to decide that, she says, her voice softer, trembling with something deeper than anger. Cupping her face, I kiss her with deep hunger, a need to claim her. She responds fiercely, matching my desperation. This scene is about to get too steamy for this platform's comfort. And as much as we'd love to keep going, their guidelines say we need to stop here.
To continue releasing these free audiobooks on this platform, we've got to play by the rules.
The passion doesn't end here.
Visit worldsofprothika.com to hear the full, uncut version of this fantasy romance, and every daring moment that YouTube can't handle.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off unabridged audiobooks in the worlds of Prothika.
Don't let YouTube hold you back. Immerse yourself in a world of magic, danger, and unfiltered passion.
Prothika's magic is eternal.
Listen unabridged and you'll never want to go back.
Walk away, Gabri, I growl, my arm tightening around Karina, or I'll carve those tusks into toothpicks. He laughs, banging his club against the bars before moving on. Karina shifts, her voice soft against my skin. He's not wrong, you know. This is dangerous. I know, I say, pressing a kiss to her hair. But you're worth it. She doesn't reply, but her fingers trace the scars on my chest. For now, that's enough.
Chapter 30. Karina. The night before the melee, a tense silence replaces the usual boisterous energy in the holding pen. Gladiators, grim-faced, prepare for the blood-soaked sand. I sit, my own terror a cold, sharp fear that hones my senses. Every bruise and ache is a reminder of survival's cost. Are you ready? Ronan's voice is a low rumble beside me. He isn't looking at me, his attention fixed on sighting down the edge of his own massive blade. No, I answer honestly, my voice barely a whisper. Is anyone ever ready to die? He finally turns his head, his steel blue eyes meeting mine. The casual cruelty he once directed at me is gone, replaced by a grim, shared understanding. The goal isn't to be ready to die, Karina. It's to be ready to kill. I know. Do you? He presses, his gaze intense. Because there will be a moment out there when you hesitate. When the person you were screams at you to stop, you have to be strong enough to ignore her. I will be, I say, and the words are a vow. The pampered girl he first met, the one who flinched at raised voices, is a ghost, a phantom from another life. Ronan broke me, just as I asked. But he didn't shatter me. In the breaking, he forged me into something new, something sharper, something that might just survive the dawn. I hold Zephyr's dagger, the one I used to kill him. Ronan sharpened the blade and rewrapped the hilt for a better grip, returning it this morning as a tool and responsibility. A warrior's blade is her life, he had said, his voice rough as he pressed it into my hand. You drop it, you die. You lose it, you die. You hesitate to use it, you die. Do you understand? I understand, I had whispered, the weight of the steel a cold, solid reality in my palm. In the quiet holding pen, I trace the cool, smooth dagger. It has tasted blood, and tomorrow it will taste more. This thought, once repulsive, now fills me with grim purpose. This is my life. I slowly stand and move to our gear. Ronan watches me. I slide the dagger into its hidden sheath on my thigh, concealed by my leather tunic. The cold steel grounds me, a constant reminder of my choice. I am no longer an object. I am a weapon, and I will not hesitate. Good, Ronan says, his voice a quiet approval that means more to me than any jewel Valdris ever gave me. Keep it hidden until you need it. Surprise is your only real advantage. I nod, my hand resting for a moment on the hilt through the leather. I remember. I brace for what's next, splashing cold water on my face from a nearby bucket. My reflection stares back. A stranger. My face, though mine, is harder, leaner, the soft curves replaced by sharp cheekbones. Exhaustion darkens my eyes, yet they hold a new, cold determination, devoid of former arrogance. My hair, no longer silken waves, is in tight, practical braids, as Ronan taught me, to keep it from an enemy's grasp. Who are you? I whisper to the stranger in the water. Transformed from a pampered pet to a hardened survivor, she is now a woman of scuffed leather, faded bruises, and a determined, watchful silence. This new self, forged by Ronan's cruelty and the constant threat of death, is no longer a beauty or a prize, but a sombre understanding of what it cost to create her. I am the one who survives, I say to my reflection, and the words are a quiet, unshakable truth. I am a warrior. My gaze fell upon Ronan. He was no longer sharpening his blade, but simply holding it, his eyes closed in quiet meditation. He was the cause of my transformation, my teacher, tormentor, and partner, my reason. A silent vow took root in my heart. I would not just fight to survive, I would fight for him. I would not be his weakness, but the blade at his back, the unexpected threat. I would prove to him, to Valdris, to the world, and most importantly, to myself, that I was his equal. I will fight for you, Ronan Vaston, I whisper to his unhearing ears. I will fight for us. As if my vow has summoned them, the heavy clang of the holding pen door echoes through the space, making everyone jump. I straighten up, my hand instinctively moving to the dagger hidden beneath my tunic. The guards stride in, their armour clanking, their faces impassive masks. Their captain's voice booms, harsh and final, a death knell in the heavy silence. It is time. I meet Ronan's eyes across the room. He opens them, and they are clear, focused, and ready. He gives me a single, sharp nod. The moment of quiet is over. The grand melee begins now.
Chapter 31. Ronan. The familiar, ominous groan of the gate signals either death or glory, as it has for every battle in this pit. But today, the stakes are higher than just my life. Blinding sunlight floods the tunnel as the roar of the crowd engulfs us. I step onto the sand, eyes scanning the towering walls, hungry faces, and blood-stained earth. A familiar hell. Karina tenses beside me, her sharp intake of breath revealing her terror at seeing the arena from this side for the first time. The leathers I gave her accentuate her pale skin, but even her fierce pride can't hide her fear. "Stay close," I grunt, my voice a low rumble meant to cut through the din. "Keep your eyes open, but don't look at the crowd. They feed on fear." "Where am I supposed to look?" Her voice is tight, strained. "Gods, Ronan, there are so many of them." "Then look at me," I command, forcing her to meet my gaze. "The crowd is just noise. The other fighters are just meat. Nothing else matters. Do you understand?" She swallows hard but nods, her green eyes wide and dark. "I understand." "Good. Remember your training. Remember why we're here." "To get free," she whispers, the words a prayer. "No," I say, my voice grim as the guards begin to herd us toward the center of the arena. "To survive." We advance toward the arena's heart, each step a struggle as the treacherous sand shifts beneath our boots. This vast killing circle offers no cover, leaving us exposed, two vulnerable targets. From every gate along the perimeter, gladiators emerge, a procession of killers blinking in the blinding sun. I assess the threats. 4 synchronized orcs, 2 silent dark elves, and several lone fighters. A minotaur, a scarred human, and others. "Citizens of Voig!" The announcer's voice booms, magically amplified to echo off the high stone walls. "Welcome to the Grand Melee, a contest of blood and courage, where only the strongest will earn the ultimate prize, freedom!" The crowd's roar intensifies. I can feel its energy, a living thing that presses in on us, demanding sacrifice. I instinctively shift my position, putting my body between Karina and the pack of orcs who are staring at her with undisguised hunger. "Don't listen to him," I say, my voice low and urgent. "He's just a voice. He can't hurt you. He's just part of the show." "He's telling them all I'm weak," she whispers back, her eyes wide as she takes in the sheer brutality of the fighters surrounding us. "They all see me as an easy kill." "Good," I reply grimly. "Let them think that. Let every single one of them underestimate you. It's your best weapon." I see her hand hover for a moment near her thigh, where the dagger is hidden. "Remember that." She gives a short, sharp nod, her fear solidifying into a grim resolve. She's terrified, but she's not broken. Not yet. The announcer begins his theatrical introductions, his voice dripping with false reverence. "From the northern wastes, the champions of a dozen skirmishes, Groktar's Maulers!" The orcs roar, banging their axes against their shields. "From the shadowed alleys of our own great city, the deadly duo known as the Shadow Syndicate." The dark elves give a slight, almost imperceptible bow. He goes down the line, giving each team a grand, ridiculous title, stoking the crowd's excitement. I can feel Karina's tension ratcheting tighter with every name, every cheer. I brace myself, knowing Valdris would have saved his most creative cruelty for us. "And our final team," the announcer calls, his voice suddenly laced with a theatrical, mocking pity. "A warrior who has captured your hearts with his savage grace. The Manticore beast, Ronan." A wave of cheers, mixed with boos, rolls through the stadium. I ignore it. "And his partner," the announcer continues, pausing for dramatic effect, "a competitor of a very different sort. Plucked from the silken cushions of our noble master's own harem. His most treasured pet, Karina." A stunned silence followed the announcement, then a wave of scornful laughter filled the stands, a cruel public humiliation. White-hot rage surged through me, my hands clenched. I fought the urge to roar, knowing losing my temper would give Valdris what he wanted. Karina's face is chalk white, a mask of stone, her chin held high, shoulders rigid, eyes wounded by the impending mockery. "Don't let them see it," I growl, my voice a low command. "Don't you dare give them the satisfaction." "I'm not," she says through clenched teeth, her voice a bare, shaking whisper. "I won't." Her trembling hands and wavering stance reveal her immense willpower. Pride alone sustains her against the jeering crowd. My words won't suffice. I must act to break their power and ground her in our reality. Without a word, I reach out, my movement deliberate and sure. I capture her hand. She didn't pull away when my large, scarred hand enveloped her smaller, delicate one. Her grip was surprisingly firm, clinging to me as if I were her anchor. "What are you doing?" she asks, her eyes wide as she stares down at our joined hands. "Reminding you who you're with," I say, voice a low, fierce promise meant only for her ears, though the gesture is for all to see. "You are not a pet. You are a warrior. My partner." I squeeze her hand, a firm, reassuring pressure. "They laugh now. Let them. Soon enough, they'll be screaming our names." The gesture is public, a silent, defiant challenge to Valdris, to the jeering crowd, to every gladiator watching us. I lift our joined hands just slightly, a clear and unambiguous claim. It's a vow. I feel her grip tighten in response, the trembling in her hand subsiding, replaced by a new, hard resolve. She looks up at me, and the raw hurt in her eyes has been replaced by a familiar, blazing fire. She's no longer a victim cowering under their scorn. She's a warrior ready for battle. She is with me, and she is ready.
Chapter 32. Karina. We stand in the crowded holding pen, the air thick with the stench of sweat and anxious bodies, when the announcer's voice booms through the arena, echoing off the high stone walls. It's a sound I've come to associate with dread, a theatrical prelude to death. "For our first match of the Grand Mêlée," he declares, his voice dripping with false enthusiasm, a test of brute strength against unproven spirit. On the southern sands, the brothers of carnage, Horgath and Yorick. A guttural roar erupts from a pair of massive human gladiators across the pen. They are mountains of scarred flesh and muscle, both wielding heavy double-headed axes. They look like they were born in a slaughterhouse. The announcer lets the crowd's cheer build before continuing, his timing impeccable. And facing them on the northern sands, our Manticore beast, Ronan, and his spirited partner, the lovely Karina. The name hits hard, of course. Of all the killers in this pen, Valdris chose us to go first. To be the opening spectacle. The crowd's reaction is a predictable mix of bloodthirsty cheers for Ronan and renewed, mocking laughter for me. They smell an easy kill. My kill. "He wants us gone," I whisper, my throat suddenly dry. My hands feel cold and clammy. "No," Ronan says beside me, his voice a low, grim rumble. "He wants a show. He's betting on you being terrified, on them going for you first. The odds for me winning alone against two will be high. He's just trying to fill his coffers. So he's willing to sacrifice me for a few extra ducats." The bitterness in my own voice surprises me. "He's willing to sacrifice anyone for any reason," Ronan says, his gaze fixed on our opponents. "That's what makes him a monster." He turns to me, his steel blue eyes intense. "Don't prove him right. Don't be terrified. Be angry." His words, a shock, turn fear to cold fury. I won't be Valdris's sacrifice or pawn. The crowd's laughter fades, replaced by my heart's war drum. Guards herd us from the main pen into a small, dark staging tunnel that leads directly to our gate. The air is cool and smells of damp earth and rust. This is it. The final moments before we step onto the sand. "Take this off," Ronan says, his voice rough as he tugs at the sleeve of the white flowing dress I've worn since my first day in the cell. It's a relic of my old life, a symbol of the woman I was. What? I ask, confused. You can't fight in a dress, Karina. You'll trip. He pulls a bundle of stiff, worn leather from the small pack of gear they'd given us. Here. It's a collection of scavenged armour, bracers, shin guards, and a hardened leather cuirass that looks like it's seen a dozen battles. It's ugly and smells of old sweat. It's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. My silks won't exactly offer much protection, I say, trying for a lightness I don't feel as I pull the white dress over my head, leaving me in my thin under-tunic. No, he agrees, his gaze flickering over my body for a fraction of a second before becoming all business. Turn around. As he efficiently straps on the cuirass, his impersonal touch on my bare back sends a surprising jolt of heat through me. His focused proximity oddly calms my frayed nerves amidst the impending violence. The bracers, he commands. I hold out my arms, and he secures them tightly, his calloused thumbs brushing against the tender skin of my wrists. What about you? I ask, looking at his own unarmoured chest. I'm faster without it, he says simply. You're not. Your job is to stay alive. Let the leather do its job. He meets my eyes, his expression deadly serious. Stay behind me. Stay alive. Do not engage unless you have no other choice. Do you understand? I understand, I whisper, my voice barely audible over the roaring of the crowd. Blinded by light, we enter the arena. The overwhelming noise, dizzying scale, and coppery smell of blood and sand assault me. My heart pounds like a trapped bird. Horgath and Jorik, massive and menacing, grin at me from the sand, their eyes dismissive of Ronan. They see an easy kill, a mere appetizer. The signal horn blows, a long, mournful sound that marks the beginning of the fight, and they charge. They don't run, they stampede. The ground seems to shake with their thundering footsteps, and they are both coming straight for me. In that moment of pure, unreasoning terror, all of Ronan's training evaporates from my mind. Every lesson, every drill, every bruised piece of muscle memory vanishes, replaced by a single primal instinct. Run. My mind went blank, but my feet moved. I scrambled backward, dodging Horgath's axe, which buried itself in the sand. Jorik's axe swept low for my legs. I leaped back, stumbling in the soft sand. My heart pounded. A scream caught in my throat. This was a real fight, terrifyingly fast, and I was going to die. Just as Jorik raises his axe for a second, more calculated swing, a blur of motion explodes from my left. Ronan is there, a whirlwind of protective fury, his body a living shield between me and the two hulking brothers. I told you to stay behind me, he snarls, his voice a low, terrifying growl that is not directed at me. He fought both men simultaneously with brutal efficiency, his single arena sword a deadly extension of himself. He parried Horgath's overhead chop, using his momentum to unbalance him, then ducked Jorik's swing, leaving a deep gash on his thigh. I watched, horrified and awestruck. Jorik roared and both brothers attacked sloppily. Ronan, a master of violence, seized an opening as Horgath overextended. His blade plunged into Horgath's side, and the man collapsed, eyes wide, axe falling from lifeless fingers. Horgath! Jorik screams, his face a mask of grief and rage. He abandons all pretense of technique and charges at Ronan, his axe held high like a club. It's a fatal mistake. Ronan sidesteps the reckless charge with contemptuous ease, and ends the fight with a single, clean, merciless thrust to the heart. The second body thuds to the sand. The crowd, which had been jeering moments before, is momentarily stunned into silence, and then erupts into a roar of approval. The whole fight took less than a minute. Ronan stands over the two corpses, his chest heaving, his sword dripping red onto the sand. Then his blazing blue eyes find mine, a silent, frantic question in their depths. Are you hurt? I shake my head, unable to speak. The first round is over. We are still alive.
Chapter 33. Ronan. His steel blue eyes find mine. A silent, frantic question. I shake my head, unable to speak. The first round is over. We are still alive. 2 more fights. 2 more victories scraped from the blood-soaked sand. We're still alive, but the cost is mounting. My body is a roadmap of fresh aches and deep, bone-weary exhaustion. I lean against the grimy wall of the holding pen, my sword heavy in my lap, trying to catch my breath while the cacophony of the arena fades. Karina nurses a gash on her forearm from a stray axe. I saw it coming, but was too slow to intercept. The sight of her injury and blood caused an unfamiliar, debilitating terror, unlike any fear for myself. "Does it hurt?" I ask, my voice rougher than I intend. She doesn't look up from her work, carefully cleaning the wound with a strip of cloth. "Of course it hurts, you idiot. I was just cut with an axe." Her voice is steady, but I can see the slight tremor in her hands. "You did well," I say, the words feeling inadequate. "You saw the second attacker coming from my blind side. You shouted. You saved my life. And got this for my trouble," she mutters. "But there's no real venom in it." She ties off the makeshift bandage with a practiced knot. "We're a mess, Ronan." "We're alive," I counter. "For now." She finally looks at me, and I see the exhaustion in her eyes, the dark smudges of dirt and blood that can't hide the deep-set weariness. Her struggles in the arena are a torment, weakening me. Each fight breaks a piece of me, a dangerous vulnerability. We sit in silence, drained. Halfway through the melee, freedom seems a distant mirage. Karina stares at her bandaged arm, her composure cracking. Her shoulders begin to shake, tears tracing paths through the grime. She tries to hide a choked sob of profound frustration and pain, but it's too late. "I'm sorry," she whispers, the words broken. "I'm so sorry." "Sorry for what?" I ask, my own voice quiet. "You have nothing to be sorry for." "I'm a liability," she says, the words a torrent of self-recrimination as she finally turns to face me, the tears now flowing freely. "Every fight, I'm just in the way, dodging and running while you do all the work. You could have won this by now if you weren't burdened with me." "That's not true." "It is," she insists, her voice rising with a desperate, hysterical edge. "I'm not a warrior, Ronan. I'm a harem girl you've dressed in leather. I try to remember the training, I try to be strong, but the moment those gates open, I'm just terrified. I'm not what you need me to be." She buries her face in her hands, her sobs raw and ragged. "You're going to die because of me, and I can't bear it." Her despair is a tangible thing, a wave of misery that washes over me. I'm used to her anger, her sarcasm, her fire. This complete and utter brokenness is something new, and it shatters the last of my own carefully constructed walls. My usual harshness, the gruff dismissal I use as a shield, is gone. It feels utterly useless in the face of her raw pain. I move from my spot on the floor and kneel in front of her, my movements slow, deliberate. I gently take her hands, pulling them away from her face. Her skin is cold, her fingers trembling in my grip. "Karina," I say, my voice softer than I can ever remember it being. "Listen to me." She won't meet my eyes, her gaze fixed on the bloody floor. I place a hand under her chin, forcing her to look at me. Her green eyes are swimming with tears, her expression a mask of self-loathing. "I'm not upset with you," I say, the words a raw, honest truth. "Do you hear me? Your survival is all that matters, nothing else. But I'm not helping," she sobs. "I'm a weakness." "No," I say fiercely, my grip on her chin tightening almost imperceptibly. "You are not a weakness." I take a breath, the confession feeling like I'm tearing a piece of myself open for her to see. Watching you in danger, it makes me sick to my stomach. It makes it hard to breathe. The only thing I care about on that sand is keeping you alive. I lean closer, my voice dropping to a low, intense whisper. So you do whatever you have to do. You dodge, you run, you hide behind me. I don't care. Just stay alive. Let me handle the killing, that's my job. Yours is to see the next sunrise. My words pierced her despair, her sobs quieting as she stared, stunned. She saw my sincerity, transforming our battlefield into a sanctuary. A harsh laugh shattered the peace. The bone crushers, two hulking orcs, eyed us with avarice and contempt as they passed. "Look at that!" the larger one sneers, his yellow eyes fixing on Karina's tear-streaked face. The little princess is crying. Is the big, bad arena too much for you? I tense, my hand going to the hilt of my sword. "Keep walking," I growl, my voice a low warning. "Or what?" the orc challenges, puffing out his chest. "You'll fight us both?" "You're half dead already." He spits on the ground near Karina's feet. "You should have chosen a better partner, Manticore. A real warrior, not a soft human pet." "Don't worry," he adds, his grin turning lewd as his gaze rakes over Karina's body. "After we kill you, we'll enjoy teaching your little princess what a real beast can do." The comment, so vile and dismissive, ignites my rage. But it's not the hot, reckless fury I'm used to. This is something different, something cold and sharp and utterly merciless. The protective fear I felt for her just moments ago crystallizes into a deadly, focused promise. I don't rise. I don't shout. I simply meet the orc's gaze, and I let him see the promise of his own death in my eyes. "When we meet on the sand," I say, my voice quiet, almost conversational, yet carrying a chilling finality that cuts through the noise of the pen. "I'm not just going to kill you. I'm going to take you apart, piece by piece, and the last thing you see before you die will be the face of the woman you just insulted." The orcs laugh, but it's a nervous, uncertain sound. They walk away, casting uneasy glances back over their shoulders. They don't understand. They think it's a boast. It's not. It's a vow.
Chapter 34. Karina. The mournful horn signalled our turn against the bone crushers, the two orcs who had threatened and mocked me. A cold, sharp fear ran through me, but it wasn't paralysing terror. Ronan's words had transformed my fear into a hard coal of rage. "Ready?" Ronan asked, his voice rumbling beside me. I looked at him, at the grim set of his jaw, the deadly promise in his steel-blue eyes. He wasn't just fighting for his freedom anymore. He was fighting for me. He was fighting to make good on the vow he'd made to those orcs. The thought was both terrifying and exhilarating. "No," I said, my voice steady. "But I'm not afraid." Though terrified, my anger overshadowed my fear. The orcs' taunts and their dismissal of me as a mere prize had eradicated the last remnants of the pampered harem girl. While Valdris sought to break me and Ronan to forge me, it was their sneering contempt that finally galvanized my soul. I would not be their victim or the weeping princess they mocked. "Good," Ronan grunted as we walked toward the gate. "Anger is a weapon. Use it." "Oh, I plan to," I whispered, my hand instinctively going to my thigh, where the cold, hard weight of Zephyr's dagger was a comforting presence. "I plan to." As we stepped out into the blinding light of the arena, the deafening roar of the crowd was just a distant noise. All I could see were the two hulking shapes waiting for us on the sand. All I could feel was the cold, clean rage singing in my veins. The moment the horn blew, two orcs charged, their axes raised. My instinct was to get behind Ronan, but his words, "Anger is a weapon. Use it," echoed. The larger orc swiped at Ronan. He met the blow, his focus on the first brother. The second orc veered, heading straight for me. He grinned, seeing an easy kill, a princess. He didn't see the rage. I didn't draw my blade. Not yet. I remembered Ronan's endless drills, the painful repetition of stances, of blocks. As the orc's axe came swinging down in a clumsy overhand arc, I didn't retreat. I stepped in, just as Ronan had taught me, getting inside the reach of his weapon. I slammed the heel of my hand up under his chin, a jarring blow that snapped his head back with a grunt of surprise. He hadn't expected me to attack. He'd expected me to scream. Before he could recover, I brought the heavy, leather-wrapped hilt of my hidden dagger down on his exposed wrist. There was a sickening crunch of bone, and he howled in pain, his axe falling from his suddenly nerveless fingers. His surprise turned to fury. He swiped at me with his good hand, a backhand blow that caught me across the face and sent me stumbling back, my ears ringing. But I had hurt him. I had drawn a sliver of blood, tasted the intoxicating power of fighting back. And I was still standing. My small success had enraged him. He roared, a sound of pure, wounded fury, and lunged for me, his massive hands reaching for my throat. I was too slow to evade him completely. He tackled me, his momentum carrying us both to the ground in a tangle of limbs. I landed hard on my back, the impact knocking the wind from my lungs. He was on top of me in an instant, a suffocating weight of muscle and rage. His foul, meaty breath washed over my face, hot and stinking of stale ale. "I'm going to enjoy breaking you, little pet," he snarled, one hand pinning my arms above my head while the other went for my throat. Panic, cold and absolute, seized me. I was pinned, helpless. All my training, all my newfound resolve, was useless against his brute strength. I could hear Ronan's bellow of rage from somewhere behind the orc, but it sounded a world away. He was still engaged with the other brother. He couldn't get to me in time. This was it. This was how I was going to die. Not as a warrior, but as a victim, crushed beneath the weight of a beast who saw me as nothing more than a thing to be broken for his pleasure. No. The word was a silent scream in my mind. The rage I had felt earlier came roaring back, a cleansing fire that burned away the fear. I would not die like this. I would not. My hand, pinned beneath his massive body, scrabbled at my thigh, my fingers fumbling for the hilt of my dagger. He was focused on my throat, his thick fingers tightening, squeezing the air from my lungs. My vision started to swim with black spots. My fingers closed around the familiar leather-wrapped hilt. With the last of my strength, fueled by pure, desperate instinct, I drew the blade. There was no room for a proper strike, no time for technique. I just drove the dagger upwards, with all the force I could muster, into the soft flesh of his side, just under his ribs. The orc's body went rigid. A look of stunned, almost comical surprise crossed his face. He looked down at the hilt of the dagger protruding from his side, then back at me. A low, wet gurgle escaped his lips, and then his entire massive weight collapsed on top of me, his lifeblood pouring out in a hot, sticky torrent over my chest and stomach. I was trapped beneath him, his dead weight a crushing, suffocating blanket. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't move. "Karina!" Ronan's voice was a raw, guttural roar of pure fury and terror. I heard the sickening sound of his blade cleaving through bone and a heavy thud as the second orc's body hit the sand. Then he was there, a whirlwind of panicked motion. He grabbed the dead orc by the shoulders and yanked the massive body off me with a single desperate heave. His face was a mask of sheer animalistic panic, his steel blue eyes wide with a terror that mirrored my own. He saw the blood, the vast, spreading sea of it that covered my entire front. "No," he breathed, the word a broken, ragged sound. "No, no, no." He dropped to his knees beside me, his large hands hovering over my body, frantic and shaking, as if he were afraid to touch me, afraid to confirm what his eyes were telling him. "Where?" he choked out, his voice cracking. "Where did he get you?" He frantically searched for a wound, his hands patting down my arms, my legs, his gaze wild and desperate. "Ronan!" I gasped, finally able to draw a breath. It's not mine." He froze, his hands still on me. He looked from my face to the corpse beside us and back to the blood covering my tunic. The wild panic in his eyes slowly receded, replaced by a dawning, disbelieving understanding. And then something else, something raw and overwhelming and fierce. He pulled me into his arms, crushing me against his chest, in an embrace so tight it felt like he was trying to merge our bodies into one. He buried his face in my hair, his own powerful frame trembling with the force of his relief. I was alive. I was a killer. And I was safe.
Chapter 35. Ronan. I crushed Karina to my chest, my arm a steel band around her, trying to erase the last few minutes. The adrenaline from her near-death experience left me trembling, the image of her pinned beneath the orc, crimson spreading across her front, seared into my mind. I thought she was gone, and for a soul-shattering moment, the world had ended. "Are you all right?" My voice is a raw, unfamiliar thing in my own ears. "Truly?" "I'm fine," she whispers into my tunic, her own body shaking with the aftershocks of battle. "I'm just sticky." The absurdity of the comment, her attempt at a familiar, sarcastic normalcy in the face of such horror, almost makes me laugh. Instead, I just hold her tighter. The relief is a palpable physical thing, a wave that threatens to drag me under. It's a relief so profound it feels like its own kind of pain. I had watched her kill a man. I'd watched her almost die. And the only coherent thought in my head is that I cannot, will not, let anything happen to her. "You were brave," I hear myself say, the words a rough admission. "What you did, it took courage." "It was terror," she corrects, her voice muffled against my chest. "There's a difference." "No," I say, pulling back just enough to look at her, my hand still gripping her arms. Her face is streaked with dirt and blood, his blood, and she has never looked more beautiful. "There isn't. You fought. You won." I see the dawning realization in her own eyes, the flicker of a fierce, newfound pride. She's a killer, a survivor, and magnificent. My fate is bound to hers. My mission burns, but she fuels it. Guards allow us a moment to recover. They remove the orc bodies, leaving stains. We get water and return to our pen, awaiting the final act. "What happens now?" Karina asks, her voice quiet as she sips from the skin, her eyes fixed on the arena floor. "Now we watch," I say grimly. "The final semi-final. Then us." The horn blows again, and 2 more teams enter the arena. This time, it's a confident, well-armored team of 2 dark elves against a single, desperate human fighter. He's a veteran, his body a tapestry of old scars, but he's alone, and his eyes hold the grim certainty of a man who knows his luck has run out. "This isn't a fair fight," Karina whispers, her voice filled with a horrified pity. "It's not meant to be," I say, my own voice flat. "It's a spectacle." The human fought bravely, but was outmatched by the dark elves. They inflicted numerous small wounds, prolonging his death for the cheering, bloodthirsty crowd. He eventually collapsed, his lifeblood spilling onto the sand, to the crowd's delight. I feel a familiar disgust churn in my gut. This is the world I have been trying to protect her from, the casual barbarism that Valdris and his kind thrive on. I glance at Karina. Her face is pale, her knuckles white where she grips the water skin. But she doesn't look away. She watches the lone gladiator's final defiant breath, her expression a mask of cold, hard fury. She's not just seeing a spectacle. She's learning a lesson. In this world, mercy is a fatal weakness. Dark elves bask in easy victory as the human body is dragged from the arena. A tense silence falls over the holding pen. The final round is next. The herald's voice, magically amplified, booms across the stadium, silencing the crowd. The semi-finals are concluded! 2 teams remain to fight for the ultimate prize! He pauses for dramatic effect, letting the anticipation build. On the southern sands, our victors from the last match, the deadly elven warriors, the Shadow Syndicate. The 2 dark elves preen, acknowledging the cheers of the crowd. And on the northern sands, the herald continues, his voice rising in a theatrical crescendo, the team that has defied all odds. The team that has shocked us all with their ferocity and their spirit. The Manticore beast, Ronan, and the lioness of the harem. Corina, the new title, so different from the mocking pet he had used before, sends a fresh roar through the crowd. They are no longer laughing at her. They are cheering for her. Her kill, her survival, has earned her a new name in their fickle hearts. Corina gasps, her hand flying to her mouth. "Did you hear that?" She whispers, her eyes wide with a dawning, incredulous hope. "Lioness." "I heard," I say, my own heart beginning a slow, heavy beat against my ribs. "We did it, Ronan," she says, turning to me, her face illuminated by a smile so bright it almost hurts to look at. "We actually did it. We're in the finals." The promise of freedom hangs suspended between us, a tangible, intoxicating thing. It's so close we can almost taste it. For the first time since this nightmare began, I allow myself to feel a flicker of hope. The crowd is a roaring, faceless beast, screaming our names. Corina is caught up in the moment, her face flushed with a triumphant hope that is both beautiful and terrifying to behold. She grips my arm, her eyes shining. "We can win this, Ronan. I know we can. We just have to fight one more time. One more time, and we'll be free." "I know," I say, but the word feels like a lie in my mouth. As the crowd cheers and the betting criers begin shouting the odds for the final match, a cold knot of dread tightens in my stomach. The flicker of hope I felt just moments ago is extinguished, smothered by a cold, hard certainty. This is too easy. Too perfect. Valdris is not a man who honors bargains. He's a man who enjoys games. And the more elaborate the game, the more he enjoys the final, cruel twist. My mind flashes back to the conversation I overheard outside his office, the words echoing in my memory. The game being rigged. This is it. This is the final act of his play. He has built us up in the eyes of the crowd, given us a name, given us hope, all to make our fall that much more spectacular. "What is it?" Corina asks, her smile fading as she sees the expression on my face. "What's wrong?" "We're almost there." "Nothing," I lie, forcing my own face into a grim mask of determination. "I'm just getting ready for the final fight." I can't tell her the truth. Her hope is her only defense for what's to come. This final test won't be a fight, but a betrayal. I don't know how I'll get her out alive.
This huge orc brings out the animal in me.
In a world where humans have been driven underground, living like rats is the only way to stay safe from the marauding orcs.
All my life, my only job has been to make sure I have enough to eat.
These orcs of the Burning Sun clan will vow to keep their human mates safe.
There is a nobleness to these giant savages, alpha male warriors who will protect their women at all costs.
Get this complete series of books following the Burning Sun clan for 70% off. Each book is a full-length monster romance that features a giant orc with eyes for his beloved, curvy human. Happily ever after guaranteed.
Prothika's magic is eternal.
This bundle will show you that size really does matter.
Chapter 36. Corina. Stepping onto the arena floor for the final match, the familiar roar and blinding sun now feel different. The crushing weight of the crowd's eyes has lifted. Clad in leather armor, I walk head held high, no longer a frightened pet, but a warrior. Ronan is a solid, reassuring presence at my side. He doesn't hold my hand this time. There is no need. Our connection is deeper than a physical touch. We are a team, forged in the crucible of our shared cell, bound by blood and desperation, and something more that I don't dare put a name to. He glances at me, a quick, sharp look, and I see the grim determination in his eyes. "Ready, lioness?" he asks, his voice a low rumble. The name, the one the announcer gave me, still sends a thrill through me. It's a name I earned. "Ready," I say, and my own voice is steady, clear. The Shadow Syndicate, 2 dark elves, already on the sand, are our lithe and deadly opponents. They dispatched the lone human fighter, and now eye me with cold contempt, seeing a novelty, not a threat. Good, I whisper to myself. Let them think that. Ronan must have heard me, because a ghost of a smile touches his lips. Let them, he agrees. We take our positions on the northern sand, the final barrier between us and a freedom I can now almost taste. It feels real. For the first time, it feels real. Just as the tension in the arena reaches its peak, Valdris's voice, magically amplified, cuts through the air. "A moment, my friends," he calls out, his tone dripping with theatricality. "Before we begin our final glorious match, let us make this interesting, shall we?" A collective murmur runs through the crowd. The odds are, of course, heavily in favour of our skilled elven champions, Valdris continues, his voice laced with false sympathy. But our newcomers have shown a surprising amount of spirit. He lets the comment hang in the air for a moment. "So, I will make a special offer. For anyone brave enough to wager on the Manticore and his pet, I will offer odds of 10 to 1. A gasp of surprise, followed by a wave of excited chatter, ripples through the stands. 10 to 1. Those are impossible odds. He is actively, openly encouraging the crowd to bet against us, to profit from our expected deaths. It's a final public humiliation, a reminder that to him, we are nothing more than pieces in his game, assets to be liquidated for maximum profit. "He's a bastard," I snarl, my hand tightening on the hilt of my dagger. "He's a businessman," Ronan corrects, his voice a low growl. "He's just cashing out his investment." "And I find myself feeling generous," Valdris adds, his cold eyes seeming to find mine even from this distance. "So generous, in fact, that I myself will place a wager of 10,000 ducats on the Shadow Syndicate." The crowd approves his confidence. He bets on our deaths, an ultimate display of contempt. My gaze is drawn to Valdris's viewing box. He smirks, and beside him, Zara fans him. She wears my favourite emerald gown and sapphire necklace. She has taken my place. A year, a month, even a week ago I'd have been jealous. Now I feel only profound pity. She is still in the cage. I am not. She fears and envies me, still playing the game, a beautiful puppet in Valdris's cruel hands. I, however, am no longer a prize, nor beautiful, but covered in dirt, blood, and bruises. Yet I've never felt more free. I am no pet, but a warrior. My soul is my own. Meeting Valdris's gaze, I smile, unafraid, promising violence. The puppet is coming for him. Valdris's smile falters, then he signals the arena master. The final bell rings. The fight has begun. The 2 dark elves slowly advance, separating to encircle us, clearly aiming to divide and conquer. Their synchronized movements reveal years of training as a team. "Stay with me," Ronan growls, his own body shifting into a low defensive crouch. "Don't let them get between us." "I won't," I say, my own blade now in my hand, the feel of the leather-wrapped hilt a familiar comfort. The swift, silent elf grins, lunging with his curved blade at my sword hand, aiming to disarm. The world shrinks to this fight, live or die, I stand my ground. I fight.
Chapter 37. Ronin. Dark elves are graceful, precise, and silent, unlike my brute force. They move like smoke, a sharp, killing wind, separating into a synchronized dance. The fight begins with feints and probes, testing my defenses. "Stay behind me!" I growl at Karina, my own blade a heavy, clumsy thing against their elegant, curved swords. "They're flanking us!" she cries out, and she's right. They are constantly in motion, forcing me to pivot and turn, never allowing me to face one without exposing my back to the other. It's the most difficult fight of my life. My previous opponents were strong or fast, but these elves are both, and they are intelligent. They see Karina not as a target, but as a liability, a weakness in my guard they can exploit. "What do I do?" she asks, her voice tight with a fear that is rapidly becoming my own. "Distract them! Keep them from getting behind me!" I roar, parrying a lightning-fast thrust that leaves a burning line of pain along my forearm. In a desperate blur, I'm forced onto the defensive, a caged beast worn down by two elven hunters. One's blade is a whirlwind, the other harries my flanks, until my stamina wanes. The elf in front disengages, then slams his pommel into my head. The world explodes in pain, ears ringing, vision blurring. I stumble to my knees. The crowd roars, sand close to my face. Through blurred vision, I see the dark elf raise his sword for the killing blow, his face triumphant. My body screams to move, but I'm too slow. This is how I die, foolish beast caught by a cheap trick. "Ronin!" Karina screams and, against my orders, throws herself at the dark elf's legs in a desperate act of instinct. Her crude tackle shatters his balance, diverting his killing blow. His sword misses, burying itself in the sand as he curses, his focus broken. In a crucial second, my clarity returns. The pain sharpens my focus. He's exposed. Roaring, I rise, severing his knees with my sword. He shrieks, collapsing. The second elf, enraged by his partner's fall, charges wildly. I meet his sloppy attack with controlled efficiency, my blade a blur. He fights for vengeance. I fight for her. It's no contest. I disarm him with a swift twist, and my sword finds his heart. He fell, the blade in his chest. The arena erupted, but I only saw her. She stood, pale and breathing hard, clutching her dagger. We stared, our opponents forgotten. "We won!" she whispers, the words a breath of pure, disbelieving joy. "We won!" I echo, my own voice hoarse. We rush into each other's arms, holding on tight. She's alive. I'm alive. We're free. The overwhelming relief is almost too much. We cling to each other in the roaring arena, two broken survivors who've escaped hell together. "A magnificent spectacle!" Valdris's cold voice silences the roaring crowd, halting our triumphant relief. We turn to see him at the railing, clapping slowly, his face lit with sadistic glee, admiring his finest performance. "Truly," he continues, his voice dripping with a satisfaction that makes my blood run cold. A more thrilling conclusion to our melee I could not have scripted myself. The beast and the lioness triumphing against all odds. A story for the ages. "We won!" I call out, my voice a harsh growl. "We are free!" "Ah, yes," Valdris says, his smile widening. "Freedom, the ultimate prize." He lets the word hang in the air for a moment. But I find myself in a bit of a quandary. My melee was designed to find a single ultimate champion, and yet I have two. He taps a long, pale finger against his chin in a mockery of deep thought. This simply will not do. The rules must be honored. "What are you saying?" Karina shouts, her voice trembling with a dawning horror. Valrus's smile becomes a razor's edge. He looks down at us, his eyes glittering with the pure, unholy joy of a god about to smite a pair of mortals. "I am saying," he announces, his voice booming across the silent, breathless arena, "that there has been a slight amendment to the rules. There can be only one champion. Only one of you may leave this arena alive." He spreads his hands, a gesture of magnanimous cruelty. Your final match begins now. You will fight each other. To the death.
Chapter 38. Karina. We won. Ronan and I are free. Then Valdris declares, "Only one of you may leave this arena alive." Hope withers. It was always a trick. Shock gives way to a tidal wave of pure rage. "You liar!" The scream is torn from my throat, a raw, ragged sound that echoes in the sudden, vast silence of the arena. I wrench my hand from Ronan's and point a trembling, accusing finger up at the smug, silken figure in the viewing box. "You promised! You said the winners would be free." Valdris just smiles, a cold, serene expression of a god enjoying the tantrum of an insect. "I said the champion would be free, my dear. And there can only be one." "You sadistic bastard!" I shriek, the words a torrent of venom I can no longer control. Every curse I have ever heard, every vile insult whispered in the dungeons and the harem, comes pouring out of me. I hope you rot in the deepest, darkest hell. I hope the serpent himself feasts on your lying soul. The captive audience watches as the harem girl breaks. I, however, am consumed by hatred, desperate to attack him. My rage fades, leaving me breathless and sobbing from impotent fury. We are trapped. I turn to Ronan, expecting his mirrored fury, the beast ready for battle. He isn't looking at Valdris, but at me. His expression, one of profound heartbreak, steals my breath. His usually fiery steel-blue eyes are filled with devastating despair, and his broad shoulders are slumped in defeat. The thought of fighting me has broken him, something no beast, gladiator, pain, or humiliation ever could. The warrior who faced monsters and promised we'd leave together is gone. In his place is a man facing an impossible choice, his spirit tearing apart, looking at me as if I'm already a fading ghost. "Ronan," I whisper, my own anger forgotten, replaced by a cold, creeping dread. "Ronan, what do we do?" He stares, silent and agonized. He survived storms, capture, and countless battles, but Valdris's final cruelty breaks him. He cannot survive this. He would rather die than harm me. "Your time is running out!" Valdris's voice booms from above, sharp with impatience. "Fight! Or my archers will put you both down like the dogs you are." The threat is the final catalyst. Ronan's gaze breaks from mine. He looks at his sword, then at my dagger. His movements are slow, deliberate. He steps toward me, his eyes filled with silent apology. "Ronan, no," I say in a choked whisper, though I don't yet understand what he intends to do. He silently takes the knife, the one he sharpened and I used to kill, from its sheath. It appears small in his large, calloused hand as he gazes at the gleaming blade. "Only one of us needs to die, Karina," he says, his voice low, full of pain and finality. "Let it be me." He then turns the knife on himself, aiming for his heart. This is not despair, but the noble sacrifice of a warrior choosing his own end to grant Karina freedom. He gives her the only thing he has left, his life. Time seems to slow to a crawl. The noise of the crowd, the smug face of Valdris, the heat of the sun. It all fades away. There is only Ronan, the blade, and the single, impossible heartbeat before he plunges it into his own chest. "No!" I lunged, screaming, grabbing his wrist. The blade, an inch from his tunic, promised death. "Don't you dare!" I snarl, my voice a feral thing. "Don't you dare do this!" He looks down at me, his expression confused, as if he can't understand why I would stop him. "Let go, Karina. This is the only way." "No!" I shake my head, my grip on his wrist unyielding. Tears stream down my face, but they are tears of fury, not of sorrow. "Your freedom means nothing without you. Do you hear me? If you die, I will simply follow you. I will not live in a world you are not in." "My brothers!" He starts, his voice breaking. "What about your brothers?" I demand, shaking his arm with all my might, trying to shake him out of his sacrificial despair. You think they would want you to die like this? For me? You made me a promise, Ronan Vaston. We leave together, or we're going to die together. I meet his gaze, my own eyes blazing with a fierce, unbreakable will that he himself helped to forge. I am not a prize to be won with your death. I am your partner, and we are not done fighting.
Chapter 39. Ronan. Her words are a lit match thrown into a powder keg. We leave together or we die together. They strike the dying embers of my despair and ignite them into a roaring inferno of defiant rage. The thought of a noble sacrifice of giving my life for hers turns to ash in my mouth. It's a coward's solution, an easy escape from an impossible choice. She will not let me be a coward. She will not let me die for her. She will only let me fight for us. The despair recedes, replaced by a cold, sharp clarity. She is right. We are not done fighting. Valdris wanted a show. He wanted a champion. He's about to get one. He thinks he controls the game, I say, voice a low, dangerous growl. I look from the fierce, tear-streaked face of the woman who has just saved my soul to the towering arena wall, a sheer cliff of impossible stone. My gaze travels up, to the opulent box where the pitmaster sits on his throne, watching us like a god judging insects. The wall is the cage. He is the keeper. "Ronan, what are you thinking?" she whispers, her hand still gripping my wrist, her knuckles white. "I'm thinking the rules have changed," I say, a desperate, impossible plan forming in my mind, a strategy born of pure, unadulterated fury. There is no winning his game, so I will break it. I will break it all. I look back at her, and she sees the shift in my eyes, the moment the broken gladiator is replaced by the beast. "He wanted one champion," I tell her, a feral grin spreading across my face. "He can have me." But I'm taking my prize with me. I gently but firmly take the dagger from her hand and slide it back into the sheath on my thigh. "We're leaving, Karina. Right now." "How?" she breathes, her eyes wide. "The gates are sealed. The guards." "We're not using the gates," I say, turning so my back is to her. I crouch down, every muscle in my body coiling with a power I haven't felt since before I was captured. "Get on my back. Now. And hold on like your life depends on it, because it does." She doesn't hesitate. There is no question, no argument. She scrambles onto my back, her arms wrapping tight around my neck, her legs locking around my waist. Her trust in me is absolute, a silent, binding vow that settles the last of the chaos in my mind. She is with me. That is all that matters. "Ready?" I grunt, feeling her slight weight against me. "Yes," she whispers into my ear, her voice a fierce, steady flame. I let out a roar, a sound that is not human but pure Manticore, a declaration of war against this entire city, against the man who thought he could break us. And then I run. I sprint toward the arena wall, my boots pounding the sand, ignoring the confused shouts of the guards, the sudden gasp of the crowd. They think I am charging the archers, a final suicidal act of defiance. They're wrong. I hit the base of the 30-foot wall without slowing. My Manticore strength, the raw, primal power that has been suppressed for so long, surges through me. My hands, no longer just human, find purchase. My fingers, tipped with the ghost of claws, dig into the tiny cracks and crevices in the stone. My legs, coiled with power, drive me upwards. We are climbing. The crowd's gasp turns into a roar of shock and outrage. This is not part of the show. This is not in the script. The beast is breaking the cage. "Hold on!" I bellow, the muscles in my back and shoulders screaming as I find another handhold, then another. The climb is a brutal vertical battle. Loose stones skitter from beneath my feet, falling into the sudden, screaming chaos below. I can hear the sharp thwang of crossbows, the whistle of bolts slicing through the air around us. They're trying to shoot us down. "Don't look down," I tell Karina, though my own gaze is fixed on the opulent railing of Valdris's box, now only 10 feet above us. "I'm not," she says, her face buried against my neck, her grip unwavering. She is not a liability. She is my anchor. She is my strength. With a final desperate surge of strength, I heave myself upwards, my fingers catching the edge of the ornate railing. For a moment, I hang there, my body a pendulum of muscle and will against the sheer stone face. Then with a roar, I vault over the railing and into the pitmaster's box. We land in a crouch amidst a scene of pure, silken luxury. Cushions, wine goblets, and the shocked, terrified faces of Valdris and his personal guards. For a heartbeat, there is only a stunned silence. The game has just come to them. Valdris is the first to recover, his shock turning to a cold, reptilian fury. "You dare!" he hisses, his hand glowing with the sickly green light of chaos magic. "Kill him! Kill him now!" His 2 guards, both skilled sorcerers, react. They begin to chant, their hands weaving intricate patterns in the air as they summon their power. But they are too slow. Magic requires thought, incantation. My rage does not. I am a blur of motion, a force of pure, untempered violence. I am on Valdris before the first syllable of his spell is complete. My hand closes around his throat, lifting him from his feet, cutting off his magic and his arrogant words. His pale eyes are wide with a terror he has never known, the terror of a predator who has just become prey. "This game is over," I snarl, my face inches from his. He struggles, his soft, well-manicured hands clawing uselessly at my iron grip. He is nothing without his power, without his guards. He is just a man, a cruel, pathetic man. As I hold him aloft, my free hand snatches a short, wicked-looking blade from the decorative weapons rack on the wall beside his throne. My twin, my vengeance. "This is my freedom," I growl, and with a single, brutal twist, I snap his neck. There is a sharp, sickening crack that echoes in the sudden silence of the box. His body goes limp in my grasp. I drop him to the plush carpet like a sack of spoiled meat. The master of the games is dead. The 2 guards stare in horror at their master's corpse, their spells forgotten. Then their shock turns to a focused, magical fury. They turn their full power on me. A bolt of green energy slams into my chest, throwing me back a step, the magic a searing, corrosive pain. Another guard summons spectral blades that slice at my arms and legs. I'm momentarily overwhelmed, the force of their combined assault staggering. I'm strong, but I'm not invincible. "Ronan!" Karina screams from my back, and chaos erupts. From the cushioned couches at the back of the box, the harem women act. It's not a coordinated attack, but a desperate, furious explosion of rebellion. Zara, the woman who had taken Karina's place, hurls a heavy crystal decanter of wine at one guard's head, shattering it against his skull and breaking his concentration. Another woman, one I don't even know the name of, pulls a long, jeweled pin from her hair and stabs the other guard in the neck. It's not a battle they can win, but it's a diversion. A precious few seconds of chaos bought with their own desperate courage. They are no longer pets. They are a rebellion. "Go!" Zara screams at us, her face a mask of terror and triumph. "Run! Get out of here!" Their cries are the only command I need. With Karina still clinging to my back, my own blade in one hand and my newly acquired sword in the other, I fight my way through the flailing guards. I cut down one, shove the other into the path of a panicked noble, and then I am out of the box, leaping onto the crowded causeway of the upper stands. The crowd screams and scatters before us, a wave of panic and confusion. I don't stop. I don't look back. With Karina's arms tight around my neck, a silent, trusting weight, I flee into the pandemonium of the city, not stopping for anything. The cries of a revolution I did not intend to start echoing behind us.
Chapter 40. Karina. The memory of our escape is a frantic blur, ending with Ronan half carrying me into this dusty sanctuary. He had insisted on removing the stiff, blood-soaked leather armour the moment we were safe, his fingers working gently but efficiently at the straps and buckles, peeling the gruesome second skin from my body. Now, clad only in the torn and stained remnants of my silk undertunic, I feel strangely exposed. The warrior stripped away to reveal the woman beneath. I wake to the rasp of steel on stone, the sound sharp in the quiet dawn. The abandoned ruin we've taken refuge in is a crumbling shell, its walls barely holding back the world outside Voig. Ronan sits by the entrance, sharpening his blades, his massive frame silhouetted against the pale light. His dark hair is a mess, his steel blue eyes focused, and the sight of him, scarred, dangerous, and mine, sends a pulse of heat straight to my core.
Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprothika.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the worlds of Prothika are waiting for you.
Prothika's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable.